Good morning, everyone. Apologies that I'm getting off to a little bit of a late start, but we're getting right on into the first match. Couple of brief announcements. One, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I might be a little bit lethargic as the day goes on. Two, I should have Craig joining me soon, so I am going to do my best to make sure that I'm ready when he gets here, but I haven't heard from him this morning. He might be sleeping in, I don't know. He's not necessarily the most reliable when he, at least on the first day of competition. It seems like he often forgets what time zone these things are in, but let's just make sure that when he does show up, we'll be ready and waiting for him. Oh, what I do need to do, let's cover up the text chat if I can figure out where that is. This. Great. Now there's a bunch of random words in here. Again, apologies for a little bit of a late start. I will make sure that we catch up on the action. It looks like we're well into the first hand, but it's England against Sweden for the first board today, at least as of right now. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna call that good for the time being. Great. Yeah, so there's a lot of things to catch up with. Whew. This is gonna be a long day. Tomorrow will be better. Also, I need to make sure that I have all of my chats open. Which I'm waiting for the text-to-speech. It just didn't happen. Greg, thanks so much for the 21 months. Really appreciate it. Yeah, have yourself a beer. Okay, 1 second. Let me head over to YouTube and make sure that I pull up the YouTube chat. And then I will definitely figure out what's happening in the game. Hey Popa, hey Eves. Good afternoon to you all. Good morning to some of us. Okay. Chat number one, chat number two. I have a third thing. BBO's told me that they were going to host my stream. So I guess I'll find out if this is actually going to happen. But if they do, then that would be cool. There should be another option in BBO to get to my table through the main bridge club or something, and then there should just be an overlay of whatever is going on. All right, here we go. So, Sweden-England, I think the marquee matchup of this round, although maybe not the two strongest teams in the event, but certainly some good squads. One thing that is worth noting is that many countries did not send their best teams. I think Sweden did. Sweden sent their best team. The US and Switzerland sent their best teams. But many of the other countries really did not. Germany, for example, just one that I was looking up the other night. Germany did not send Aachen and Welland, who are probably one of their best pair. What a North hand. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's talk about what's happening. So 5 imps already going the way of England, who I think is probably the favorite in this matchup. South opens a club, West overcalls a heart, and this is North's hand. So do we just bid 7 spades now? It would be a lucky make. Jin says Sabina and Roy are playing in the mixed. But that does mean that they're not playing in the opens. Hey, Snoo. Club a heart. Okay, well, I mean, we can obviously start with a spade and go from there. I mean, I wonder what North is worried about. You know, oftentimes, if North didn't have such a strong hand, maybe you would be concerned that your left-hand opponent was going to, like, preempt a large number of hearts. But I don't think that's too likely of a scenario on this type of hand. Your partner probably has, like, ace, king, queen of clubs and a heart on her, and your right-hand opponent probably has the remainder of the point. So despite the vulnerability, I think it would be very unusual for East to have enough stuff to preempt. Like here, if North bids a spade, I have no faith that East is going to take a call. I mean, 3 hearts would be absolutely nonsense with 4 triple 3, despite the vulnerability. Greg says partner once picked up 12 solid hearts in a small club. You opened a club and right-hand opponent overcalled a spade. See, that's a little bit more believable. I mean, having a 12-card heart suit is a bit unbelievable, but when you only have like a 10 count or something, then it's a lot more likely that 2 other people are bidding in the auction. But here, North has an 18 count. Well, the Rimstead brothers play together a lot, so I imagine North might even have some gadgets to deal with this type of hand. I mean, like maybe you start with 2 hearts, if that shows like some sort of forcing hand with spades. A lot of the Europeans will play transfers in these types of spots. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what they did. I am curious about the first hand. So 2 spades down 1 in the North. After looks like I'm seeing in the chat that someone's saying they play a 10 to 12 no trump. I guess I could find their convention cards. It should be on the tournament website. But a little bit of off shape there, 6-3-2-2. And in the other room, North was able to open a natural diamond, and so North-South found their diamond fit, which looks like a much better place for them to end up. I suppose Declare actually needs to guess the spade suit to make 3 diamonds. But maybe it's not too hard. Alright. A club, a heart, 2 no trump by North. I wonder what that shows. Maybe it's like a 2-suiter. I mean, we could definitely imagine that 7 diamonds is the right place to play instead of 7 spades. That's for sure. Especially given that 1 club is probably artificial. It might be all... Well, if they're playing a weak no trump, it might be all strong no trump hands or intermediate no trumps, like 13 to 15. So South could have diamonds. 7 diamonds lose 2 is the call. We'll see. Oh, FYI, because I don't know how many people actually follow the Discord, we do have a bingo going on. If we hit bingo, I'll be gifting out, I haven't really decided, but I think probably a sub on Twitch and a membership on YouTube to my channel. But we'll figure that out once we get there. But we do have a bingo card. I'm going to quickly flash it on screen because I haven't cropped this in a sensible way, but here's our bingo card. I know this might not be very visible either, but that's kind of what it looks like. So I will do my best to try and keep up to date with the bingo cards, but we'll pull it up in between rounds. So we might hit the bid and make a Grand Slam space. What time did the match start? The match started, yeah, there's no delay. So the match started 12 minutes ago, and we got right into it. Would I have overcalled a heart with the West hand? I don't see what good a one heart overcall does on hands like this. Isn't it insane to play without a delay in the World Championships? You know, I was curious about that as well, but I don't know. I suppose if they confine the players to the rooms, you know, like if each of the rooms has its own bathroom so that players aren't like going out into the lobby and have a chance to interact with their teammates or someone else on the outside, then it's probably fine security-wise, but yeah. 6 hearts by North. Okay, what do I think's going on in the auction? 2 no trump. So if 2 no is a 2-suitor, 3 diamonds is probably like diamond tolerance from South. 5 hearts looks like exclusion. 5 no shows 1. So I guess 6 hearts is like we have all the key cards, technically asking for kings, but obviously South realizes that if he shows a king, it's going to get them to the 7 level. So maybe 6 hearts is like pick a Grand Slam. I'm not confident that I know what's going on in the North-South auction, but that would be kind of a guess. The other room did get to 7 spades. Yeah, let's take a look at their auction. A club, a heart, 2 hearts. So I think that shows spades for them. 3 hearts by East. Oh my god, 3 hearts by East is insanity. Pass, pass, 5 hearts, 5 no. So similar type of thing. 5 hearts was exclusion, 5 no showed 1. And North bid 7 spades. And they're very fortunate that the Jack of Spades came down, because 7 diamonds is a much better contract. Seven diamonds definitely worth playing at imps. 7 spades, I don't think so. You could build a $10 device that could transmit data to players inside the rooms. Yeah, you know, if you've been in contact with the Hans Niemann chess team, then maybe you know the types of devices that they're using. Doesn't look like South knows what 6 hearts is either. Yeah, I mean, you know, South knows that his partner has a really powerful hand, presumably with diamonds and spades. I mean, I don't know what 2 no trump showed. So that's really the only question that I have right now, is what's going on with 2 no trump. But I'm confident South bid 5 no in response to exclusion and knows that that showed 1 key card. There's the Shevchenko cheating case in chess, yeah, where he just left his phone in the bathroom. There's 7 diamonds from South. You know, I would applaud the Sweden auction, and they're going to be really disappointed to figure out they lost 2 on this board. Oh, were you involved in like trying to detect, like radio waves or whatever like being transmitted? That's kind of interesting. But but yeah, it does seem like a little bit much when you can just delay the broadcast. This is more exciting for spectators. Yeah, you called it. Way, way, way back. 7 diamonds lose 2. Hey, Koopa. Good morning. I don't really know what the 3 heart bit accomplishes in the other room. Like, it takes up some space. But aren't you just like really upset if the auction goes like pass, double, all pass? you're just like minus 1100 in your 9-fit. Hey Matt, you're at the library to studying bridge. The players are in a big ballroom and the bathrooms are outside. Okay, yeah, I mean, it feels like maybe security could have been better. West gets off to the club lead. No help to declare. How do you play 7 diamonds? I guess the simple line is probably what declare is going to take. Diamond to the ace, spade ruff. I don't think you can pick up 5-1 spades. You would have to shorten yourself too many times. Try again. What is declare doing? I guess ace king of spades is probably right. West could have had a doubleton diamond and singleton spade. It would have been weird, but possible. And there's probably no technical reason not to, so fair enough. I accept. 22-10. Other tables a little bit ahead of us. They got to 2 spades down to north-south. Feels like a steal, although east-west don't really have anywhere to play. 20 highs for each side. They seem to be using bidding boxes. That would make sense to me. Yeah, I mean, if we were on tablets, we would probably be using Love Bridge, so I do imagine that they're just on bidding boxes and regular devices. Euros in July use tablets for bidding and cards for the play. Yeah, that's a fair point. So they probably could have done that here as well. Okay, same auction, I imagine, in both rooms. West really not having enough vulnerable to overcall on such a weak hand. So north-south buy it in 2 spades. We get a club lead, which looks like a good start for the defense. East can win the jack, put his singleton heart on the table. The 9 of spades will eventually get promoted. And Declare even has some issues in the diamond suit, but I guess the plan is basically to just cross-ref at that point. So the defense is going to get 2 clubs, a heart ruff, and 3 spades. Sounds like 7 tricks for down 2. Are you missing something on why I play the ace-king of spades on board 2? Someone with a doubleton spade and 3 trumps roughing, whereas roughing a spade before cashing the king does not. Yeah, wait a second. That's a good point. See? Like, my first instinct was right. I trusted Declare's line of play. Yeah, that... I thought it looked weird, and then I just trusted Ola's play. Vugraph error? I don't think so. No way in the World Championships? I mean... It's probably pretty unlikely that West has 4 spades to the jack and the jack doubleton of diamonds. I mean, maybe Declare did think that it was more likely that West had a singleton spade with the doubleton diamond than East had a doubleton spade with 3 diamonds. It's not like a nullo play, so it's certainly anti-percentage if you don't consider anything else. Well... East now going to take a moment, consider his defensive options. I mean, switching to diamonds seems somewhat natural. I suppose as East you could go ace of clubs club here. If West spades were a little bit weaker, then you would still be able to defeat the contract. Like, really all you need is for your partner to have 10-3 of spades and then ace of clubs club, get in with the ace of spades and play a 4th club, promotes that 10 of spades for the setting trick, which is pretty important at imps. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, Fly High. I'm just saying that, like, there's probably a little more to consider than just, like, 4-2 spades versus 5-1 spades, but... Yeah, for sure. I guess things haven't gotten all that interesting. There's no entry to dummy to, like, pitch a club on the King of Hearts. Not that it would necessarily do Declaring good. East would rough in with the 6. There's a diamond. West gets the 9 of spades. I guess the defense No, they can't really score any extra tricks from here. Declare can just ruff with the queen of spades, ruff the jack of diamonds, and lead the eight of spades, and that'll be the end of it. So same down two as in the other room. We got another push. I wonder where Craig is. I'm certain he just like has no idea what the start time is for these things. Another? Well, I mean, to be fair, maybe board 2 should have been a push, but yes, that would be the first push. Do I have any bingo squares that I need to tick off? Grand bidden maid. Well, we have some more distribution. So North has a 16 count. I don't know what their no trump range is in this seat, so we'll see if North gets to open a no trump with this hand. North opens a club. It's not surprising to me that East overcalls a diamond here, given that they had overcalled a heart. Well, West was the one who overcalled a heart, but this partnership on the previous board, board 2. 2 clubs by South must show hearts. Unless it's some sort of like reverse Flannery, like 5 or more hearts, 4 or more spades, less than invitational. I think I would just bid 5 diamonds with the West hand. Well, man, I mean, if we're going to be overcalling on terrible hands like this, maybe 5 diamonds is too much, but it's like, we know the opponents are going to bid 4 of a major from West's perspective, so we just kind of preemptively bid 5 diamonds to make our game over game save, which tends to be the right thing to do at imps. Like sometimes both games make. But I guess if your partner can have a really bad hand, then maybe you're just risking 800 and you do have a bit of defense in 2 aces, even though the diamond ace might be somewhat unlikely to cash. West bids 2 spades. Well, I guess North gets to show the heart fit. 3 hearts? Or maybe 4 hearts? Yeah, 4 hearts sounds about right, because South wasn't game forcing. East is going to be happy to go quietly, but I mean, is West really letting this go? I suppose you probably should. And he does. Good decision. Yeah, 1100 might have been possible. East leads a low diamond. I don't like that. I would definitely lead the king of diamonds. I mean, I think I lead a lot more unsupported honors than most people, but this feels like one of those where, you know, it could be very important for us to like win this and then switch to the queen of spades, right? Imagine if partner had the missing spade honors, the ace and jack of spades, and dummy had king fourth. Then we really need to be on lead to put that queen of spades through. Are all the matches playing the same boards? Are you just trying to bring up as many security concerns in the same match as possible? I have no idea. Someone can look. You can pop over to one of the other tables and see if they're playing the same boards over there. I don't know. You just you just want to figure out why there's no VGraph delay. All right, we get another push. Trying to come up with a different answer other than they messed up. I think you're going to be waiting a long time to figure that one out. So England's still up 6-0. I think these are 16 board matches. They are. Pass by North. Is East going to open the 10 count? Second seat, but favorable. It's a good heart suit. I don't think South is opening at these colors in third seat. So West gets to open first, opens a club. And North does not overcall a diamond with this hand. Club of heart. West can just pass this. I think West probably should pass this. West bids a no trump. So a different contract, but it looks like this one is going to do A-okay. With the hearts coming in, 7 top trick, well, 8 top tricks. I forgot the ace of clubs. Not really that much play for a 9th, although I guess technically Declarer can actually pick up 2 club tricks. Gets the very fortunate queen 10 double 10 of clubs in North's hand. But Declarer kind of doing the normal thing of going after hearts. If these had split 4-1, it would be important to knock out the Jack of Hearts in South's hand before doing anything else. And now we're just in the wrong hand to plan clubs. Plan spades for a 9th, but do we have time? No, right? The opponents have already worked on setting up the diamond suit. I mean, I guess South, having blocked the diamonds, you could technically play on spades. But yeah, playing on clubs would have been the only legitimate double dummy way to play for a 9th trick. West opted not to bid 2 hearts. East? Yeah, how did they get to 2 hearts in the other room? A diamond, a heart, a spade. 2 hearts? Huh? Oh! Actually, interesting implication, right? East is known to have a 5-card heart suit when they bid like this, because they didn't preempt. So if West really was 4-1, 5-3, West would pull 2 hearts to 3 clubs, or 2-no, or something. I don't know what West would pull to. But then East would be able to get out in 3 diamonds. Interesting. They develop spades. Wait, I'm sorry, I haven't been following the play. Yeah, I guess the diamond blockage did create some problems for the defense, huh? Or maybe it didn't. Plus 150, though. The board is a push. Does North have an entry even without the blockage? I mean, are you suggesting ducking the opening lead rather than winning trick one? Because if it goes Jack of Diamonds, low, Queen, King, and then Declare tests the hearts, they come home, and then leads a low spade towards the 10, South can rise King and play back a diamond. It's a pretty common theme, I would say, when you're defending no-trump contracts, that if Declare tries to lead towards their hand in a suit and your side still needs to knock out a stopper, you need to preserve your partner's entry. So I think most defenders at this event would figure out to fly King of Spades on that line of play. But that's just my guess. All right, East opens a spade, this time an 11 count, but 5-5. 2 clubs by West is a bid. I don't understand the 2 club bid. Are they playing 2 clubs is not game forcing? I guess we're about to find out, because West would pass 3 diamonds if that's the case. West's hand is not a game force opposite a 1 spade opener. I know that East-West haven't been all that aggressive in their opening bids, with East not opening the 10 count on the previous hand, but still, I mean, this is a non-fitting 11. You do not want to be game forcing these. But one way or another, they got to game. So how is game going to do? East-West are missing quite a few spot cards. The Club Queen is in a good spot, but the suit doesn't break. South will get off to a heart lead, which looks like a good start for the defense. So there is the question, is North going to win the ace or play the jack at trick 1? It might depend on their spot card lead agreements. If it's possible for South to have a 4-card heart suit, I think North will play the jack at trick 1. But if somehow South's heart length is known, then North will probably win the ace and play back the jack. So yeah, I mean, on top, Declare has 3 diamonds with the finesse working, 3 clubs with the finesse working, and the King of Hearts, but the defense is going to have way too many tricks before Declare can set up enough to get to 9. If the diamonds had split a little bit better, then Declare would have some chances. 5 diamonds, 3 clubs, and a heart would be enough. So, first question, what is North going to do at trick 1? I think it's a lot easier to figure out what North would do with a holding of ace-queen third of hearts. They're playing the queen would be kind of automatic. And the reason you want to do this is that if hearts are 4-3-3 around the table, East might have king third. So if you win the ace and play back the jack, East will duck 2 rounds and then win the 3rd round and your partner's heart suit gets cut off. So from North's perspective, that looks like a disaster. he has two heart tricks, the ace of spades and the king of diamonds maybe, but that's it. So you would really want to play the jack of hearts, and that would make Declare, very afraid of ducking the first trick. But Ola wins the ace and definitely does fire back the jack. I wonder if the three of hearts was attitude. Because if it wasn't attitude, I suspect South probably should dump the queen here to just confirm to his partner that, hey, we have all of the hearts if you ever get in, so don't do anything silly like ducking the ace of spades or the ace of diamonds. Heart length is known because partner's void in diamonds. So they have to have a 5-card suit, which can't be spades. True. So they probably have 5 hearts. Probably, yes. I like the reasoning. If you had to guess, it probably is correct to play partner for 5 hearts. Yeah. Third and fifth leads, Daniel says, from the Swedes. I really should pull up the convention cards, but I'm struggling with multitasking for the time being. East. So, East knew what he had to do. He was just, contemplating how bad it was going to be if the club to the jack lost a queen. Because he has no entries to dummy. So, he was going to be down, 4 if this had lost. I mean, he might still be down quite a few. Pitches a few spades. The queen of clubs doesn't fall. He might still think he has a chance here, but he's about to get the bad news in the diamond suit. Queen of diamonds holds, and now Declare sees the writing on the wall. He can take 2 more diamond tricks, but that'll be it. Can he do better if he, leads a spade now? Maybe? I guess not, right? North can always just win, and then North-South cash out hearts and clubs. Yeah, looks like just down 2. So the other table got to 3 clubs, they went down 1. I wonder how they got there. A spade passed 3 clubs. See, this is kind of perfect. This is exactly what I've been harping on about these 3 of them minor bids all the time after 1 of a major. I think kind of the only realistic way to play it is that it promises a singleton or void in opener's suit. I mean, sure, there are some hands where you can do it with a small doubleton, but I would try and avoid it if possible. And then a good suit of your own. That's exactly what West has. East saw no reason to try and find a better spot. They know that partner has a good club suit despite their singleton. It's a misfit. Down 1, but they're still going to earn some imps for it. So Sweden is going to get on the board after this hand. The 2 club bid created this mess. Yeah, again, I'm not certain if they're playing 2/1. I mean, I think everyone nowadays plays 2/1. But I do wonder if the 2 heart bid is what ended up being game forcing. So it'll be 6-3 after this result. We'll see how many tricks North cashes to squeeze his partner. Okay, the ace of spades. Yep. I mean, at some point, South can just ditch the queen of hearts to once again let partner know. There we go. Down 2. Ooh, 7-card heart suit from South, but vulnerable, and it's not a very good hand. 2/1 was game forcing, but East-West didn't have a 3-club invite available. Then you just have to bid a no trump. I mean, I'm all for game forcing light if you don't think you're going to be able to show your hand otherwise. So, like, if I was 2 suited, if I was like 1-5, 2-5 with like an 11 count, then sure, I could get behind a 2-heart game force, because otherwise you're never going to be able to show your hand. You bid a no trump and partner bids 2 diamonds and you're like, well, now what do I do? Right? But with this hand, you just bid a no trump and then you bid 3 clubs, and that's what you do if you don't have a direct 3 clubs bid available. So South does get behind the 3-heart opener. I think this is the right bid, but I could definitely see some more conservative players opening this 2 hearts. Or 2 diamonds, or, whatever your weak preempt is in one of the majors. So 3 hearts. West probably just has to bite the bullet and bid 3 spades. I mean, you're not happy about it, but what's the alternative? I suppose you could bid 4 hearts, which I guess is like spades and a minor, but I don't know. Like, you don't really want to bid 3 spades. Your hand's not very good. Yeah, 4 diamonds, non-leaving Michaels, I guess, would be the other thing. Right, it just, the hand feels a bit light. Maybe it's okay, right? Like, 3 spades also comes with the caveat that you might just be getting doubled and go for 800, and your upside is not nearly as good when you bid 3 spades like that, because you only have 1 chance of getting to game. It's 4 spades. Whereas at least over 4 diamonds, sure, you turn 800 into 1100, which is obviously bad, but you have 2 chances of getting to game. I can understand the 4 diamond bid. I am nervous about forcing our side to the 4 level with such a, with half of my hand in the opponent's heart suit, but maybe it's the best bid. So 4 diamonds, East is going to bid 4 spades. All in hindsight, I think 4 diamonds is better than 3 spades. My match point mind wants me to bid 3 spades because, like, at match points, minus 800 is still better than minus 1100. We beat all of the minus 1100s. But at imps, I guess you really just want to fixate on trying to get to the right game most of the time. So I like 4 diamonds a lot better than 3 spades in retrospect. All right, what is South going to do? South is probably going to lead their singleton, I imagine. Ooh. Well, maybe not, right? The singleton lead is very revealing. Okay, South does lead the Ace of Hearts. This seems like a sensible attempt to try and get up to 3 tricks pretty quickly. If the King of Spades somehow happens to be a trick, which doesn't seem all that likely given that West is the one who's supposed to have most of the values on this auction, we could go Ace of Hearts, Heart Ruff, and score a trump trick, but it's hard to find our 4th defensive trick on this lead. Hey, Shift. Good morning. How goes it? It's been a slow start. I mean, I'm struggling to find a defense for South that looks like has a good chance of beating this thing. I guess switching to a diamond makes some sense. If your partner has the Diamond King, this could prematurely force Declare to take the ace for fear that you're getting a Diamond Ruff. And then a very simple line of play, you know, your partner has the Club Ace and Diamond King, would just lead to down 1. But I guess you always beat it if your partner has the Club Ace and Diamond King, because you have the Ace of Hearts, you have the King of Spades, and you have a Diamond and Club trick. Yeah, Ace of Hearts then Diamond definitely doesn't look as clear of a singleton as leading the 10 of Diamonds at trick 1. Not clear Declare is going to get this right on a diamond switch. Yeah, I think Declare just has a bit too difficult of a time in making this contract. You can make it, right? We can play South for King Doubleton of Spades. So basically we just, at some point, cash the Ace of Spades and then play 3 rounds of diamonds, and if South ruffs, so be it, it's with a natural. And if South doesn't ruff, then we can ruff the 4th round of diamonds in hand, setting up the suit, and then pull trumps. I guess there's like a little bit more work to do than that because we have to worry about the 10 of Spades. But that's the gist of it. But that is a very double dummy line. Now, with that said, I mean, Declare shouldn't be in a rush to like run the Queen of Spades. Do you need to cash the Ace of Spades? No. And I mean, like, the line of play I stated, Declare would go down because South would ruff in with, like, the Spade King and then play another heart, promoting the 10. But that's kind of the idea, is that we just set up the diamonds first. Man, I think Declare might actually make this because North seems pretty likely to get squeezed in the minors, right? So South wins the King of Spades, but now what does South do? A heart is bad because that allows Declare to pitch their club loser. So I think South is just going to switch to diamonds here. Declare can win the ace. Declare can pull trumps. And then Declare can lead a club up to the king. And that sets up 1 discard. And the 9 of clubs is actually a threat because North has the Queen Jack of clubs. I mean, there might be like a slight improvement on this plan, but it does look to me like Declare is going to be able to make this, or should make it, from this point. I wonder how they went down in the other room. I mean, South probably just led their singleton diamond, got in with the Spade King, and got a diamond ruff, right? That seems pretty likely. I mean, there are other lines of play that also make. You don't have to squeeze north in the minors. You could play 2 rounds of trumps and then test the diamonds. And then when south has a doubleton diamond, or singleton diamond and doubleton spade, you'll also be able to rough the diamonds good. So it's kind of hard for me to imagine Declare going down, but I guess I think we're about to see, the first moment that Declare has to make a judgment call. Because if Declare rides this around to his king of diamonds, that removes an entry from his hand and the squeeze no longer operates. So you gotta win one of the ace or queen of diamonds, and then you gotta pull at least one more trump. Opportunity for West to show some technique. Yeah, it would be very impressive to me if West was the one who ended up making this contract. East would have to fall severely ill at the table. But yeah, see, East is declaring, as they were at the other table. I'm just going to quickly take a look at the play over there. South did lead the singleton diamond, so Declare won the ace, probably to immediately take a losing spade finesse. South switched to clubs, partner got in, gave them a diamond rough, and that was the end of the hand. Cashes the ace of hearts for down 1. I don't think Declare is going to believe this is a singleton diamond, but there's no reason to get greedy and try and lead a club up to the king now, right? You can always do this later, and if the diamond wasn't a singleton, then you're just always claiming. So as Declare, you don't really need to risk these scenarios where you just have a claim when suits split well. Now, one thing Declare might be thinking about is whether or not to play a spade to the 9. They don't. They play a spade to the ace. King of diamonds. Boring. Boring. But yes, this is probably the technically better play, to just rough the diamond suit good. You're going to look awfully silly when South turns up with the club ace, but that seems pretty unlikely, right? South would have had to open 3 hearts with ace of hearts, king of spades, ace of clubs. King of clubs, really important play here from Declare. If they exit a low club, South might be able to win the queen or jack, and then play a heart through, promoting the 10 of spades. So, very well done by McIntosh here for England, and they open up a huge lead, 18-3. They're up by 15. Still a lot of match to go, though. 3 no trump in the West, bidden made in the other room. We got 12 opposite 12. And if I've learned anything from the East-West bidding, that means that they're 100% getting to game on these cards. So the question is just, how easy is it to make? Well, I mean, Declare definitely has some issues. Wow, North overcalls 1 heart. That is so few hearts. So Diamond, a heart, negative double. Hey, Johan. Good afternoon. 2 clubs by West, patterning out, showing both minors. 2 hearts by East, artificial game force. So West bids 2-no to show the heart stopper. Then no further heart bids. Well, I think that's probably good, right? I don't like people who overcall 1 heart. That's not the right way to phrase it. Hold on. Undo, please. And just clicking the undo button on what I said. I don't think it's a good decision to have a preemptive hand, overcall at the cheapest level possible, so the 1 level, and then later on decide that because you hadn't preempted, you should still continue bidding, showing more length in your suit. Overcalling 1 heart and then bidding 2 hearts later, when your partner doesn't do anything and the opponents have showed values, shows a good hand. You're just getting yourself in trouble if you're only doing it because you had a preempt and forgot to preempt earlier. Wow, Queen of Spades lead. I mean, this isn't like a terrible lead for the defense because it hasn't blown a heart trick. But Declare is going to be pretty happy to get a free entry, not have to worry about the spade suit, and be able to immediately lead diamonds. So it does look like Declare is going to make this. There's 3 spades, 3 diamonds, a heart, and 2 clubs, with the king of clubs coming down. I think Declare is going to work out hearts or 7-2 relatively quickly. South has the ace king of diamonds and didn't find a heart raise. So South can't really have heart support. There have to be opportunities to go down here. It depends how the defense goes about the play. If South wins a diamond and continues like the 10 of spades, maybe. Like if South just continues pounding away at the spade suit and doesn't touch hearts, then maybe. But I think South is going to win and switch to hearts. And then Declare is going to have to duck. And then there's no way to try and play for a strip squeeze on North that doesn't exist. But if somehow the clubs and hearts go untouched for a while, technically Declare could hope to throw North in with a heart to lead away from the club king later in the play. Okay, diamond 9, queen 10. So Declare is just thinking at this point whether or not he has enough entries to lead up towards the jack of diamonds a couple more times, because diamonds could be 4-1. And it could be really important to lead up towards that jack of diamonds twice if South really does have ace king 8 remaining. But how do you get there? You can get there once in spades. But if you try and cross in clubs, that might be a little bit too late. He might try it, though. What's the harm in leading a low club right now? North wins the king. And then, if North switches to hearts, you have what? 3 spades, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, and a diamond is already 9 tricks. And if North doesn't switch to hearts, then you have the queen of clubs entry. He may well lead a low club. I actually think he's somewhat likely to lead a low club. The lazy play is probably just to continue diamonds. As I say this, he does continue diamonds. I think I like the plan of leading a club. Like, how could North possibly have a one heart overcall if they didn't have the club king? They have no diamond honors and just the queen of spades and king of hearts. Seems unlikely. Especially given that we know that North has at least 7 hearts. Once again, South has turned up with the diamond ace king and didn't support hearts. Anyway, is there a reason not to cash the club ace first? I don't know. I mean, probably not, but oh yeah, the diamond entry. Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, that's a really good point. If we cash the club ace, and we're in this world where the king of clubs falls singleton, that's kind of bad for us, right? Because now we don't have a fast re-entry to our hand after we knock out the ace king of diamonds. If clubs are 3-2, it's fine, but then cashing the ace of clubs doesn't really help. All right, diamond goes around to the ace. So South thinking about how to possibly beat this contract, but does switch to hearts. Declare finds the correct plan of ducking. North wins the king, realizes that continuing hearts has probably little merit, so he might switch back to spades just to attack the entries here. And then Declare will cash a couple spades, knock out the diamond king, and be pleasantly surprised when the king of clubs falls. He'll get an over trick. Wait. Incorrect. He will get exactly the right number of tricks, which is 9. I wonder how the play went in the other room. Quick peek as to what's going on over there. A diamond, we also get the 1 heart overcall from North here. I did make this point a while back, and maybe they were listening, that if you have a really weak suit, it's often incorrect to preempt, and it's a little bit safer to just overcall at the 1 level. So I do wonder if that's what both Norths were thinking with this 1 heart bid as opposed to a heart preempt. I mean, on the surface, it looks like a pretty normal heart preempt to me. I would be a little bit hesitant to bid 3, but 2 hearts feels perfectly fine. North did lead a heart in the other room. Declare was able to win. Lead a low club to knock out the king of clubs. Another heart was continued. But yeah, South having the ace king of diamonds, there was just nothing the defense could do. North set up his hearts, but no way back there. So after a bit of thought, North does continue a second spade. So, what does Declare know about North's hand? It looks as if North is 7-2-2-2, right? North led the queen of spades from queen third, but you might expect North to have queen doubleton. Yeah, so Declare just continues diamonds, which makes some sense. Ooh, North pitches the third spade. Now I think Declare knows exactly what's going on. So he'll have no issues dropping that stiff king. The spade is kind of like a revealing play to both Declare and your partner. South now knows that Declare doesn't have the last spade, which South might have also thought was going on. But, man, this gives away so much information to Declare. Because I'm pretty convinced Declare knew about the 7-2 hearts already. You know, several tricks ago even. So he knows North has a singleton club. I mean, South could try playing back the 10 of spades here, giving Declare like an extra entry to the dummy. I think this would have been a much more believable defense if North had thrown a heart on this trick, and then South continued the 10 of spades, like, ha ha ha, I'm cutting Declare's communication. But then all of a sudden, you know, North turns up with the third spade and Declare's like, oh, they messed up. I didn't have an entry, but now I can lead the queen of clubs, squashing the singleton jack. I think he's going to get it right. Again, it just all comes down to, like, why would you overcall one heart instead of preempting? Well, if you didn't have the club king, the hand's not really worth a one heart overcall. I mean, maybe it is, but wouldn't you still rather preempt that type of hand? You would probably be more likely to bid a heart if you had extra defense than if you had extra offense. Yeah, South is taking a moment to try and work out what's going on. He just exits a heart, though. And now there really just isn't anything Declare can do other than hope that the king of clubs falls. And it does. Ace of clubs, there's the king. I guess actually at this point he was also picking up singleton jack, right? Because he would play a club to the queen from here. South would win the king, and South would be end played into giving him the last two tricks in either black suit. So, looks like he was just always making 9 tricks. Push board. On to board 9. So we're halfway through the match. England is up by 15. I still have no co-caster, and four spades down 1 in the other room. North opens this weak no trump, 10 to 12, I guess. It is a maximum. That is a 12 count, if you can believe it. I wonder if South just game forces this. It's only 11. I guess you probably transfer to spades and or do whatever it is that shows spades systemically. I guess I'm also not familiar with weak no trump systems, so 2 clubs looks like Stamen to me. Did South not have a transfer to spades followed by a retransfer to diamonds available? Not sure. 2 clubs, 2 spades, 4 spades. So how many losers do North-South have? They have 2 hearts, they have a club, and the king of diamonds is offside. Diamonds do split well. So even though the trumps don't split all that well, looks like Declare should be finishing down 1 if the defense works out to cash all their tricks. East on lead. I don't think we lead a spade, a heart, or a club, so it's got to be a diamond, right? Nothing to do other than finesse here. I mean, East could have the same hand with the diamond king instead of the jack, so there's no real expectation that the king of diamonds is offside. You probably wouldn't like to lead away from a king against this type of an auction, but East-West have enough values that East might just be stuck. So diamond to the queen, king, and I guess West doesn't actually have to cash out at this point, because even if Declare does manage to set up the diamonds, he would have to pull 3 rounds of trumps. Would I lead a spade with the king of diamonds instead of the jack? I don't think so. I think I would still just lead a diamond. I mean, I would say the singleton spade is very risky on an auction like this. It could work out, but it's not the same as if we had 4 small spades, where I'd be thrilled to lead a spade if the opponents were in a very likely 4 forfeit. With the singleton, we're just picking off partner's trump holding way too often. So it could be right. You know, partner might have 4 small, and then we look like a genius. We start pulling trumps before Declare can cross rough. But I think a lot more often, partner's going to have like jack 4th or queen 4th or even queen 3rd, and we just end up giving Declare the contract for free. Hurt to the queen and ace. Looks pretty reasonable. 3 of hearts from West should indicate some sort of interest in the heart suit, so East returns a heart. 10 comes back to the king, and now West knows he has to cash out that club ace. The 10 of hearts denies the jack. So if he doesn't get partner's ace of clubs, then the jack of hearts is going to pitch a club from the south hand. Only real thing he could be thinking about is, do I need to give partner a diamond rough? But I think if Declare start... You know, there's so many indications that partner hasn't led a singleton diamond. 1, Declare didn't fly the diamond ace at trick 1. If Declare really had jack 4th of diamonds, he would have been a lot more nervous about this diamond lead being a singleton, and I think quite often would have popped up with the ace. And 2, like, why would Declare play the queen if he had jack 4th in hand? He would run the diamond lead around to his jack. So, you know, as West, you should know that partner has the jack of diamonds, was leading from diamond length. You know where the jack of hearts is. You know Declare has 4 spades, so even if your partner happens to have the singleton king, there's nothing you can do in the spade suit. You just have to cash this ace of clubs. West should be working through all this, but it looks pretty clear-cut to me, I would say. Low club, Declare might try popping king to no avail. So this will be down 1, another push board. So really a lot of this match was on that 4 spade defense on board 7, where at the 1 table they led the singleton diamond, and Declare just took kind of a normal line of play and tried to finesse in the trump suit. That didn't work, and he was quickly down 1. Here there was a bit of a convoluted defense that never really led to establishing the diamond rough, and Declare did really well to handle the end position to make the contract. That's the main difference in the match. 12 big imps there. I'm surprised it's taken West this long. I mean, what else could he be thinking about? So, we've worked out partner has the jack of diamonds. Therefore, partner has diamond length. So we're never setting up another diamond trick. Declare is known to hold a doubleton, or maybe a singleton in the suit. So diamond continuation never really helps. A heart continuation really doesn't help. Okay, there's the 2 of clubs. Declare doesn't try putting up the king. Not that it matters. Craig, good morning. Were you planning to join me today? Must be thinking about East having a heart rough, but South was the dummy. Board 7, Australia got to 6 clubs in the East. Oh, Pete is not going to be happy with that one. Oh no. That's not good for them. Oopsies. Typical Australia, though. Getting 4 levels too high in the wrong strain. Alright, East opens a club. Got a 14 count. No club spots. Club pass a spade. We finally found one of a major hand that South was not willing to overcall. North makes a takeout double. See, look at this takeout double. Okay. Gib has something to learn from these players, because double does not show the other 2 suits. Double is takeout of this major suit over here. Clubs is easily a playable strain on an auction like this, especially when a lot of players are playing these like not natural 1 club opening systems. Well, North-South found their heart fit. 2 hearts is probably passing back around to East, who I guess is going to let it go. North is thinking real hard about like raising 2 hearts to 3. That seems ambitious to me. I mean, what does he need, right? He kind of needs his partner to have club stuff. Otherwise, if East has club stuff, that's not good. Do I think 2 clubs by South is natural if East 1 club is 3+, not 2+? I would say I don't think it should be. I can understand having the agreement that it's kind of just like any other takeout double and it's like a cubid, but I would really rather have clubs be a playable strain. Wasn't sure if I was joking. I'm not joking. Like, takeout double shows club. What, you think North made the takeout double to show hearts and diamonds here with ace, king, jack? No, this is silly. Double should be takeout of spades. It is takeout of spades. That's what he's got. He's got takeout of spades. North did let it go after quite a bit of thought. So I guess West leads his singleton club. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Three rounds of clubs roughing. And the defense still has 2 more tricks. The ace of spades and a heart trick. I mean, at the very least. That's probably all they get. Oh, no, never mind. There's a 4th round of clubs that also gets... Oh, my God. This is going to be a bloodbath. So what is that? 2 clubs, a club ruff, a spade to the ace, another club ruffed, and then the queen of hearts? This is like down 3? Did I count that correctly? Yeah, this is like down 3. How did 3 hearts only go down 2 in the other room? Hello? Ah, the queen of spades lead. What was the auction over there? It was the same fucking auction! Why are we leading dummies shortness on this auction? Oh my god! Like, dude, if West leads the queen of spades too, I'm leaving. I'm done. Broadcast is over for the day. If that lead hits the table, stop leading dummies shortness. That's never the right thing to do. Partner even bid clubs here. Like at the other table, they bid a precision 1 diamond or something. Fine. You don't want to lead clubs because like your partner didn't bid the suit. Here your partner bid clubs. Weren't they watching what was happening in the other room on 4 spades where they won 12 because they led their singleton? God, I hope they were not watching what was happening at the other table. But, man, leading singletons is pretty good. What is Wes thinking about? Lead the jack of clubs, bro! Okay. I'm settling down. I'm calm. They could win 3 on this board by being a level lower. West is just like pausing because he doesn't want to insta-lead the singleton. Good ethics. It might just be South American internet. I mean, that could be, I guess. 2 clubs, 3 hearts, 1 spade. Dude, we're getting 4 club tricks, Shift. We're getting the queen of clubs, the ace of clubs, a club ruff with the 7 of hearts, a spade to the ace, a club ruff over-ruffed with the king of hearts. I'm going out the room. Yep, we're just done with casting for the day. The jack of clubs doesn't get led. West doesn't know it's his lead. He's waiting for partner. Whew. Oh, did I miscount? Are you trying to tell me that my math is faulty? Is that what you're saying? My math might be faulty. Oh, goodbye. Well, that is the only table that did not that went down. Oh my god. We're never gonna know what he led. Who has to lead the queen of spades and he's flipped the table. That's very possible. Alright, we'll try and keep up to date on what's going on in the other room. So we're gonna miss like 4 boards because this table is so far ahead. You're wondering how they got 6 tricks after the queen of spades lead at the other table? You know, I didn't think too hard about that either, but that's a good point. Craig, I see you texted me. Don't text me, just type in the chat. I'm busy here. What happened in this auction? South must have bid. A club by North. North is not shy about opening the bidding. A heart by South. A spade by North. 2 diamonds game force. Yeah, that sounds about right. 2 hearts showing the 3 card support. 3 hearts. 3 no. Wow. I'm surprised that South didn't make more of a push. North is marked with short diamonds, right? A club, a heart, a spade, 2 hearts. North is known to be 4-3 blank blank. I didn't read your text, by the way. Win 8. What the fuck? There's no way! Do they have a play record? Hold on. Wait, we need to we need to take a timeout for this. Just a second. Just 1 second. There's no way! Why did they lead the Queen of Spades? I'm losing my mind. What is going on? Okay, hold on. I need a break. I need a break after this. That's just it's impossible. What are they doing? Oh my god. I'll be back. Like give me like 15 seconds. We'll go back to the other room. Ah! Okay. I'm scaring the people outside your window who are operating heavy machine. I'm sorry. All right, I'm like zen now. I'm all calm. We're gonna. I don't know if I can watch the other table after that. No, we'll head back over there. Whew. Okay. What happened on this one? 4 spades down 1 push board. Great. Awesome. That looks really disappointing for North-South, huh? Clubs just didn't come home. Losing 3 hearts and a club. Unfortunate. Alright, I definitely need some water. West opens a diamond. Spade by East. West bids a no trump. So East, I assume, is going to invite. Now, this hand has a little bit of a different flavor to the one that West had kind of mistakenly game forced earlier in the set, board 6. But this is still an 11 count. I think 2 no trump feels about right. West will pass. West just doesn't have anything. You're starting to believe the Queen of Spades was led and the table got flipped. That's what unplugged the internet. It could be. It very much could be. So North will probably... That's actually really interesting. Yeah, North had a choice of opening leads. Also, it is starting to look like North-South might be playing 3rd and 5th against no trump because this is a 3rd best lead. So North had this nice spade sequence, but obviously East did bid 1 spade in the auction. So heart lead. Heart to the Jack and King. And I guess we duck a spade. We got 7 top tricks: Ace, King, Queen of Hearts, Ace, King of Spades, Ace, King of Diamonds. North kind of did well to not split the spade honors there. Not that it really would have mattered, but he knows that Declare's not running the 6 of spades if he started with king, queen, 6. And also, there's no way Declare would play like this. So he knows his partner has a spade honor. It was safe to play low. So South wins the queen of spades. But now what does South do? I guess it looks somewhat natural to just return the 9 of hearts. Like, switching to a club is, maybe technically correct, but it's gonna look real sad if Declare, like, puts in the jack of clubs and that wins. But South switches to a club. It kind of worked, although the club suit's blocked. Club switch actually seems really strange to me. West can't exactly have a singleton club. So what is South hoping for? Yeah, I really don't understand the club switch. Now that I'm thinking about it more. It doesn't seem like it's gonna matter too much. Eventually North is going to just have to lead a heart away from the 10-7 and catch his partner with the 9. So I imagine this is just going to be down 1. And another kind of nice pickup for Sweden. So they're back in the match. So what will this be? This will be 4 imps going the way of Sweden. They'll be back by 3. With 6 boards to play. The other table might almost be done at this point. You know, with them having to, like, replug the internet and probably repair multiple walls in this room after the Queen of Spades lead. Interesting that Declare chose to cash the Queen of Hearts. I think Declare knew about the heart position, because North followed high-low in the heart suit. Sorry, where's our tricks? The 2 of hearts is played next, and they lead 3rd and 5th, so Declare knows that the hearts are 4-2. All right, Ace of Diamonds, down 1. Now Declare could have passed a spade again. You know, this is for the 2nd time. Oh, sorry, East was not a passed hand on this one. Yeah, I was thinking East was a passed hand, so Declare definitely could not have passed a spade. All right, board 13. Part scores OP. Yeah, part scores sometimes swing you a lot of imps. 12 imps on some part score deals. So we got 4 boards to play. Did I say 6 earlier? I think I did. 4 boards to play. North opens a club. Ooh, this is the one that we saw in the other room, where I was questioning North-South's decision not to try for more. Ah, we have a bit of a different take on the North hand. So in the other room, it went a club, a heart, a spade, but here, a club, a heart, 2 hearts. I would say I like the 2 heart bid if your system kind of caters for it, because the 1 spade bid doesn't limit the strength of your hand. And when you have a very minimum opener, you kind of want to get to the stage where your partner can start passing your bids if they don't have much either. Which does a couple things. I mean, one, it keeps your side lower, because if you start with a spade and then kind of later bid hearts, your partner might be like, well, I should probably like take another call just in case partner has, that like 18 or 19 count that they couldn't jump shift with, and then you get too high. But secondly, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponents to come in. If like you have a minimum opener, your partner has a very like sub-minimum response, and you're just stealing the opponent's game contract. If you continue like putzing around and bidding another suit and another suit and another suit, eventually one of the opponents is going to find a takeout double, and they're going to be able to find their game. So I like the 2 heart bid. Again, you kind of need to have these raise on 3s in your system, otherwise you can't really afford to do it. But here we go. 2-0 asking, 3 clubs, minimum with 3. And from here, I actually think that South is just going to sign off on 4 hearts. Yes, he's pleased that they found the 9-card heart fit, but he has no idea that his partner has such a good fitting hand for him. Oh, I spoke too soon. I'm trying to think about what 3 diamonds and 3 no would be. Most pairs would play 3 diamonds as a shortness ask. But why would 3 no trump be diamonds? Maybe... Okay, so Al Hollander suggests that... Oh, I just realized we can see the chat, which is fine, but I think it's a little distracting. Al Hollander says 3 clubs promises shortness. So... Right, yeah. So what Greg was saying would have made sense to me. That if it's 3 hearts shows no shortness, 3 spades shows high shortness, which would be spades, 3 no trump shows middle shortness, which would be diamonds. But Al Hollander seems to think that 3 club... Okay, Al's spitting out a bunch of like system stuff, and maybe... Oh, he opened a club and he can only have 2 shortnesses. Good point. Good point. Also true. Yes. Swedish style up the line. Got it. So South does know about the diamond shortness. But remember, partner showed 3 hearts and a minimum. So like, how can you really have a slam with the South hand? I mean, he's thinking about it. This is the reason why he asked with 3 diamonds. I guess I would say normally you'd want to ask before bidding 3 diamonds, but... They might not play any ace-asking conventions. That seems highly unlikely to me. I'm sure they're playing kickback. of some kind. See, this was the point in the other auction that I thought South might have taken another call, but North wasn't as limited over there. I mean, North, sure, I guess was somewhat limited in that, I don't know, he made like a non-serious slam try, but you got to imagine that in the other room, South could have pictured North with the same hand, but the Jack of Hearts was the Ace of Hearts. And then 6 Hearts looks like a pretty good spot. Here, that seems a lot less likely. You know, I don't think North can have the 14 count where the Jack of Hearts is the Ace of Hearts. North would not show that as 3 cards with a minimum. North would have shown that as 3 cards with a max. So, you know, it would kind of have to be not the Club Queen, and then the Jack of Hearts is the Ace of Hearts, but that's still like a 12 count with a singleton that's all primes, right? We're talking Queen, 4th of Spades, Ace, King of Hearts, King of Clubs. And you kind of do need some of these black suit honors, right? It might seem as if, like, oh, if we just change the Queen of Spades into nothing, then we're doing okay. But roughing 2 diamonds and the Ace, King, 3rd of Hearts would oftentimes give the opponents a trump trick. So you kind of need either the Club Queen or the Spade Queen for Slam to be good. I don't know. I would probably treat that as a non-minimum. But it does depend on the range of their opening bids, for sure. So 4-0 by South. Key card, it looks like, would be my guess. 5 diamonds showing 1. 0, 3, 1, 4. South signs off. Not going to cost them, but they would certainly feel a little bit more comfortable playing at the 4 level. I mean, for all South knows, North could have the King, 3rd of Hearts, and that Jack of Hearts could be in Spades. And then you really wouldn't want to be at the 5 level here. You would have to pick up the Jack of Hearts to make it. So West on lead. I guess we lead a spade? I don't think a trump is a very good lead on this auction when the opponents are like searching for slam and stop short. You're not in a hurry to lead a singleton and pick off your partners like Queen 3rd and the trump suit or whatever. Even though, you know, it prevents diamond ruffs. Okay, I feel cornered on this. I'm going to check the text that Craig sent me earlier. Great. So, no co-caster for this segment, but supposedly he might be here later. Can this go down on a diamond lead? I think the answer is no, because Declare can always pull 1 round of trumps and then just start playing black suit cards to pitch their diamond losers. I assume you were saying play 2 rounds of diamonds. I mean, I guess Declare can also just rough the 3rd round of diamonds. But yeah, I think Declare's plan basically on this spade lead is just pull some trumps and unblock the king of spades, cross in clubs, and take his discards and the black suits. Doesn't need to ruff any diamonds. Oh. In this case, I can leave discord, which makes my life a little bit easier. Hey, Craig. Ducking this is a little annoying. Why? We just play a second heart. If East wins and then forces dummy, we cross in spades, pull the last trump, run the black suits. Well, if East ducks 2 rounds of hearts, then East is down to singleton ace. So we unblock the spade king, ace of clubs, club to the king, queen of spades. If East roughs with the ace, then he can't pull dummy's last trump. We can rough a diamond and get back to the long club. And if East doesn't rough, then we pitch a diamond and then play another club, pitching another diamond. So yeah, Declare does just have a claim for 11 tricks here. I don't know how they lost a trick in the other room. That seems a little strange. I guess maybe in the other room East could have like won the ace of hearts and tried to give partner club roughs. Declare could then unblock the clubs, pull trump sending in dummy, and pitch all of his diamonds. That feels like maybe the only way to score 12 tricks. Yeah, so heart to the jack. Declare can play a low heart back now, and there's just nothing the defense can do. Very simple. East flies ace, and a black card would let Declare make 12 tricks. A red card will hold Declare to just 11. Well, so it's looking like this is probably going to be 1 imp to England. And then we have 3 boards to play in this set. Yeah, there's a heart return. So Declare can cross in spades or clubs, try and run some trumps to see if East feels like he comes under any pressure, but he will not. And then see if the clubs split, which they don't. So this should be just 11 tricks. Defense gets 1 in the end. There would be a squeeze if West happened to have the club length here. Declare can now play 3 rounds of hearts, pitching a diamond, a club, and then depending on what West threw on the last heart. But it would be a little bit of a guess about the distribution at that point. Okay, new board. Board 14. We'll see a pass by East. And South, I believe, has to open a club with this hand, because they play a 10 to 12 no trump. So West will get to preempt in spades. And how many spades do we think West is going to preempt? I take it all back. I have no idea what their no trump range is. Okay, now that I'm a little bit more organized, maybe I should try and pull up convention cards. That's probably... you know what? We'll do it for the next match. we're a bit too late into this match, but for the next match I'll be more prepared. I also think we have quite a bit of a break. I'm being told a no trump is 12-14 here. 10-13, Frederick says. You better get your eyes checked. That is not 10-13. 1 no, 3 spades by West, double by North. South gets to bid 4 hearts. Man, East didn't even raise to 4 spades. Ooh. Naughty, naughty by East. East has no defense against this contract, a big spade fit with partner, and he's going to pay the price. I mean, even if they happen to get a diamond ruff, that's still only 3 defensive tricks. The club queen is on side. Not that it would matter at that point. Declares diamonds would be good. So club opening lead, Declare gets to pull trumps, set up the diamond suit. This is going to be a game swing, and Sweden is going to overtake England in this match. Still only the opening match of the event. Lots of room to make up any errors that were made in the first set here. Matt says USA is only up 7 against Guadeloupe. Well, you know, win's a win, right? USA notably is the 1 seed in the bracket, or in the group, but we probably expected to do a little bit better against some of the lower seeded teams. This can't feel very good from West. Club went around to the queen and king. Trump split. And now he's sitting on ace-jack doubleton of diamonds, so this is going to be an overtrick, 450, which will be 9 imps to Sweden. And they're up by 5. Is it like soccer where the top 2 teams get out of the group? No. Much different. Oh my god, this hand. Oh. Okay, I'll answer the question first, then we'll get back to it. So there are 2 groups, and each group has like 17 or so teams in it. I actually don't know the numbers. I think one might have 17 and one has 18, or both have 17. The top 8 get out of each group. So we're going to cut down with 8 days of play to go, which I think should be starting on Sunday of this week, maybe. So starting on Sunday of this week-ish, there will be a top 16, and then there are going to be 2-day matches from there on out, head-to-head. So number 1 is going to play up against 16, number 2 against 15, and so on, like that. Club a diamond. East did not take a call. That seems ultra conservative to me. East didn't bid like 3 diamonds or something. That actually seems insane. Maybe East is getting relayed info about the hands and realizes that the diamond split is not in his favor. Well, 3-0 in the north. So what happened here? A club, a diamond looks just artificial, I guess. Oh, Al Hollander is suggesting that 2 spades showed diamonds. But in that case, East would never lead a diamond here. So I think Al's wrong. That feels bad to say, but sometimes Al gets things wrong. All right. Queen of diamonds lead. So what do you do as declare here? Like, do you try and make this, or do you just cash out for down one? I mean, it looks like he's decided he's going to try and make it. Club to the ace, lead a spade, hope they duck. West will never duck this, but, you know, and East will also never duck this. I mean, so what's the risk? We play spade, they win, and they cash 5 hearts. So you end up down 2. Probably worthwhile to try and sneak a spade. I mean, like, there's zero chance that either of the defenders duck this trick. It doesn't cost if hearts are 4-4. That was not the card played. Okay. All right. We're all good. Australia is in 4 spades doubled down 4 here. Pete is going to have some choice words for his team. Surely someone's overcalling a heart with 5, and surely someone's preempting 3 diamonds with 7. Well, one of those things wasn't true. Either way, they do end up picking up 3 imps. How did the other table go down 2? Wait a second. How did the other table go down 2? Diamond to the 10. What a play. Diamond to the 10. Oh, man. That looks real silly in hindsight, doesn't it? My, oh my. Singleton diamond lead. Fascinating. Alright, what have we got going on here? Diamond, a heart, a spade, 3 diamonds. Aggressive. 3 hearts by North. I get that. So 3 hearts is game forcing, which means South has to find a bid of some kind here. And I imagine South is going to bid 4 hearts. You know, he has a club stopper, right? But you got to think about your partner's hand in context. Partner showed diamonds, 4-card spades, and 3-card hearts. So your partner has a singleton club. Ace-third of clubs is not a great stopper in no trump. And in the meanwhile, you can actually ruff a couple of clubs in the short trump hand if you're playing in hearts. So I think South will bid 4 hearts. Ooh, you know what? This is a much better bid. 4 clubs. I like 4 clubs. South has already limited his hand with 3 diamonds, and South's hand is kind of like a gold mine. I mean, it would be a little bit better if South had a singleton spade and 5 small diamonds, but regardless, I mean, ace of clubs is fine. It's probably opposite a singleton, so it will be technically a working card. And the king, queen, jack of hearts look like good cards. North could have extras, right? 1 spade hasn't really limited North's hand. So if North could have more than this, then maybe they do have a slam. And there's no real risk in just like Q-bitting like crazy once you've already limited your hand in these spots. So I really like the 4 club bid, assuming that's what's going on here. Maybe South is bidding 4 clubs to try and say, like, please pick between hearts and diamonds, which could also be the case. You know, maybe thinking that the Moisian could be bad if partner has 3 small hearts instead of ace third. North has to have a singleton club. Well, I mean, like, you know, as opposed to a club void, right? Like, the ace of clubs would be a bad card opposite a club void. We would much rather have that ace in one of the other suits. And I don't actually know the distinction of the 1 diamond versus 1 club opening bid in their system. Like, maybe 1 diamond shows diamonds. But yes, I mean, like, I would expect North to pretty often have this exact shape. 6 diamonds is a fine spot. 6 diamonds is, like, okay, right? You go ace and a diamond, and I guess that's fine. Is it better to run the 10 and then take another diamond finesse? Maybe that's better, but you'd expect North-South to be a 2+ club. Well, they play a weak no-trump, so something has to show the other no-trump range. But yeah, I'm not certain. Well, what is North going to do over 4 clubs? I mean, it looks like Sweden's going to come out with the win here because 6 of anything makes, right? Even 6 hearts makes. Maybe 6 hearts doesn't make on a club lead? Or at least there are lines of play where Declare can go down on a club lead. Like if Declare plays for 2-2 diamonds, he'll go down. 6 spades is a little dicey. 6... True. Although... No, I think you're right. 6 spades will go down on this one. Not as bad as 6 clubs. Or 6 no trump, for that matter. But I was mostly thinking about the red suits. You know, this long of a think, the longer players like this think on these hands, the more likely it is they're just going to pull like 6 of something out of their hat. 6 nose cold on a diamond lead, it really is. I mean, so is 6 spades, right? Who was it who kept telling people to lead their singleton? You know, North-South are going to get to 6 spades, and East is going to be like, I've learned my lesson. Singleton, queen of diamonds, here we go. Maybe North wondering if 4 hearts is key card. Ooh. I don't think 4 hearts could possibly be key card. I think South hasn't clarified what their slam try is in, right? South's 4 clubs hasn't denied a heart fit yet. You don't think they play kickback at all? That would make sense to me, right? There was the hand on board 13 where South bid 4 no trump key card. Okay, North bid 4 diamonds. I really like the 4 diamond bid. This is obviously forcing. And yeah, as Schmiebel says, 4 diamonds setting the trump suit is really nice. Like, when you're in a slam auction, one of the biggest issues that a lot of people have is, like, they don't set the trump suit early enough so they can't start Q-bitting. What is 4 clubs? Good question. Good question. I mean, in essence, four clubs is just a generic slam try. Because clubs is not a playable strain. South has showed hearts and diamonds, North has showed club shortness, so four clubs is just like an artificial slam try of some kind. North bid four diamonds, and now South, I think, is just like clearly re-emphasizing that he has a complete maximum, which, again, you know, like I said, I think if South was 1-4-5-3 with the same honor structure, I would be a lot more behind this. Or you know, 1-3-5-4. 1-5-4-3. Also. So I don't know if like South really has this like super maximum, but they do get to 6 diamonds. And this is going to make... I mean, there's really no way for Declare to go wrong here. I guess you could run the 10 of diamonds and cash the ace, but South must have been concerned four hearts would end the auction. I mean, I assume. Now 5 clubs is the club ace? No, I don't think 5 clubs is the club ace. I think maybe 5 clubs is the club ace. It's hard to know. All right, 10 of diamonds. West plays low. 10 of diamonds runs to the queen. I think East should just continue clubs. Is running the 10, cashing the ace a real line? I don't think so. I think that's a little bit anti-percentage, and I don't see any reason to do that. Yeah, there we go. Ola instantly picks up the diamond suit, taking the percentage play there. Earns 10 imps for his side, and just like that, with 3 boards to go, England was in the lead, but Sweden overtakes them to win by 18, 37-19. Let's take a look. Ah, thank you. This is perfect timing. Someone in the chat posted the results. Let's take a look at... hold on. I'm trying to find a site that might have more info than me clicking on both the open Group A and Group B back to back. Well, here we go. So this is Group A, which is the group that we were just watching. England against Sweden. So this is going to change a little bit. These rankings are not up to date. It's just, I actually have no idea how they've ordered these things on the right-hand side, but they're clearly not... Oh, they are displayed. They just don't have the imps next... Oh, here they are. Wait, what happened? Oh, there's a scroll bar at the bottom of the screen. Okay, I got you. So yeah, these are technically the current standings, although Sweden will jump up quite a bit, having won by 18. Romania in first, over New Zealand. Uh-oh. One of New Zealand's players, by the way, asked me to cover some of their matches, so I will make sure to try and do that if I can. Netherlands up in second, Ireland in third. This is all probably going to change after a while. USA in fourth, Argentina in fifth, Israel, Sweden, South Africa. Currently, this is the cutoff for qualifying, but it is just the first match. Let's take a look at Group B. So in Group B, France had a big win over Turkey. Hungary, big win over Australia. Oof. Maybe it's a time zone difference that's going on here, but Australia and New Zealand are not doing so hot the first couple of matches. Poland up there as well. Denmark, Canada in fifth. Gittleman playing on the team there, coming out of retirement. Switzerland in sixth. They're the 1 seed for the entire event. No surprise there. China in seventh. Brazil. Currently, these are the teams in qualifying. Quick look at the... Well, let me check 1 sec. When is the next match starting? 12:15. So that's an hour from now. And then... So let's see. There's supposedly a 45-minute break between set 1 and 2. And then there's only a 15-minute break between sets 2 and 3. So I guess now is the time that the players would get lunch, which means maybe now is the time that I should be getting some lunch. I think I'm going to stick around and we'll keep the stream up. Maybe we'll like play a silly game or something, or you know what we can do? We can take a look at bingo, because that's important. Let's try and find out if we've gotten any bingos. Do I have... And we can try and resize this thing so that it's viewable. Let me do a little bit of that right now. I do want to cut off the top bar. There. That looks good. Something like this. Did you just see Rodwell Levin? I don't know. Are you currently in Vegas right now? Wait, Rodwell Levin? Wait. Rodwell Levin. Huh? I didn't think that was the team. Oh, this is seniors. Yeah. This is seniors. Right. Yes. Yeah, seniors. There we go. S. W. How are they doing? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the second round robin match. They've already started. Wait. Hold on. Guys? Are they playing the same boards in the seniors? I'm gonna fucking lose it again if someone tells me they're playing the same boards in the seniors as in the open, and that they've started this match early. This is the worst run tournament I've ever seen. There's no way, right? There's zero chance that... Alright. Well, this is board 1. If we see the same board 1 in the open, women and seniors are playing the same... What the fuck? Oh, open and mixed have their own sets? Okay. Yep. I get it. So, it's not a complete clusterfuck yet. They haven't just really shit the bed with this thing. God. Okay, hold on. Let me fix up the bingo card. I guess I can cut a little bit more off the top. Like this. Like this. Okay. Uh-huh. I suppose I don't need the thing that says bingo at the top either, do I? Boom. That's not bad. On Bridge Runners, Al Hollander posted that duplication and lack of delay is standard operating procedure. That's incredible. I could put this like here. This isn't readable, is it? No one can actually tell what's going on here. I mean, people can see the yellow. But I could like... You could maybe read it if it were projected on the Vegas sphere. Can I make it smaller? You can still read some of the big font. That's fair. Anyway, I guess we don't need to worry about this, but what we do need to worry about is like which of these squares someone needs to hold me accountable to for marking squares. This is very important. Put the bridge down here and the bingo card huge. I can do that. I mean, like, I guess I could move it over here. Boom. Easy. I mean, no one cares about, like, the scorecard, right? Or the previous hand. I could even make this bigger, like this. Does this count as overcomplicating something massively? I'll give it to you. That's probably fair. Yeah, what else have we had? Did I see a better line? Probably. Declare goes down in a cold contract? I don't think we saw that. All right, let's get back to the bridge. I certainly saw a better opening lead. Don't remind me. I'm still dying from that. How did both tables lead into W's shortness? Okay, just need to like find my happy place. I need one of those. Oh, what was that movie with like the golf and Happy Gilmore? They had a 3-card sequence. They did in fact. All right. Seniors. I guess we can check out some senior action until the opens start up again. 4 spades down 2, 4 spades making 6. Seems like someone was doing something wrong on those hands. Don't forget to get lunch. Yeah. Good point. I'm trying to think what I can get that would like not interfere too much with me talking, even if I turn my webcam off. I'll figure this out. I'm gonna go searching. So South has a 17 count, 11. Opens a no trump. What a beast. I mean, Rodwell has to invite ups at this opening range, right? He's got a 8 count with 2 10-9 combinations. Is 3-0 even a good spot? Probably not. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2-0. Here we go. So they're getting to 3 now. The King of Hearts is onside. The Jack of Clubs is in the pocket. I mean, maybe this is just going to make 3 clubs, 3 hearts, 2 spades, and a diamond. Are the diamonds set upable? I guess they are. The 6 and 5 are pretty big cards with that Jack-8 doubleton. So maybe 11 has like multiple ways to make 3 now. What? No! There's no way 2-No Trump just passed out. No way! Alright, thank you. Ooh, this place is fast and, like, pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna order from them. The 17 to 19 opening range. Man, if Rodwell got Bobby to play 17 to 19, I wouldn't be the only one losing my mind. Alright, sweet. I have lunch on the way. Heart lead. Alright, what does this do for Declare? So the 9 of Hearts is going to hold trick 1. And then he's going to be in a position to, I guess, work on the diamond suit. The Queen's actually a really interesting play. Quaichin just ducks. Excuse me? Oh my god, these guys are so good. How are they not on the open team? So, like, East doesn't put up the king. I guess he somehow knew that his partner 6 of Hearts was high and denied the ace. And then Bobby just picks up the Jack of Clubs like it was nothing. He didn't even think about playing on diamonds. Can't be 4th best. I mean, partner couldn't have led from, like, Ace, Jack, 8, 6. I guess not, because Declare would have played the 9. Fine. I'm with you. I mean, couldn't West have started with Ace 8, 7, 6? 4th? Maybe Declare still plays the 9? I don't know. Well, that worked. And Bobby still took the heart hook. I guess maybe it's marked from his perspective. He sees all of the heart spots, so the heart lead can't be from the king. What a baller, though. He just played a club to the queen and then played the club back. He could have hooked East for the Jack of Clubs. East was pretty likely to have club length. He could have played on diamonds. He didn't. This guy's good, whoever the South player is. Maybe think about putting him on the open team next time. Yeah, Ace 8, 7, 6 ducking doesn't really cost, but it costs tempo. And that's probably pretty important on this hand. Like, if Declare was able to steal a heart trick and then either cash out or, I don't know, set up side suits, maybe it's not so good for your side. But you could be right. I mean, maybe Declare always gets a heart trick in that case. You're just going to win the King of Hearts and fire one back to set up partner's 13th heart. So this is 9 tricks in the bag, and now Levin just needs to figure out if he can make any over tricks. West is feeling a little bit squeezed. Letting go hurt definitely doesn't hurt. But I don't think West can pitch a diamond. Probably knows what's going on in the diamond suit by now. Pitching a spade could be safe, but is definitely a little bit scary. You really would love to keep that heart, because if Declare does just cash out, then you're going to want to save that heart card, but then you have to probably pitch a spade down to Queen Jack Doubleton. Or maybe pitch a spade honor down to Jack 9 Doubleton. Play was going quickly at this table, and now all of a sudden West in the tank, or maybe West is taking his afternoon nap. Do they call it a siesta in Argentina? Or is that just like Mexico? West does eventually decide to pitch a heart. So what's Bobby going to do? Is he going to match point this hand? Looks like the answer is no. He decided to just take the diamond hook. Makes some sense. Ooh, although, wait a second. Now that West has pitched that heart, Bobby actually does get to set up his long diamond. So he does get the overcheck. Wow, what a player. Oh my god, though. Poland picks up 13 big imps on board 2. They get to 6 spades. A slam missing queen 4th of trumps. Oh, queen 3rd of trumps. Wait, 6 spades is just a good spot. South opened to no trump over there. Transfer to spades. 3 clubs, maybe showing diamonds, I don't know. They just had a very simple auction to get to the slam. 17 imps. That is not the right number. Okay, much better. 13 imps. A club, a spade, a no trump. North just bid 4 spades. Couldn't imagine his partner had a good enough hand. Which is a little bit shocking, because South didn't even need the king of clubs. 17 imps would be a bingo slot. That's true. I specifically picked 14 because that's more than just any game swing. So you'd have to have some sort of like 1100 disaster or something like that, or you would need a slam swing or something. But slam versus game is also not quite enough. 1 spade by West, double by North. What's Bobby going to do? He could bid a no trump, he could bid 2 or 3 diamonds. I guess I'm tempted by a no trump. At least at imps. At match points, I would probably pick one of the diamond bids. Probably just 2 diamonds, I think. But imps-wise, it feels like a no trump might be our best way to reach a game. Because, you know, you bid 2 diamonds, I mean, what, partner's gonna pass? Sometimes partner bids 2 hearts over it, or sometimes partner, like, raises to 3 diamonds, but 1 no feels like we're headed towards 3 no often enough. Queen of spades lead. So Declare has 4 diamonds, 2 spades, and 2 clubs with the help of the club finesse. Doesn't need to take it, but I think he probably will after East never took a call in this auction, and East is going to turn up with the diamond ace. And by the way, East has to have a heart honor. West guaranteed would have led a high heart if they held ace, king, queen. So East turning up with the diamond ace and a heart honor. There's no way the king of clubs is over there too. So it looks like making 2 to me. 4 diamonds, 2 spades, and 2 clubs. I guess is east. You probably switch to hearts. Never mind, he plays a club. Not that it really matters, but you're just helping declare a little bit. Giving him the free club hook. The Jack of Hearts. Can't really cost. I mean, Bobby was going to have to lose some of these tricks anyway, eventually. Alright, Starkovsky continues the spade attack, and now it is definitely time for Declare to just cash out. He's probably just facing his hand and claiming as we speak, so this will be 8 tricks plus 120, but the US does suffer this big blow. Board 2. 4 spades. Really a missed opportunity. But Poland capitalizes. There's the claim. Bobby does play fairly quickly. No real surprise to me that they're 2 boards ahead of the other room. Are they playing precision? If so, is Rodwell's hand worth a precision 1 club? No, right? North would just open a no trump, I guess. So we got a diamond, we got a takeout double. I don't think it's Bobby's style to bid a spade, so he does pass. I know a lot of players would. I think it's fine, but Bobby doesn't like it. He's a little bit more conservative. I think as North you're supposed to run in this spot. That's my understanding, at least. So North does run, he redoubles. Now I wonder what Bobby's supposed to do, though. Because, like, imagine if your partner is 2-4-4-3. If you bid a spade, you've just ended up at the 2 level. Whereas you could bid 1 heart, and you're playing a 4-3 heart fit. Now, on the flip side, I mean, like, if Rodwell was 4-3-4-2 and Levin bids a heart, Rodwell should probably pass that, right? He would expect to be in the 4-3 heart fit at that point. So I guess it kind of cuts both ways. I wonder what... Well, I actually wonder if anyone has agreements about this spot. This feels like an auction that comes up so infrequently. You know, you might have talked about redouble being rescue, and that you might have a good sense that your partner is almost always going to redouble in this spot. But then follow-ups. It seems a little bit challenging to sort everything out. Levin does choose to bid his spades. And Rodwell is going to be pretty happy about that. He'll pass. I think he has a good hand, but it doesn't sound as if his partner has much. East balances one no trump. I gotta say, I do not understand this bit at all. Like, what does East have that he thinks is so great in his hand? He has like a minimum takeout double. He doesn't even have spades very well stopped. He has no source of tricks. This isn't match points, right? We're not like trying to compete for a part score. Maybe East hasn't realized that, but I don't think we're trying to compete for a part score. West bids 2 diamonds, escaping from 1 no. West understands what's up, that this isn't really his side's deal. Yeah, Rodwell has a bit of a decision to make. I mean, he decides to let 2 diamonds go. I think Bobby will as well. Again, this is just a really tricky spot because North-South probably don't know how many cards in the majors they each have. I think Rodwell knows they have a spade fit, but Bobby probably doesn't, and he does let 2 diamonds go. So there's 2 spades, a heart, and 2 diamonds for the defense off the top. If they can get a club ruff, that would be down 1. How many tricks do North-South make in a diamond? They have probably the same that I was saying here. They probably have 6 tricks. So it was good they ran. And how many tricks do they make in spades? I mean, it looks like they take quite a few in spades. The defense would do best to lead a couple of rounds of trumps, but that might be a little bit too difficult for them. Rodwell was studying what happened in the other match. He led as singleton against this contract. Kind of important to note that even if he gets a ruff, he still has the 2 natural trump tricks. Like with only ace-jack third of diamonds, he might be a little bit more hesitant to lead a singleton, because then getting a ruff would be at the cost of a natural trump trick. Doesn't really matter what Declarer does here. He decides to fly king. So Rodwell has a number of options. I mean, he could win this, he could duck. And then it looks pretty natural to just switch to the king of spades. Maybe the jack of spades. Like, this is imps, right? Not match points. At match points, maybe we concoct some reason to not lead a spade away from the king, trying to score it later, although that looks pretty remote, given our heart holding. But at imps, we kind of just need partner to have the spade ace to be able to beat this. So king of spades, low spade would be a sensible defense. Just switching to a low spade immediately makes some sense, although if you aren't cashing a second spade, where Levin has like ace fifth, for example, then you're also not beating it. Rodwell really in the tank on what to do over the king of diamonds. You'll see me at 12:15. Sounds good. Okay. I will make sure to be back on Discord by then. I actually don't know if they're just going to start up the round when people are ready to play. That would make more sense to me. I don't really see a reason for them to necessarily hold to a schedule on this thing. Although maybe it's for security reasons that they should. But on the surface, it would make a lot of sense for them to just start up the next round whenever teams are ready to play, in terms of conserving time. All right, diamond to the king and ace. Jack of spades. I like this play as well. You know, again, we know that partner has the spade ace, right? Because otherwise, we can't beat the contract. So this is like a perfectly fine play. If the jack of spades gets covered, partner wins the ace, and partner knows we have a singleton club. So now that the jack of spades holds, Rodwell can just lead a low spade, the 5, suit preference. He probably cashes the heart ace first. That's what he's thinking about now. Just to, 100% clarify what's going on in the suit to his partner. Or to clarify that he wants the club ruff. But it kind of doesn't matter. Levin's in the tank for a minute. I mean, he might not really believe what's going on in spades. He might have expected Rodwell to take a second call in this auction. So he might have been thinking about like cashing the spade ace to, just clarify what's going on there. But yeah, he does eventually work out that there's no way Rodwell was taking this defense if he didn't want a club ruff. So there it is. Club ruff, ace of hearts, before that bad boy goes away. But yeah, good defense. All plus scores for North-South at this table. It's not so bad. I assume someone will let me know if the Opens has started up again. I was planning to get back there once they started the next segment. Quaichin has a lovely hand over there. 5 count, 4 triple 3. East passes. Levin gets to open a heart. Rodwell will bid 1 spade, I assume. I don't think these guys are fancy enough that Rodwell can just game force with like 2 clubs to start with. So a heart, pass, a spade. Levin can rebid a no trump or 2 diamonds. I think he's a 2 diamond bidder, but it wouldn't shock me if he rebid a no trump. There's 2 diamonds. Rodwell's going to have to make the rather sad 3 club game force here. And I think that'll just fetch 3 no from Levin, which I believe will end the auction. Rodwell has one of those like unfortunate middling hands where he's not quite good enough to bid 4 no trump over 3 no as a quantitative invite. Whoa, what is this? That is a bid of some kind. I mean, 2 spades obviously has to be forcing, right? But it's really nice that they have this kind of gadget available, I suppose. That way North could have made some sort of like try. 2 no's game forcing, so they don't, or 2 spades is game forcing, so they don't need 3 clubs. Yes, but what do you do with North if you have a weak hand with spades? I guess you start 1 heart, 2 spades. I'm just not familiar with this. So, I mean, look, it's great for hands like this, for sure. Club lead. Entries are a little bit scarce. How do you play this as declare? Certainly win the queen of clubs. You might expect that clubs are splitting given the jack of clubs lead, especially if East plays the 9 at trick 1. I don't know if East will play the 9 at trick 1, well, or the king or whatever. But 2 clubs, 2 hearts, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds is only 8 tricks. So declare is going to need to find a 9th trick somewhere. And that could definitely come from clubs. Could come from a spade finesse, which we see as offside. Could come from picking up the spades, duck around, and then you can just cash out spades. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty natural to just play a diamond up to the king at trick 2, but let's say the opponents win and continue a second club. I mean, that doesn't feel great. Because your queen of clubs gets knocked out, and then you haven't unblocked the king of hearts, and you haven't unblocked the diamonds. I don't know if West is going to continue a club at trick 2 on this exact layout, but from Bobby's perspective, he's probably pretty upset about that continuation. But I think he's relatively happy that the ace of diamonds has been flown from West. Ace of diamonds feels like a really weird play to me. I mean, I think I would have just played the jack in tempo. Because this isn't one of these hands where it looks like myself as West is getting end played, right? You know, Declare's line of play isn't like win the king of diamonds and then suddenly strip all of the other suits and throw me in with my singleton ace to lead a heart at the end of the hand, right? Declare is probably going to like cross back in hand and lead another diamond up. And then I will have at least squandered another one of his diamond entries. I think a lot of players, well, like Gibb especially, but also a lot of bridge players at all levels do hop up with aces in these spots way too often. Spade switch is strong. This could definitely be away from the queen, and Levin knows it. You know, West probably got the sense on an auction like this that South is likely to have a singleton spade, so this is a way to cut communication. Although, with that said, maybe at this point Bobby can just set up the spade suit. Again, the defense continuing clubs will present Declare with a problem. So, like, if he hops up with the spade ace, unblocks the heart king, and goes king of spades spade, and the queen doesn't drop, and let's say East wins the 10 of spades and plays a club through, Declare is not going to be very happy. So Bobby puts in the spade jack. Now a club does come back through. But I think at this point there's no way for Declare to go wrong. He hops the club queen. He's going to cross in diamonds. And he's going to go ace king of spades and a spade. That sets up the long spade and dummy. And with the club splitting, there's nothing the defense can actually do. He can even afford to... I was going to say he could even afford to cash the diamond and heart kings before doing this, but on the diamond king, West can pitch the 10 of clubs. That would set up East with an entry in clubs to score the long diamond. So, yeah, I think he's just going to take this line of play and hope that the clubs split, and they do. This feels like a nice result again for the US. And this one could pull in quite a few more imps than on the previous board, where they did well to beat 2 diamonds, but might have missed out on a part score themselves. Ooh, okay. You know, he has this possibility of trying to cash the Diamond King. And now, cashing the Diamond King would be necessary if East had the 4th spade and West had another club. He cashed the Diamond King and West didn't unblock the club 10. Oh my. And then he exited a club? No, that's not what happened. He would have exited a spade. Oh, no. Exiting a club is actually right. If West had both clubs and the queen 10 of hearts and East had the last spade, yeah, club exit's good. But man, I can tick off end play. You're so right. Good call. So am I crazy in thinking that West could have beat this if he dumped the 10 of clubs, or did I... No, it wouldn't have mattered. Bobby would have had to guess. He would have to guess to exit in spades at the end and not clubs. But yeah, he may well have missed an opportunity to give Declare a chance to go wrong. But either way, nice result for the US. Plus 400. Although, oh my god. Look at this in the other room. A diamond by North. Double, pass, pass. A heart. Double. I don't hate what East has done, but East-West, I don't know who's playing in the other room for the US, but they probably need to have some sort of discussion about whether or not East second double shows extra values, because I think East second double should only say I have 4 hearts. And West just doesn't have anything extra. I mean, West wasn't even convinced one diamond was going down, but West passed because it was his longest suit. He didn't want to bid 1 heart himself on a doubleton, or 2 clubs on Jack third. So I think West needs to run from a heart doubled. But it's hard, you know, without good agreements. One no from Rodwell. Man, they're opening some powerhouse 17s. Mahmood and Rosenberg in the other room. Zia, I'll say Zia. You know, that's a bingo square. Zia has been mentioned. What's surprising to me is we haven't had any chat bots yet today. Thanks, Shift. 3 no by North once again. Heart lead. How's this one gonna do? This looks... This looks like it's making with the friendly club position that Queen of Clubs falling gives Declare his 9th trick, although he doesn't know it. That is the weirdest web domain name I've ever seen. There are so many periods in that web domain, Greg. Yeah, but man, we haven't seen any of those today. I'm really saddened. It looks like all of my viewers are real people. So Declare doesn't know that he's making this. He could go down. Like, let's say Rodwell ducks the opening lead, wins the heart return, and plays a spade to the king, and it holds. He's definitely just going to cross on diamonds and lead another spade up. And then East can win, unblock the hearts, get in with spades, cash the last heart, down 1. You only count 8 tricks. 1 heart, 3 clubs, and 4 diamonds. Well, Declare can set up a spade. Declare shouldn't duck with 10 4th ups at ace doubleton. So... I mean, he did. It's bad if West has honor doubleton. It kind of doesn't matter if West has honor 3rd, and if West has honor 3rd, well, something like this could happen. What is West doing? The Jack of Hearts? West has no entry. What? Is it time for the opens yet? Can we go back to the other tables? What was the Jack of Hearts? Look, I get it. You know, like, give Wes the Ace of Clubs, and I'm like, sure, I totally understand. Play back the Jack of Hearts. We don't want to have any issues with the heart suit getting blocked. We're going to get in with the club ace. We're going to play another heart. No problem. I'm with you. But why would you do it if, like, you have no entry? The Queen of Spades got ducked! But it just doesn't matter because the Ten of Hearts is a stopper. Oh, no! This is crazy. This is crazy. Man, Kveitchen, or Kveitchen, that guy, what a beast. Spade to the queen, insta-duck. I mean, he actually knows about all of Declare's high card points for the one no-trump opener. King of Spades, at least. So it was completely safe to duck. The open is starting up? Great. I do not want to see the rest of the play on this one. Rodwell's going to make it, though, because East is going to get in. He's going to play a diamond, probably to the ace, and he's going to play a spade to the king, and East is going to win, and East is going to cash the heart queen. Like, I guess technically East can beat him if he wins the ace of spades and continues diamonds, which somehow just, like, breaks up a weird, like, a unusual entry situation. But, is that true? I guess East can always continue getting unplayed later. But yeah, I mean, he's just going to continue hearts and set up the Ten of Hearts. Kveitchen is the pole that's holding up the team. I mean, it looks like it. Whoever this West guy is needs to be cut. All right, let's go back to the opens. I hear that they're starting. Who do we want to watch? This is S, this is W, we want O. Switzerland, China. England, USA. Although we don't have the names up. USA? It is a USA hosted stream. We did just watch England, though. Okay, let's check out the US. I mean, I don't really want to watch Switzerland. They'll be around. Like, we know Switzerland is going to the finals. They'll probably win the thing. They do all the time. So we can watch them later. But yeah, let's check out the US match. Are these the only matches? It looks like it. Oh, it's not quite starting yet. Alright, let's bring back the bingo board. This is important. So, I haven't been paying careful enough attention to play getting duplicated in both rooms. Someone needs to keep an eye out for that one. Have we seen any phantom saves? Did we see Bobby guess a bunch of 50-50s on one hand? I don't think so. There was the, So he did pick up the Jack of Clubs on that one hand, where he was in 3 now. But I don't think he had another guess on that deal. Ooh, doubled and made. I don't know. Do we count this? Because it was at the other table? I'm gonna need a ruling. I guess for the sake of trying to fill out more squares, we can count it. 1 heart doubled and made with an overtrick. Have I made any nullos today? I would be surprised if I haven't. We can't possibly bingo on row 3 or column 5. Are you serious? There's no way we make column 5? Is that because VP shutout is too hard? Declare goes down in cold contract too hard? I guarantee this is like the next square we tick off. Redoubled contract is gonna be tough. Ain't no one gifting 5 subs? Is that true? We had a 5 gift subs the other day. Even like during one of my normal streams. But you could be right. I think I'm going to count it like cumulative over the day. And we can count it on YouTube as well for memberships. Five gift subs in this economy? I know, right? Hey, we have cards. We don't have names. Well, we do have names. Oh, we have names. Fleischer Martel. Should we check out the other table? We have Moss and Gru. Wait, South was the one who led the Queen of Spades. No, we can't watch this table. All right. Chip and Marty will have to do. North opens a no trump. He's got 16. 2 hearts and a minor. Oh, you're on Discord? All right, great. We'll just do that. Also, what is Martel supposed to do over 2 hearts, and a minor? Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. All right,
Excellent.
Let's do this. Okay.
Oh yeah, let me get my headphones also. I'm sorry.
What does Martel do over 2 hearts? I mean, we can do process of elimination. Double shows 4 spades, so that's out, right? You could bid 2-0 Lebensal. Okay. Good talk.
Sorry, I'm looking for my headphones. I feel like they may not have made it off the plane, even though that would be kind of, oh, here they are.
Check your luggage.
Yeah.
This is like the slowest pass, right? Okay, Martel does go 2-0. Lebensal.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if you're playing better minor Lebenssoul, that's really great, although, obviously, that method is not super popular.
Yeah.
For good reason. I think it's, it caters to one specific situation and it screws you in a lot of others. But, it is a thing that people play.
Certainly. Well, West just blasts 4 hearts, which seems pretty reasonable. 5-5 in the majors. Pass. Chip, I think, is going to balance 4-0. But wait, he can balance 4 spades, I guess, but like...
I mean, are you in such a hurry to, though? Like, you've got like 1.5 tricks in your hand. Your partner did open a strong no trump. Like, what's your upside to downside ratio by bidding here? Like, you could make a game, but isn't it often going to be a phantom? And it's only a white one, right? If it's, 420 and we could have gone for 100 or 300, who cares?
Sure. I mean, minus 100 would be ideal. I think
yes, but some of the time we're minus 100, we're going plus against them, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
I don't know. I would like the bid much more if it were white-red. And then also it's much more likely that Marty would be shading his no trump white-red, I think.
Yeah. So how's this actually going to do? I mean,
What's
South
gonna
needs to
make?
find half the lead. Well, I mean, it's not so clear because Declare has issues with pulling trumps. Um,
Yeah, and the club king offside. If the king were onside, he would have nine on top, right? He would have seven hearts, even with the break, and the ace queen of clubs, and only need to score up one trick in the diamond suit here, maybe a little harder.
George Brad, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Really appreciate it.
Nice.
Welcome to the lounge, y'all. And that's to silence all the doubters. So, bingo opening up. He leads a spade, which looks like a pretty good start for the defense. I mean, a club lead obviously would have given the contract away, so this helps.
Yeah. Yeah, and a diamond lead kind of looks neutral, but that also helps Declare just by, North has to put up an honor, and now Declare can just knock out a diamond to get that club away, and as well as a spade away eventually later.
Yeah, now,
Plan to lose two diamonds and a spade.
so Marty does something which looks pretty natural, which is to switch to trumps to try and cut down on a cross ruff here. I do wonder if Declare can somehow now magically set up a diamond to pitch a club. Like,
Yeah, so I
overtake the
think
5 of hearts with the 6, lead a
and
diamond.
play a diamond off. Yeah.
Marty plays another heart. We win the 10 in hand. Ruff a diamond, ruff a spade, ruff a diamond, ruff a spade, diamond pitch a club. North roughs in with his natural at this point.
So what does Declare know about? Like, I'm wondering if Declare has any reason to figure out that Marty has both diamonds. I mean, he might, right? Like, if you figure that Martel probably has a spade honor because Marty might have tried to cash the second one if he started with Ace King Jack, although maybe not. That could be kind of dangerous. But if Martel is the king of spades, he knows North has Ace Jack of spades, King of hearts is 8. I guess if he has both diamonds, he has no king of clubs, and then, the clubs aren't gonna produce a trick. I don't know. And it feels weird to overtake this and not play a diamond. Like, why else would you make that play? I guess maybe to play another harp, but that seems a little weird.
Yeah, I mean, or to rough a spade. But
Yeah, but he knows he can't rough too many spades, or else he's going to set up the king of hearts. Like, he can't rough the spades good safely with the heart splitting badly.
yeah, it certainly seems as if playing a diamond at this point is called for, and he's probably just working out, like, all the possibilities.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Because
if he does that...
well, if the diamonds are split, like, then North can't really afford to hop up with a diamond here, because then Declare could take the roughing. Okay,
Right.
Marty plays the king of diamonds, so that's going to clarify what's going on, at least in the diamond suit.
Yeah, so I was wondering what would happen if he won that and played a club through. Like, Declare can win the ace, rough a spade, take a diamond, rough us, pitching a club, losing. But I think he'd be in pretty good shape at that point, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Declare would just be making it at that point.
Yeah, so it's going to make things a little harder, but now he can just let the 10 hold and run the queen of diamonds, probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, he can even just pull the last trump and then run the queen of diamonds. I mean, there's a billion ways to make it from this point.
Right, or 5, 6, 7, yeah, 8, 9, 10, that's, 5 hearts and 2 roughs is 7, we jack of diamonds is 8 and 9, and the ace of clubs is 10.
Yeah.
Wow,
Now-
so we got a result from the other room.
Yeah, so USA actually picking up 5 on this board. 4 hearts got doubled over there and made. How did the auction go? So a no trump, 2 diamonds, diamonds and a major, I guess. South came in with the same 2 no trump call, 4 hearts, pass, and South did decide to compete in the other room, decides to double, but that doesn't really look like it's takeout. That looks more like optional penalty. And North is 4-3-3 with a maximum in terms of high cards and a bunch of controls. So North sat.
Yeah, I think one lesson I've learned for a lot of Robot Bridge is when partner opens a no trump and the opponents beat game somewhat confidently, just never double. They always have extra shape.
Yeah.
I mean, learn that from live bridge too, but you know, I feel like every time I do it against robots, like the robots have no idea what they're doing. I'm just gonna double this. It's always 990.
Yeah. All right, so 5 imps USA. Good start for our boys.
So all I see is east, west, north, south of the table. I don't see names. Do you know who's playing? I heard you say Moss and Gru.
Yeah, it was Moss and Gru against Pask and McIntosh were the nameplates I saw.
So they were playing against the Rimsets in the last set and had a reasonable card? I believe so.
Well,
right? Isn't that the pair we just watched?
They were playing against the Rimsteds. I will agree with you on that part of your statement.
I see. As I said, I was only half watching. I've been multitasking and doing some work here.
They were the cause for me wanting to shut down stream early.
Oh, that opening lead, whatever.
Just, I can't recall it without losing my mind a little bit. All right, West opens a club. Spade over call.
And a little interesting here. So, maybe the operator's just trying to keep things moving, but one club was not alerted.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, West has a flat 11 with 4 diamonds and 3 clubs. So it looks like one club is often just going to be a weak no-trump type hand for a lot of these pairs. Probably what we're seeing here.
Yeah. And the UK is one of the last places where weak no-trump still has a really serious following, so I think that's... I mean, I guess they're probably not playing a weak no-trump because he might have just opened it, though.
Right.
But maybe they just open, balance minimums with a club.
Yeah, exactly.
As many pairs do.
And so I think that might also be one of the reasons why East bid 2 clubs here. I mean, East could have bid a no-trump or 3 clubs even if one club was more natural.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like 3 clubs mixed if it's available, but if they define it as purely preemptive, this hand is obviously too strong.
And I honestly think East just doesn't have enough clubs for that bid if one club could be a doubleton. So
if it could be 2, yes. If it's normally at least 3, then I like the bid. It's true, though. If they could be in a 7-card fit at the 3 level, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. So South making
you don't want to overthink that, though, right? Yeah. Marty doing well to bid his cheapest red suit and catching a better fit.
Yeah, I mean, Chip was obviously hoping to show diamonds and spade tolerance, so if his partner bid 2 hearts, he would have corrected to 2 spades.
Well, I think Martel also might have been hoping. I was going to say that, he could bid then 2 no-trump to kind of show this hand he had a maximum. They probably can't bid 2 no-trump on the previous round. That would probably be a spade race.
Yeah, good point. 2 no-trump artificial for a lot of these pairs.
Yeah, so I think this is just how he shows this kind of hand.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this shows a huge distinction in overcall style from what we saw in the previous match. Over there, I mean, sure, a lot of those overcalls were non-vulnerable, but we were seeing players overcall in 3 counts in the previous set. And so if Marty was overcalling on a pretty weak hand like that, I mean, even a 7 or 8 count here, Chip Martel's 2 no-trump bid would be insanity. But for these guys, especially at these colors, Marty's expected to have a pretty decent hand, so Chip was okay bidding 2 no.
Yeah, and Fleischer can be aggressive in some spots, but for him, usually, that's that he makes a lot of very preempts. I think here, even 1 spade over 1 club, as attractive an overcall as that can be, he's not going to go super crazy opposite a past hand red-white.
Sure. So club opening lead. Declare has... I mean, there's some good news and some bad news. Diamonds don't split all that well, but both the king and queen are on side.
Yeah, North is a little short on entries, right? Like, suppose it goes King Ace and he plays, I mean, I guess he should probably play the 9 or 8 of diamonds to keep the lead in South if West ducks so we can do it again. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but, it's going to be a little hard to kind of do everything. Yeah, so if West plays small here, this could get a little awkward.
Yeah, it's really interesting that, as you say, Chip didn't play the 9 or 8 of diamonds. I mean, a
I'm
cover
sure he
would
was
have
hoping
been
to do it on the
welcome.
next round, but yeah. Like if he plays the 8 and it goes low, low, queen, now the diamonds are a little bit blocked. Like this does take care of that problem.
Yeah, so he does just cash the diamond ace, which isn't really
So
the end of the world. I mean,
no, this
assuming
is
West
still a
has the
pretty hard
spade
hand to defend.
ace,
Yeah.
um, he's kind of doing okay here. In which case, like, why did we even play a diamond to the 10? Why not just play a diamond to the ace on the first round?
Well, so let's just count some tricks for declare here. So let's say he just continues a diamond because he has nothing else to do, and West can continue clubs. So West, like, probably his best shot is low spade, but declare's still going to be okay then, right? And he can, so it goes like low spade and club back. He can put up the queen if he guesses it to block the suit, and now he can revert to playing on spades and do just fine.
Yeah, but I think his plan is to fly the king of spades on a low spade throw. Because he knows,
Yeah, but that's fine.
like, from the opening bid, West is pretty likely to have the spade ace. Yeah, so it
Yeah, if he
seems
does
like
that, how
this
many?
line of play was a little bit unnecessarily risky, right? Like, if he had lost that diamond finesse to a singleton honor, he might have been in trouble.
I see. So on a low spade, he can go up with the king, cross to a heart safely, and play a diamond because he can use the queen of clubs as an entry, and that'll still be one, two, three, four, five tricks to make his contract.
Yeah.
So it's a little awkward and inelegant, but it works.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a pretty nice line of play. I'm still a little perplexed by diamond to the 10 then. Again, the whole point being, like, if we kind of just don't want East to get in. Maybe it's okay, though. Maybe his plan is, like, if East gets in with the first diamond honor, then now we actually need a little bit of help. We then take the diamond finesse on the second round and hope that West had one of the 2 diamonds, and that diamonds are free too.
I think he also knows that either clubs are 4-4 from that low opening lead, or if they're 5-3 as they are, that West has the jack and he can block the suit, because West would lead high if he had 3 little and he started with King Jack fifth.
Yeah. Well, alright. The way things lie, Martel's line looks like it's going to get the job done. He is probably going to lose an imp for his troubles. If he only makes 8 tricks.
Oh, because, yeah, he's certain. He might make an over trick, but it would probably be via defensive error. I don't think he can do it under his own power.
Seems unlikely, although I guess he probably can do it now that East has let go this heart. Because we can strip the spades, and then maybe we don't have entries. I was thinking if we can, like, score the diamond and strip the spades, then we can just strip squeeze West by throwing them in hearts, but I don't think we have the entries to do it, so yeah, it looks like it would require a bit of a defensive error. I mean, if West cashes the king of diamonds now, we can do it.
I think that would be a pretty big mistake by West.
I mean, like, what
I
else
know
is
he wants
West
to get off
supposed
an
to
end
do,
play.
though?
I mean, I know West wants to get off an end play, but he can see that Declare is trying to set up the diamonds, and he knows from South Shall Pass The South can't have that many more entries to his hand. He's going to have to burn one to set up his last diamond, so I don't think he's going to do that. It would just be doing Declare's work for him.
Yeah, but like, I guess counterpoint is you had mentioned setting up spades. I mean, if West goes ace of spades spade to get off an end play, then Declare does just win the king and fire back a spade, and now the spades are all good. The king, I mean,
he might be
thinking
away. South hard pitch, East hard pitch rather, kind of I think makes this plan less likely. But he might have been thinking about playing the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, that's not going to fly. I mean, that would give up an overtrick at least.
Well, I mean, except if he's hadn't pitched a heart, then, I mean, I guess probably, like, no Declare would fall for that because the 10-9 are visible in the dummy, but it's, not like West has a lot of great options here.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually,
he could try the Jack of Clubs.
I take this all back. I think Chip is going to at least push the board. He might even end up with multiple overtricks, depending on the defense.
I think if you're West, you have to just put the Jack of Clubs on the table. Like at match points, that might, just turn your bad result into a complete zero, but what else can you play for it, Imps?
Yeah, good point.
Like Declare put up the 10 of clubs, a trick one. You really know nothing about the location of the interior club spots.
Yeah. All right, 7 of spades. So I think Chip is guaranteed to put up the king here. He does. This was all part of his plan. So now, because he just decides to like safely take his 8 tricks.
Yeah, he's gonna take his 8 tricks.
Understandable.
I mean, he also may think he has a plus position here. They got to something makeable. He knows that if they're playing in diamonds, it's not, it's going to be fine, but they're going to lose, at least 1, 2, 3. Actually, diamonds, I guess he knows he's making at least 3, so it's not a great position to be in. 2 clubs. All right, well, that's the end of the world. Oh.
Okay, yeah, East did not dump the queen of spades and then West cashed the ace. Right. That's not what happened. Okay, fair enough. So now our heart comes through. Declare does fly king, but he can end play West. Unfortunately, he would have to then pitch his diamond winner that he worked so hard to set up. So right. Club to the queen, 8 of diamonds, and Chip does end up losing an imp. Would not have been his line of play at match points, but at teams, this seems good enough. Okay, 2 boards in. Man, this is going to be a long set if the play continues at this pace. Ooh.
Yeah, I think Fleischer and Martell, I think, are sort of normal speed. East-West look like they might be a little bit slow based on these first couple of boards.
Yeah, and it's also possible that England is taking more time against the US because the US is one of the big competitors in the event. Like if England was playing up against a much weaker team. Oh my god, look at that result from the other room. But, okay, we don't have time to stop. So 3 spades by South. 4 heart overcall by West.
I think you're going to just let this go. Like, you're happy about your 2 trump tricks, but white-red, knowing your partnership's preempt style, doubling would be completely insane.
Yeah, so, I mean, is East going to take a call? I don't think so. Like, the ace of spades might be opposite a void. Although
I guess it's true, yeah. Like, you're happy to put down ace, king, ace, and dummy, but, it's the kind of hand where you might just hope partner loses 3 trump tricks and that's it or something.
Yeah, like, the small singleton heart is so abysmal. Sure, I mean, if you know that partner has a club fit with you, great. But partner could be, 1-7-4-1, and then are you so happy about being bidding higher?
I think the four hurdle recall is clear. Like you could double, and that would probably get you to six clubs. But I feel like you see your side's likely target, you bid it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
And it's
you
kind
can't
of
risk it going. Yeah.
like it's amusing because what happened at the other table, South preempted four spades on their cards, which I mean,
Yeah,
is certainly like well within the picture given that you're 7-4 and you're favorable. And so there, West actually just had to double because West can't overcall five hearts on their own.
Yeah.
That led to
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with doubling is it's often going to king you pass three no trump pass, and now you really can't bid four hearts, right? You just really just stuck yourself.
Yeah, now, so,
Well, this isn't great for declare.
I mean,
It's not so bad, but
it's, things are going to get really awkward when a spade hits the table right here, because Declare has a guess to make.
oh, I see. If the heart started 3-2, he can rough high and play one and make four that way.
Right. And on this
Is
layout,
this
he has to rough low.
so your bingo card? What is 1420 if they? Oh, so it would be, I guess, 1470 if they go down. How many imps is that?
I think that's enough for 14.
Was it exactly 14 or was it 14 plus?
It's 14 plus.
Oh yes, that's comfortable. I think that might be.
He
15,
does!
I don't know that
Oh my
very
god!
well.
Martel plays the spade and Declare roughs high. This is down one. What a result for the US.
I mean, and if you're Chip and Marty, like, I mean, they know that this is just like Christmas in October, right? It's just an absolute miracle of a result.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. But oh man. What a board. So Declare still has another Trump loser.
And interestingly, if they had, if Martel had opened four spades and they got to hearts, I think they would know the heart distribution because Martel would have to be 7-4, given that his suit is only headed by the Queen Jack 10-7th.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Wow, what a pair.
I I know. So like the one table gets to six clubs, and you're like, well done getting to the club slam after the preemption.
Yeah,
Four hearts is
plus
probably gonna make, and nope. I mean, great defense by Chip. To work out that a diamond switch was unlikely to be correct.
Yeah.
On to board 4, so USA up by 20. This would be a huge win for them. I mean, I don't expect the US to not qualify in the top 8. Almost half of the field gets through in each group, but beating out England, who's obviously one of the stronger teams in the group and event overall, would be a huge start for us.
Interesting. So I was kind of looking at previous iterations of this, and the 2021, which I think was rescheduled for 2021 because of the pandemic, had about the same number of teams. But in 2016, there were almost 60. So any country that's a WBF member can send a team. And like, sure, like you don't expect very poor countries necessarily to be able to afford the expense, but that's a big drop off. A third of the teams falling off between the last pre-pandemic one and today.
Yeah, for sure. I don't recall what the conditions of contest were. It sounded to me as if they only had room for 35 entrants. Hey, Florian, who's the top-rated team? Switzerland. Yeah, so Switzerland is the top seed in their group. The USA is the top seed in this group. But Switzerland overall is the 1 seed, I think, for the event, and USA is number 2. I think that's the rankings. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I did take a quick look and it said any WBF member in good standing is eligible to send a team.
Mm,
So it's possible that maybe there was something with like the registration deadline, but they extended it to allow like N more teams to like equalize the groups or something.
sure, yeah, that would make sense. Well,
I
North
think
South gets
one
a
of
3-0 here, which is a little bit too high. I mean, ultimately they have 9 tricks if they can get the spades going, but it's going to be a little bit too late. The defense can cash out 4 hearts before that happens. And it doesn't look like there's any squeeze.
I was surprised the other table only got to one no trump. It seems like conservative position by North given that hand.
Yeah, it does depend on their no trump range. I mean, like, I think opposite of 14 to 16, I would certainly at least invite with the North hand.
Right.
Maybe if they're playing 13 to 15 in 4th seat, which feels like a weird range, but if they were, it's probably a pass.
Yeah, I mean, I basically agree with that, but I don't think anyone plays 13 to 15 other than real hardcore position pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, so I agree that North's pass seems a little bit weird in the other room, but it does work out here. Heart to the king, so East-West probably aren't going to have too much difficulty in cashing out. 6 of hearts return, count card.
Correctly plays the queen, but I suspect without much hope.
Yep, Jack of Hearts cashes. Heart to the 9. And there's a little bit of hope for Declare now that the defense has actually cashed their 4th heart, because there might legitimately be a squeeze in spades and clubs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the clubs could produce an extra trick legitimately, although that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, East switching to diamonds makes no sense. A spade switch
Yeah.
seems indicated with the singleton and dummy now. So,
Yeah, and possibly, make something good happen some of the time.
yeah, now the squeeze would happen automatically if either defender had the king, queen of spades and 4 clubs. Martel is going to pitch 1 more club and 1 more spade on the king, queen of diamonds, and then just, if the king, queen of spades haven't showed up, he's going to try and cash the ace, king of clubs and hope that the clubs come home. But not today.
Yeah, and the defense just has to remember that one of them needs to keep a high spade. I suspect it'll go diamond, queen, club, club, spade.
Yeah.
No reason for West to keep that queen of spades.
No, unless East throws the
This
king.
is definitely one. This is definitely one where if you're at the club, you make 3 no trump.
Yeah, because East will keep the king of spades, they'll pitch a club, and West will think that the queen of spades might even be high.
Yeah,
So
queens are higher than jacks, so you better keep it.
exactly.
Like I'm not really joking. I think if you played this in a club game and got to this position, 3-0 would be made at a solid majority of the tables.
Yeah, like 70% of them. So East decides to pitch the king of spades, holds on to queen third of clubs, so we will see Martel pitch a club here. And
this is a nice play. Yeah. East knows where the queen of spades is because South would have taken the finesse to make his contract.
Yeah, maybe. Why West held on to the queen? I mean, West, either that's a misclick or West is just being lazy and not counting.
Yeah.
But East queen of clubs is good enough. So a few umps going back the way of England. Deservedly so for staying out of, I mean, in all honesty, a fairly poor game. But as you say, a little bit strange that they didn't get there in the other room. It feels like maybe a bit of a bidding misunderstanding. I hate to say it on a no trump all pass, but it looks like it. Lots of shape around the table here. North has
not
a
at this level, but
huge hand.
I did once play an entire national event without knowing what my own no trump range was, so it's possible.
Yeah. Um. So. So seven clubs doesn't quite make on the North-South cards. Wait, that's not true. Seven clubs does make.
Seven clubs is
Because
just cold, right?
the King of Diamonds pitches a heart. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 13 top tricks.
Oh, no, you have no entry to the South hand.
Oh, well, maybe they lead a trump. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's true. If you switched, I guess it wouldn't matter. Thing like if you switch the ace and king of diamonds, you could overtake it, but that wouldn't be good enough.
Yeah, okay. So Fleischer opens two clubs. We get a two heart overcall from East.
I don't like this bid. I think if you're gonna bid, you gotta bid three hearts. Two hearts just does nothing.
Yeah, again, it feels like maybe the type of bid that's a lot more effective against the lower level players that you play against because they'll just like not know what to do over these overcalls.
Right. Like just take their two diamond a bit away and watch them struggle.
Yeah, now in this case, I mean, I think West was raising any number of hearts that he bid, and Fleischer was
Yeah.
probably going to bid spades over it anyway. So, three spades
Yeah,
for
but
Fleischer.
notice how much easier this makes North and South's auction, though, right? If it goes two clubs, three hearts past four hearts, and North bids four spades, I think he would. South probably has to pass this, even knowing that his hand is a pretty good dummy. But here, when he raises, now North knowing that even for two clubs he has extras, can just blackwood it.
Yeah, now, I mean, Martel's thinking about queuing four hearts. I'm certain of it. And he does.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is an excellent bid and probably
Yeah.
not one that would occur to a lot of people because, it's not just that he has some spade support and can raise. It's also that, like, his partner could have bid three no trump over three hearts here, right? He knows his partner's under some pressure. So he has queen third. The queen of spades is a huge card. He has no wasted heart cards, and the king of diamonds is probably a useful card as well in this type of position. So
Yeah. And I think also importantly, since three spades is forcing, this is kind of like a 4.5 spade bid, where four spades could be like a 3.25 spade bid.
right, yeah, like I mean, as you say, three spades was forcing. Like, what is Martel supposed to do if he has like Jack Doubleton, three small, four small, four small?
Right, you bid four spades and and explain later where things went wrong.
Exactly. So, I mean, he bids four hearts, which is an excellent bid. For no trump, he now shows no key cards. And now Fleischer knows that, like, kind of what his hand looks like. His hand looks like some sort of hand that has fillers, but not necessarily aces or the king of spades. Did South's initial pass establish a game for us? It's a good question. I don't know. But the Vugraph operator did alert four hearts, so my guess is no.
Yeah, certainly for many pairs it would.
Yeah, but we would expect the pass to be alerted. I mean, maybe the Vugraph operator just didn't see the pass getting alerted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, and so Fleischer makes the six spade bid, which, like, he's going to be pretty disappointed when dummy hits after a heart lead because he has no quick entry over there to pitch his heart loser on the king of diamonds. Now, East might lead a club as well, but he's going to get rewarded when the king of spades falls singleton. So, like, ultimately, Team USA got to a bad slam because on a heart lead, you have no play unless the king of spades drops singleton.
Right.
But I like their auction. I mean, I like what they did. Maybe we can argue that Fleischer, after hearing about no key cards, should be a little bit more conservative, but I can't really blame him for thinking that Martel is often going to deliver a singleton heart on an auction like this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the fact that the opponent's only preempted to three hearts goes against that.
Sure, sure.
I think if he's had seven hearts, he certainly would have been three, and if West had four, he might have gone to four hearts, white, red.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe not. Like, obviously, West might give you some room on this kind of auction given the colors.
Yeah.
Is this lead at least will take care of one of the Clara's problems.
Yeah, no, I mean, Fleischer probably expects that this is a singleton club, so he's kind of going to be backed into just going ace of spades spade. But
Yeah, like putting in, like trying to jack a spades to force an entry to pitch a heart on the King of Diamonds. Might be attractive if he were confident clubs are splitting, but here he's confident they're not splitting, I think.
right, yeah. So I think he's just going to be forced into dropping the king of spades, and that's going to be another huge swing going the way of the U.S. So club around to the 10, and yeah, as you say, he just can't really afford to try the jack of spades. Like, if he had gotten a diamond lead, for example, I think that
Right.
would be the line of play. Jack of spades, we can
And you
afford
have
to
to
lose a spade trick.
obviously you saw the embarrassing possibility of losing a Ruffle clubs or 5-0.
Yeah, but
I think you're not worried about that because again, they would have preempted an extra level.
sure.
So yeah, here he's just gonna, you know, yeah, I was gonna say he's about to push the claim button, and so he does. Do we actually know where they're playing with real cards, or are they playing on tablets?
They're not bidding on tablets, I can tell you that. So I think they're playing with real cards as well.
How do you know they're not bidding on tablets?
I was told
Oh, well, it's
by by
weird reason.
clearly a trusted source. It may have been a single person in my chat earlier. But I trust
Yeah.
all of my chatters.
Meanwhile, I've got yet another slam hand, possibly here.
Yeah, what are we thinking? We can run the jack of hearts picking off the 10-9 doubleton?
No, if they don't lead a club, you can just lead a diamond, pitch a club away, and make six hearts pretty easily. I know, obviously, the guy's looking at the king queen 10 of clubs, so he would, but north south, they're kind of getting close to the slam zone of hearts.
Well, we still have a trump loser, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. That would be a diamond and a heart. Yeah, so you gotta pin the 10-9 of hearts. That's not super likely.
Hey, Leon, I'm sorry that your match didn't go great in the first round. Plenty of rounds to bounce back, but glad that you get to take a break, sit out, catch some of the action.
So we are being told by Al Hollander in the other room they did preempt three hearts, which I like much better than the two hearts that was chosen here.
Ah, yes, two clubs, three hearts. Double by South, probably showing some values. Four hearts, four spades. And now South felt he had kind of showed his hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Americans certainly would invert pass and double and show, play double as a double negative and pass to show some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a pretty strong hand for a negative hand showing double.
Yeah. So spade and no trump. Does Marty have some sort of like conventional three clubs? He does. Look at that. So three clubs is going to be one of a bunch of hand types, but one of them would be spades and hearts, four hearts. The three heart jump
Yeah.
shift would show 5-5.
Yeah, I do wonder whether this shows a six spade or not. Probably not. I think it just would be packing too much information in there.
Yeah. Now, of course, he could have just decided to show this as single suited spades, which I think also would have gone through three clubs.
Yeah, but then imagine South just had a fifth or even a sixth heart, and now Slam is just a claimer.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Puff and Basher, thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the stream.
Yeah, I think it's really dangerous to suppress a fourth heart even on a hand with such a disparity in the suit strength.
Yeah, what did they do in the other room, I wonder? A spade and no trump, four spades. So they did, and I wonder if that was because they didn't have this three club gadget, so North didn't feel comfortable bidding three hearts.
Maybe, but I mean, I feel like if I were going to gamble some game after a spade past a no trump, I would bid three no trump, showing solid spades, and partner could still correct.
Hmm.
Like maybe it's true, like you're a spade short for that, but that's a problem in four spades also because you're not expecting to take roughs.
Well, it's not the roughs so much. It's like playing in spades, I have time to set up the heart suit.
Yeah, but the spades act as stoppers, but I don't know. I don't like that four spade bid. I think I would like a two heart bid even better. Like as overstrength as it is, at least if partner does something over that, you're in really great shape.
Hmm. Oh my god! I just realized spades are 5-1. Declare could. I mean, I guess wouldn't have necessarily been in like trouble if he got to four spades, but it would have been a little bit scary.
What's your plan here in four hearts? Like you just win and play a club back, planning to rough a couple of things. Like you don't have entries to the south end for that. Do you play a diamond immediately? Like do you play two rounds of trumps, but now you're at risk of them drawing a third round?
Well,
I guess that's okay.
If trumps are 3-2, we're cold. So I don't want to go down if trumps are 3-2, and I suppose the only question is...
Oh, right. Because, yeah, the ace of clubs are your temp trick, yeah.
Like, what can I do if trumps are 4-1? We can make on 4-1 trumps if we play a heart to the jack.
Right.
That's kind of what Declare is thinking about right now, is like, what can I do about 4-1 trumps? But you really don't want to go down when trumps are 3-2. So...
Al Hollander in the chat is saying he's surprised Fleischer brought hearts into play. I don't know. I think it's really dangerous to bury them.
I think it can go both ways, right? Like, imagine this same hand with ace fourth of hearts instead of ace jack fourth. Then if hearts are 4-1, we're just going down in four hearts, whereas in four spades, we can set up the king of diamonds to pitch a heart loser.
Yeah, sure.
So it's not like a guarantee that we're going to be better off playing in hearts. But I think you're right that, like, in terms of keeping all slams in the picture, showing hearts makes a lot more sense. Ooh, Declare does duck the second.
I mean, you would feel so ashamed to bring back, four spades or whatever with partner had ace six of hearts and out.
Yeah, I really would. I think this is probably the right play, playing that heart to the 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a safety play against 4-1 in either hand, right? Because if Wes had shown out, he can go up with the king. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the risk here, right, is like East has led from king, queen, doubleton of clubs, and East has the queen of hearts. And now a diamond goes to West's ace, and a club comes through, promoting the queen of hearts. So that's the risk of this line of play.
Mm.
So, like, if West did have queen 9 fourth or queen 10 fourth, whatever it was, would West have split? And would that have just, like, legitimately beaten us? They split, we win the king, we have to continue pulling trumps. But then they play back a spade, cutting communications. Yeah, I think from a like double dummy perspective, we could not have made it if West had split their honors. So you're kind of risking, like, this very infinitesimally small percentage chance where you do go down when hearts were 3-2 to guard against a situation where your opponent has made a double dummy mistake. I don't know. It's close, and obviously it doesn't matter on this layout.
Yeah, so East here probably doesn't have a ton of hope, but I think he knows where the last club is because surely if Fleischer had it, he would have run the nine of clubs since since the location of the queen was not in doubt. Yeah, so he just catches out. Seems as good as anything.
Yep. Ace of diamonds, and now Declara does get to pull the last trump. Can claim. As long as there's no spade ruff. 1 imp to England. England is not too far behind in the border match. But wrong form of scoring, guys. 12 count for Martel here. He'll open a spade. West will overcall a no trump. Take out
I'd
double?
like a no trump better than double, but I think we'd see a lot of Italian pairs doubling on a hand like that.
Yeah, I think the big factor to think about is West doesn't have 4 hearts, and that's kind of
Right.
the big target that you're aiming for when you make these takeout doubles is 4 cards in the other major. So, it doesn't look like a great 1 no trump overcall. The ace doubleton of spades is not ideal, but
Yeah, ace third would be such a better holding because you could hold up twice. I mean, not that it would really matter because out there's all the entries, but
yeah.
he does double. I mean, the problem with overcalling a no trump is you're red white, and it could so easily be the kind of hand where you go minus 300 on some nothing deal, where partner just had a 5-card minor.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's definitely downsides to both actions.
Yeah.
I think it's very close. He does decide to double. I assume they doubled at the other table as well. And we get the 2-heart constructive raise.
I think one thing that is a little bit attractive about double is it's a lot easier, I think, to start with double and get to no trump than start with no trump and basically get to any other strain except a 5-3 heart fit.
Yeah. Yep.
So North shows a sound raise. 2 hearts is artificial here.
Martel bids 2 spades. I think the hesitation there, my guess, because I know people might be wondering, why is Martel not just bidding 2 spades, is he was probably explaining 2 hearts. I think Chip was good at, disclosure, and so, he alerted 2 hearts, and before even being asked to explain, he was just 2 hearts is, constructive with spades or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's been, some experts have proposed randomly adding times of the clock when you play behind tablets, and kind of the equivalent of that also is on a hand like this, sometimes either East or South will freeze the tray a little bit just to, in some competitive auction to make it unclear, on hands where there really is a hesitation, if there was a hesitation, kind of randomizes that. Yeah, I don't think this is one of those, but this is the kind of spot where that might happen some of the time.
Sure. Yep.
Anyway.
High diamond, West switches to clubs, which is not super productive for their side.
Yeah, and it's fine with the defense having the 9 and 8. A heart obviously would have been ideal, but that's pretty scary looking at that holding.
Yeah, though, the club switch does give Declare the opportunity to set up clubs for a heart discard if the defense isn't careful from here. So, Queen of Spades, West does take the ace. And now West needs to interpret what's going on from his partner's...
Sorry, what am I missing here? How does Declare set up an extra club check?
He can lead so he can pull trumps and lead the 10 of clubs.
Oh, so you lead the 10 and then, split the 7-6 of clubs? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and if you're west, you have to find five more tricks. That's feeling a little ambitious here.
Yeah, no, West does do pretty well to switch to hearts, but East now has to work out to play heart back rather than play a diamond
I,
back.
I think he's just 100% going to play a diamond here. So a little interesting. So South played the nine here, which is a little strange, both technically and because you would think that he would want to make the eight look as low as possible.
Oh, but I mean, I think this is a great play because
Okay.
the reason why East might play a diamond here is he thinks his partner from the takeout double has four hearts, right?
Oh, is right. Sorry. He wants to make the eight look high, so he does play a diamond. I had it backwards. You're right.
Um,
Yeah, never
so
mind.
yeah, he
Yeah, that's
really
fair.
wanted East to think that he was down to a double or started with a doubleton heart, and therefore there was no
Yeah.
hope in playing back a heart. Even though it would establish a heart trick, declare is just void. So playing back the diamond was important. Um,
Yeah, and he also wanted East to think that West was not interested in a heart continuation, so conceal the six and make the eight possibly look high. I was just kind of had it reversed in my mind.
sure. Now, I think there's a pretty strong reason why East should work out to play a heart, and that is that if Declare did have this kind of like mystical holding of a doubleton heart and queen third of diamonds to start with, Declare might have tried the effect of winning the ace of hearts, pulling trumps, and then just ducking a club to your partner, who, you know, would then have to find another underlead of the heart, and then you would have to play a diamond through, and that might not be so clear defensively. But anyway, so Declare has the opportunity to now lead the 10 of clubs, which I think he's going to work out to do. And this will make the rest of the play easy. So this would be two spades making two.
Yep, for a push board.
Yeah, so the defense missed an opportunity. They could have beaten this contract. It did make in the other room as well. I'm going to take a quick look through the play. High diamond lead, club switch, same. King of spades to the ace, and West, whoever that is for the US, did not find the strongest defense of continuing the eight of hearts, which was necessary, but
Yeah, not an easy hand to defend by any means.
nope. But East West here did a little bit better, weren't able to take it across the finish line. Two spades making for a push.
Yeah, so meanwhile, on a set where there haven't been that many swing boards, considering it's a 32 at mash after eight. There's only been basically two swing hands with their 29 imps in them.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, board five, it could have easily gone against the US. We could have lost 13 on that board. That's
Yeah,
kind of the margin of the match right now. Um, but
it's true, but six. And I guess, yeah, not a great contract because they can, if they have let a heart, now the only possibility is that Singleton King.
right.
Like you would have made anyway, but yeah, it's a pretty horrible slam. Like on a club lead, it's not so bad.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the thing about imps, right? It's these huge swings on when the expected value for the hand is really not worth that much, right? It's
Right.
not like the expected value on the hand is 13 imps for England for staying in four spades, because the Singleton King of Spades does come up sometimes. Sometimes they don't
Sure.
lead hearts. Um, so it's probably closer to like three or four imps expected value going the way of England, but it turns out to be a 26 imp swing. One spade
Yeah,
by
that's kind of
East.
very common where there's like an imp and a half in equity and someone wins 12 or 13.
Yeah. Take out double by South. We get a two heart constructive bid by West? Huh?
Maybe he doesn't like his flatness for bidding to no Trump as a large spade raise, or maybe he's just seen these third seed non-vulnerable openings before and he has extras.
um,
I mean, I think Duarch is crazy, but maybe he's just stuck for an alternative in their methods.
I mean, isn't four spades an alternative?
Yeah, I mean, four spades, I think, is like a little bit deciding you know what the hand is, right? Your hand is flat, you have some defense. It could just be some part score deal, and then why are you getting yourself to four spades doubled when your partner opened third seed white?
Okay, I buy it. You are correct. This is not a game hand for either side. Although defending against four hearts might be... I guess it's not that complicated. You basically don't have to do anything, and you just get three clubs and a spade.
Yeah, declare can set up a useless extra diamond, but there's no way to avoid those three club losers.
Yeah. Okay, so East-West have done really well in this hand to stay out of four spades.
Yeah.
North-South have two hearts and two diamonds, but that's it.
The other table, they got to four spades because non-vulnerable Moss and Group play precision and a very aggressive precision style where they open pretty much every 8 count. So West had an easy one spade opening bid and East had a relatively easy four spade bid, and that was that.
Yeah. And you have the auction precision, one spade, four spades, the opponent's double, and you go minus 100. Like, you're pretty happy about the result.
You just don't care.
But...
And one thing about that is, in that kind of precision style, sure, East had like kind of a 9 count and a normal limit raise. Some of the time he has a 15 count, and Martell is still forced to make the same double, and Fleischer has a Yarborough, and it's 590.
Yeah. I mean, or like, this could happen, right? They don't find the right defense. Four spades would have made if the defense didn't cash out ace, king, because the queen of clubs on side means declare can pitch a heart loser. So... It's not as if four spades was slated to go down in the other room, but it did. King of spades.
Yeah, it's true. With neither player having an ace-king together, it's a little harder to find the cash out, although it's easier with North on lead because he's going to lead some red suit and they're both good enough.
Yeah.
Like with South on lead, it's a little harder because South has a pretty obvious club lead.
Right. South's looking at both red aces, and, if your partner is doubling four spades for penalty, then sure, I guess you lead the ace of hearts. But it's a little bit harder if you don't know your partner has stuff. You just probably lead the 10 of clubs. And
right, like North would pass with a really wide range of hands, anything from a 0 count where you're stuck to a hand like this where, you're doing it because you're fairly confident of a plus score and don't have 5-level safety.
Yeah.
It's not like... I don't think either side earned a swing on that one. I think that was just kind of, methods luck that generated that 7-imp swing. Sure. It looks like every play by every player is totally reasonable in both rooms.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost looks like if England got to four spades, they would have earned a larger swing on this one, because South might have found the same 10 of clubs lead. But...
yeah, it's true.
Well, so halfway through, I suspect the players are probably taking a bit of a break. That's what the pause is.
Neither North nor South smokes, but it's possible East or West does.
Yeah, or maybe they just, want to take a break at the midway point of the set. I think a lot of players have this thing where, they're just used to taking breaks in the middle of sets, and so you, schedule a break after board 8. Regardless of what else is going on. So England do bounce back a little bit, although the US is still comfortably ahead. after this set. I'm going to take a quick look and see about the standings in the other matches, if I can get some like live updates on here.
Oh, we got a board.
Oh, we got a board? Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, quick update. Netherlands has leapt out into first. They're crushing Argentina currently in their match.
Yeah, even without Brink and Driver, that had to have been one of the pre-tournament medal favorites.
Yeah, and over in Group B, Switzerland finally has found themselves on top, although there's still going to be a little bit of shuffling in the standings.
Certainly a team that has very strong partisans both for and against.
Oh my god. I ordered food like an hour and a half ago. I forgot. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, well, meanwhile, we've got two spades. Probably clubs or a size ask, I think, or south. Seem like the kind of pair that do that, so north is probably just going to bid 2-no to show a minimum. And then south can bid 3 hearts to show clubs and heart shortness, and you lose the diamonds, but I think that's just one of the consequences of playing this instead of minor suit statement, and this comes up a lot more. It also means that 2 clubs can include, or 2 clubs can guarantee a 4-card major, which is really nice. So, yep. So 2-no trump, showing a spade stopper, since West made that lead directing double, also showing a minimum, presumably. I don't think he's going to be tempted to bid 3 spades, but he does have kind of a promising dummy, given that he's got a hard source tricks. Yep, he just passes. So.
Alright, I'm back. I'm going to turn off my webcam and I'm going to eat. But I will
so
be
I think, so I was just saying, it looks like it went 2 spades, clubs are size ass, cards, lead directing double, 2-no minimum with a spade stopper, 3 hearts, clubs and a singleton heart, and you just lose the diamonds playing these methods.
Gotcha.
North has a really good hand on this auction, right? Like, no spade wastage, ace fifth of hearts, sure, it's a little much, but ace empty fifth opposite a stiff heart, 3 key cards for clubs, 3 hearts is effectively, like, it's not quite a slam try, but it's often a slam try.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, again, I think oftentimes I talk about the difference between, like, hands that are suitable for slam and hands that are suitable for, like, game or playing at the 5 level. And slam hands are so much different. Like, you need a couple things. You need controls and a source of tricks. And North is the one with controls. So North's hand, despite being a minimum in terms of high cards for the no trump opener, is very slam suitable. His hand kind of transformed from, like, I have a minimum no trump opener, where if the auction had gone 1-no, 3-no, his partner puts down the dummy and says good luck, and he's like, I'm hoping to not go down 3, into, like, we have a club fit, I have all of these controls, my hand is just golden. So he does want to show some extra values somehow.
Yeah, at this point, he knows he has a 9-card club fit. There's absolutely 0 chance that Martel will be doing this with only 5 clubs.
Right.
Yeah, 3 spades is a nice bid, just, again, like, sort of a Q bid, but also sort of, like, partner, I like my hand for clubs, your turn.
Yeah, so I think 4 diamonds is key card, and Fleischer is going to be losing his mind. It's like, that's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Here, I have 3 aces. Does that help?
Yeah, unfortunately, they have all the key cards, but looks to me like they're just 1 trick short for slam. They can rough that diamond, but the spade is just stranded with heart splitting 5-2.
Oh yeah, but I mean 6 clubs is a good spot.
I mean, is it though?
Why not?
Well, the only play in 6 clubs is a 4-3 heart split, right?
No, you just have a spade loser.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was thinking we have a spade loser and something else, but the something else turned out to be nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Like in seven clubs, you're totally
Yeah,
right. That
yeah, somehow I was just counting extra loser. Yeah, so Marty alerted to no Trump is showing the ace.
no, no. I,
That's
I
possible, but that's
I think the VuGraph operator just put it in as showing as
yeah.
alert. A equals alert.
Oh, that makes sense. Like I think it guaranteed a stopper, but specifically the ace seemed unlikely.
Hmm.
Yeah, so this will be yet another swing for Fleischer and Martell after they could not find the slam in the other room. And I think this is one that they earned. I think they bit this hand well. Like it doesn't look that hard at this level, but you're still pretty happy about it if you get to the six club contract.
I mean, like this is yeah, like as you say, this is really well done from the U.S. pair. Now the play is not entirely trivial. Declare has to work out what to do with the diamond loser, which I think is going to be the main question.
Well, he'll cash one club probably, and when the jack drops, it's no longer a problem.
That's true. Yeah. Then you probably just play for 5-2 diamonds and expect that it's very easy. But he might take a little bit of time at trick one here. Um,
Yeah.
but yes, I mean, like, as you say, getting to six clubs looks great when you can see all the cards, but it's not so obvious, right? Fleischer has this really slam suitable hand, but he's also hyper minimum for his one no trump opener. So you really have to learn to distinguish what hands are good for slam and what hands are good for game. Games need high card points to take tricks. Otherwise, the opponents just have all the aces and kings. But once you get into the slam territory, where like the opponents really don't have aces and kings anymore, then controls and being able to get to 12 tricks with running suits of your own is really important. South had the running suits, North had the controls. Perfect fit.
Yeah, and I think this is one where, like Fleischer was in really good shape. First he showed his spade stopper. Then he showed his spade control because he liked his hand opposite the three heart bid. And now whatever Martel does, he can respect it. He's absolutely shown everything. So, I think like Marty wouldn't have been inconsistent to make a couple of encouraging noises he did and then just drop whatever Martel did.
Yeah.
I think you have to obviously have partnership trust with these guys have been playing together, God, close to 20 years at this point, I think.
Certainly.
Maybe not quite that long, about 15 probably.
Yeah, and Martel, as predicted, is taking his time at trick one. I mean, there's so many things to think about. Like, can we rough the hearts good? Because if hearts happen to be 4-3 and we can set it up, pull trumps, and get over there, then we don't need to rough the diamond. It's a little bit risky to rough the diamond if the jack of clubs hasn't fallen. All right, ace of spades, we're off. Let's see what he decides to do at trick two. He does pull a round of trumps, and now I think he'll probably speed up. Second trump, queen of diamonds, diamond to the ace. Cash the ace of hearts.
Pretty unlikely that Jack of Clubs was a false card, but there's no reason not to do this.
Yeah. Man, I really hope we don't get like a 15-minute tank from East here. Because, okay, he does pitch a spade. Like, from East's perspective, it might look like pitching a heart is scary, because you might set up dummies hearts. Pitching a diamond's scary, because you might set up declares diamonds. And pitching a spade might be scary, because it isolates the spade threat.
Well, pitching a heart it's not all that scary, because you can count the declare doesn't have enough entries to pick up even a remaining 4-2 heart split at that point. I think you just take a second to give it a look. You're defending a slam in an important match.
Sure. Well, Martell may be a small inaccuracy not cashing the ace of hearts before playing on diamonds, but didn't really matter. So, 6 clubs comes home. Another huge swing to the US.
Hard to imagine what layout there would be if that very, very slight safety play of the ace of hearts turned out to be necessary.
I mean, you know, one defender has a stiff heart and a doubleton diamond. Like, that's the layout you're guarding against, right?
Right, but that would have to be West, and then how many spades do they have if they only double 2 spades?
Okay, look, it's no cost.
Sure.
But, yeah, it's probably pretty unlikely.
Let's see if South tries 3 clubs. Your passes here, I think they're both kind of reasonable. Like, your suit's not great for a 3-club overcall, but you're a little uncomfortable. You know, whatever. You pass him at 2 clubs later, but now you're maybe a little bit overstrength for that.
Well, I think you're pretty happy if you get to bid 2 clubs. But if the action had gone like a club, a spade, 2 spades, you're probably a little bit unhappy about where things have ended up. Maybe you can bid 3 clubs then. Maybe you could bid 2 now.
Well, it's even worse if it goes a club, a spade, 3 spades.
Yeah, right. Like, I think that's the real danger with passing first. I mean, this could also happen.
I was going to say, like, I suspect North and South know what 2 diamonds means here, but I think there were a lot of pairs that would not sort this out below 5 diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I
mean, it's also possible that it went a club alert past a diamond alert, and that changes the tenor of the 2 diamond bid.
Yeah, it's very possible.
It will be funny if North-South lose their momentum by getting to like 6 diamonds on this hand.
Speaking of a club alert, I know I had mentioned that I was going to pull up convention cards, and I have not been on top of that for this set.
Yeah, the WBF is very good about publishing methods. Obviously, they have to, because if you're one of these teams that's going to face, 20 of your competitors over the next week, having the captain have immediate access to all their methods is really important.
Yeah.
Particularly even in advance of the tournament, right? Like these teams that have professional coaches, they're going to do some of their prep even before they get to Argentina.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you have to come in ready with defenses against some of the unusual methods that your opponents are going to be playing, even if it's just like multi, and even if you're using like the number 2 defense or whatever it's called, you still want to be practiced in it so that you understand what hands go through what actions, because it's going to come up, and if you're not ready, you're just going to hemorrhage imps on those boards.
I mean, that's for sure, especially because even like, quote unquote multi, it's going to matter whether they're playing 2 range of weak 2s, not just whether they stuff other hands into it, but which other hands. Like, there's option 2 is pretty good if you're just playing a 2-board round, but obviously if you're playing in a world championship final, you don't want anything weird and unexpected to ever hit you.
Right.
Yeah, so Martell here, I suspect that 1 club and 1 diamond were not alerted, and that Martell is trying to remember what they do against various types of shortish clubs. So it looks like 1 club was a 2+ club, but 1 diamond probably was just natural. I think Hollander said earlier that both pairs are playing a 2+ club.
Yeah, also,
I mean,
what do you do with South's hand? Like, let's say you work out partner has majors. I mean, I know it's Marty we're talking about, and he could literally have a 0 count, but...
Right, he wouldn't be completely bonkers.
Okay, so are we thinking that there's any chance we have game?
Well, I think, also though, suppose Martell knows 2 diamonds is natural. It's not like your bid here is so obvious, right? Like, you have a diamond slam try, but you also have Marty Fletcher as a partner.
Well, Chip decides that they might have game, so he bids 2 no.
And I like to know Trump, whatever Marty's doing, to know has to be a reasonable bid. Like if he has diamonds, you'll sort that out. If he has the majors, it won't be great, but now you can try 3-no Trump.
Hmm.
Like, assuming Marty has any kind of values for his red overcall in the sandwich position, Martel has to think 3-no is at least playable.
Right. And it turns out it's not. But, um, oddly enough, a lot of cards are very well positioned for North-South. Queen
Yeah,
third of clubs on side, King Queen third of hearts on side. The Queen Jack double to the spades is huge.
Right, like, the Diamond 9-8 are good. Like, I don't think North South are going to make 3-no Trump here, but I wouldn't want to be defending it.
I mean, if I could see the North-South hands, I would. Like, even if I couldn't see my own hand.
Sure. Yeah, so if I could defend double dummy, I would want to, sure. But, I see, so 3 clubs, probably just showing a minimum. So Martel
what if he passes?
surprises everyone.
Oh my god, he did
pass. Yeah, he's going to surprise everyone and put down the dummy.
Well, I mean, I can't say I blame him, but man, like, what if partner actually had the majors?
Well, I think he does know. Like, it looks to me now like they did not have an accident about the meaning of their bids. You got to worry that, like, even a Marty Fleischer minimum is still a game.
Yeah, I mean, I have the suspicion that, like, 2-no Trump might be a catch-all, as you say. Like, it was the safest thing Martel could do with guaranteeing that their side got to a reasonable fit.
Yeah, so, and meanwhile, suppose West does not work out to play a Trump here, which I think he will, looking at that. 1-0 remaining in dummy, but if he doesn't, I guess then, they have a Trump loser, so either way, this is going to go down. The player can't set up a diamond trick under his own power.
Right. I mean, it does seem as if a Trump switch is indicated. But West, I think again, just thinking.
Yeah, I think even if he doesn't play a Trump, that declare is still going to be a trick short, right? He'll take 5 clubs and a heart, and a rough is 7. And even if somehow he can score up an extra trick, which doesn't look, all that likely, he's not going to take 2.
Oh,
yeah, like in the other room, 2 clubs did go down 1 trick.
Yeah, sorry, Vikitsa makes the good point that North is declaring. So.
Oh, right. Right. Well, it sort of doesn't matter, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't want to get in the way of his partner's Trump tricks, which seems kind of reasonable.
Wow.
So, like, still, what do you do now? Like, rough a diamond, since they let you play a heart, probably just to restrict the defensive options. But you're still, you're still not going to make 9 tricks.
He does rough a diamond. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, like, if the defense really wasn't confident about playing on trumps, Declare could have played back a heart there.
Well, I think at that point, a Trump switch is indicated because they can see that, East can see it's dummy's only entry. Like, he might just play the queen of clubs on the table to stop Declare from running it to the 9.
Again, North is declaring.
Oh, right, yes. Well, but even so, though, he did stop Declare from running it to the 10.
Right, but, like, how do they know that North has a singleton club? I guess it doesn't matter, but
I mean,
they've
he has
already
whatever he
screwed
has.
up
Yeah.
if North has a Doubleton club, but still.
Yeah, and at some point it's like, well, the guy just has whatever he has.
Yeah.
If they got to this hold three clubs, then what can you do?
So now do you switch to the Queen of Clubs as East?
You try a heart. Well, I guess you could try a heart, right? Like, Southwest played high, low, and hearts. Well, I guess sorry, they're playing upside down, so he knows the heart count. He played diamond, maybe.
I mean, he
Seems as good as
didn't.
anything.
He very lazily didn't unblock the Jack of Diamonds, unless this is a Vugraph error. So if he plays back the Queen of Clubs, doesn't Declare just make this?
Well, suppose he just puts the Jack of Diamonds on the table, right? And that's basically just that.
Yeah, but Declare might rough that trick.
I mean, he might, but might West not have tried three diamonds at some point?
Uh, East knows the diamond layout. Declare has already roughed a diamond in hand.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting that the shorthand is declaring this. I'm so sorry.
West, so Vikitsa says West would know about 6-5-1-1, because 5-5-1-2 would give East 5 spades. Yeah, but West has no more decisions on this defense. Like, the fact that East didn't unblock the Jack of Diamonds is a big deal here. Because if East plays back the Jack of Diamonds and it gets roughed, then Declare, has roughed an extra trick. I guess Declare still goes down because the Queen of Clubs is still a trick. You have the Ace of Spades, and you're going to get the Ace of Diamonds later. Wait, that's just not true. It's the same problem. Because East didn't unblock the Jack of Diamonds, East is just getting end played into giving North a trick at the end. So East has really bungled this defense by not dumping the Jack of Diamonds on the previous round.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, not if he just plays it now, but yeah,
Right.
it would make everyone's life easier if he
Right, but it
if he'd gotten that card out of his
you
hands.
would have a guaranteed down one, no matter what North's shape was, if you had dumped the Jack of Diamonds on the previous round and just played the Queen of Clubs here. No matter where the Ten of Clubs is, no matter what North's shape is, guaranteed down one. But now Queen of Clubs, Declare pulls 3 rounds of trumps and exits a low diamond, and there's no crocodile. Otherwise, the Queen of Diamonds just wins the 9th trick. So West has to duck it around to East Jack, and then East can cash the Ace of Spades, but then both spades and hearts are set up in the North hand. Dude, this would be a disaster if 3 clubs makes. Okay, East figured it out. He played the Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, it's true though. He really did give himself a much harder problem than he needed to.
Yeah, and I mean, he still end played himself, right? It wasn't just that unblocking the Jack would have been better and made the defense easier. He's still getting end played here. He can't lead clubs, hearts, or spades on this trick. He's end played in 3 suits, which is just amazing.
Well, they survived it with a push, which I think East West are going to be happier with that result than North South.
Yeah, although Marty played the hand really well.
Yep.
The way
And he
things
bid it well
shook
too.
out.
You know, kind of a scary start to, to manage to end up in, a fairly reasonable contract north south on a hand like that.
Yeah, it does look as if they would prefer to play on hearts, but, again, maybe that's
It's
just
true.
like hindsight, but still.
Yeah, I mean, probably yes, but I think on a hand like that, where you have this gross misfit and, North makes a somewhat aggressive bid, South has a really strong hand, and you manage to get out alive, I think you're pretty happy about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go again. 3 hearts, 3 no by West overcall.
I think East will just transfer and drop it, I think, even with a pretty good hand.
It's quite a strong hand. The singleton heart is a little bit unnerving, though, right? Because it's not like your partner has to have the ace of hearts as their stopper. They frequently have the king,
Right.
and then the singleton is going to be pretty useless.
And, even if partner has the ace queen where you can take a finesse for a pitch, 3 little diamonds and 2 small clubs to deal with, like, at some point your partner just runs out of high cards for making anything too high.
Yeah?
Just generally, like, taking a somewhat conservative view after preempts as the non-preempting side is usually good advice.
Right, the preempts can often come with extra distribution, which means that your plans in the play can get minimized, or the number of plans that you could have can be minimized because you just have to pull trumps to prevent roughs.
Yeah, but also, like, as here, when your partner has, like, kind of no Trumpy type honor texture, like, that most of the time he's leading toward his honors. It's going to be futile because North is going to have the non heart strength.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Even if the defense makes a mistake of, like, cashing the ace of hearts and allowing you to get 11 tricks,
Right.
the diamond hook is
Right.
offside. So,
Yeah, so 4 clubs probably said, like, tell me about your hand, which is a nice agreement to have since 3 no trump over 3 of something is really wide ranging, like anything from a totally normal no trump looking hand like this to, like, a singleton somewhere and 6 or 7 running tricks and you're just stuck.
yeah.
Like, singleton, ace, queen third, 6 solid, king third. What can you sensibly do but bid 3 no trump?
Right, yeah, definitely could be. I like how Al Hollander is pointing out, like, the 2 times in the entire event where Fleischer and Martel are going to get out preempted by someone else.
I mean, Martel is pretty down the middle in that department. Marty's the one who's hyper aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like Chip likes to play Marty's style, though, so I've seen him be a little bit aggressive.
Well, Chip likes to open 5-card week 2s, at least in this partnership.
Yeah.
But, like, Marty would open Jack 7th of something vulnerable a lot of the time, and I'm not sure if Chip would follow him in that department.
Mm-hmm. West
Possibly,
had a very
yes,
interesting
but
decision at the other table, over 4 hearts, right? I mean, West could have doubled. They do have 4 spades.
And 4 no is pretty terrifying when you just have no tricks in your hands.
Right. So West decided to pass, probably hoping for a reopening double.
Yeah.
And then felt a little bit shy about passing out 4 spades when their partner balanced. So,
Yeah, like, pretty understandably, right? Like, 4 spades is very wide ranging, and you just can't put this dummy down, and some of the time you make 7.
mm-hmm.
Like, not that's super unlikely, but, partner has a heart void. You're getting pretty close.
Yeah.
King, queen, 6, void. King 4th, ace, and 1. I guess that's not quite enough. King 4th, ace, king 4th, like it's totally normal for spade overcall. King 7, next hand.
So Chip goes with kind of a practical decision, like, let's lead our ace empty 7th. If partner can get a heart rough, we're up to 2 tricks, and maybe we can go from there.
Yeah, and obviously with East Ham concealed, he had reasonable hope that partner would be roughing trick too.
Well, it's going to be a fast 11 tricks, another push board. USA still up by
Yeah,
36.
I think he's just turned to Marty and said, "Does the diamond finesse win?" And that was that.
Yeah. Five boards left to play in the match.
Curious after that four club bid, what East West methods were. Like four diamonds probably just said, "I have a normal no trump bid." Four hearts, spades, and no trump would probably show, you know, some combination of extra strength, unusual distribution, and possibly two ranges of extra strength. Like that three no trump bid could be a 21 count. Like at some point, you're just not quite strong enough for four no trump, and you've got to protect those hands.
Oh, right. Yeah. Um,
Like three hearts, four no trump overcall is definitely natural, but you need a really strong hand for that bid.
mhm.
So let's see how Marty handles this two suiter, where one of his suits is also their suit.
I think you just gotta overcall heart, and clubs often get buried on hands like this, but
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I meant. Like, overcall a heart, but then do you plan to show the clubs later? Can you show the clubs later? Depending on how it's like. Yeah, well, now you can't.
you probably wouldn't want to either.
This two clubs looks inverted to me, right? Otherwise, I guess you're kind of stuck. Otherwise, since your hand is unsuitable for a double or no trump bid. Yeah.
I mean, it looks to me like you could bid two diamonds. Okay, or
Yeah,
maybe you could
clubs.
bid two
What's
clubs
inverted?
showing diamons.
Oh, that's possible. I was thinking that, since one club can be two, that they treat two clubs as, as strong here. I don't know. Yeah, so three diamonds. Yeah, two clubs did show diamonds because three diamonds is obviously a mixed race.
Right? And that's kind of perfect for North. I think Marty's going to be happy to go to game opposite this auction.
Yeah, like this double lets him pass to show a game invite, but I think with that hand, yeah, even knowing the ace clubs, or that the club holding is going to be a bit of a problem after ace opening, what can you do?
Well, I'm not convinced he knows that clubs are a detriment to his hand. I mean, the opponents have only showed diamonds.
I guess it's
right?
true.
So
Yeah, I mean, when clubs, even when West does have real clubs, that just means that East is helplessly pitching in front of dummies roughs.
right, and clubs being 5-4-2-2 around the table, you can still set them up because your partner showed four hearts over there. So
Yeah, you're not thrilled about your own heart weakness because some of those hands you're going to be roughing with dummies high trumps, but probably it's all fine.
I mean, he's taking a lot longer to bid four hearts than I would have expected, but I do understand. Okay, there it finally comes.
Well, he may have been asking some questions about, particularly about West double here.
Yep. Yeah, makes sense.
That double, obviously was just intended as a stolen bid double, but that's a little unusual. I think most pairs would just play that as extras.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll see. East might bid five diamonds here. West hand is kind of ridiculous for this double.
4-3-3 with a bunch of defense. Yeah.
Well, and I think most relevantly, a hand that has absolutely no interest in bidding four diamonds, and yet this double, even if it shows natural diamonds, has to be inviting at least a four diamond action from East.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? What's the point of doubling to say you had a three diamond bid when three diamonds is no longer sufficient? The only reason to do it is when you want to bid more diamonds than three.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like we have a big diamond fit. I think oftentimes two clubs is probably going to show six diamond in an auction
Oh,
like
I mean, I
this.
think that's what it is, but they don't have a big diamond fit, right?
I mean,
Like,
that's
yeah, so
true.
I mean, even if West is like sort of knows that the also trick supports a four diamond bid, his hand doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I think he's just going to like obviously now that he's thought so long, it's more likely, but I think he's just not visualizing unless his partnership is much more in tune on these kinds of auctions than I think. I don't think he can predict that West is going to turn up with a balanced 12 count. You know, with wastage in the opponent's suit.
Yeah, I'd agree on that one. That this West hand is probably pretty abnormal for an auction like this. I mean, obviously West would be thrilled to make this bid if he was like 4-1-4-4, right? Like then that would be
Right.
perfect. But
Or even like, put that King of Hearts somewhere a little more useful because he knows his partner has a singleton heart, right?
yep,
Now it could be a cheap save or even kind of a weird make if he's had extras. That King of Hearts opposite a singleton, he knows it's horrible. So making this encouraging noise seems a little much to me.
yeah. I mean, like move the King of Hearts into the club suit, and East West
Yeah.
are 3-3 clubs with the Queen on side away from just having a claim for 5 diamonds. Well, okay, fine.
Right.
Diamonds are 4-0, so but on normal splits.
Yeah, I mean, and like give East the Jack of Spades to go with, or even the 10, which isn't so much to ask for, you know. Yeah, so now East took a while to make this double, which I think is going to force West to pass. Like, even if their agreement is double suggesting a save, West hand suggests declining that suggestion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean West just can't pull the double because West has all defense. So here we are.
Right, like I think East double probably had it been in tempo might have invited action. It's also, by the way, it's possible that East Western's having a huge accident and that East thinks West is showing a point count blob with no heart stopper for 3 no trump.
Sure. Yeah.
Like I think if an unknown expert partner made that double with me, I would 100% think that they had a 2-no reboot with no heart stopper.
Hmm.
Right? Like, wouldn't you?
I mean, I guess it depends on how much a double shows diamonds.
Listen, I mean, well, that's the point. Like, but suppose you just sit down with some, world class expert, but you've never like your discussion ended as we play transfers and auction, 2 club shows diamonds. Wouldn't you 100% think that the double of 3 diamonds just showed cards?
Hmm.
I
I
think
guess
so,
so.
right? Like, who in their right mind would play this double as a diamond raise? The other hand is just so much more important.
Well, yeah, and I mean also to your point, like you could just bid 4 diamonds with the diamond raise, right? So
Right.
there's
Oh, that's the point. But if you have the balanced 18 count with Jack third of hearts, the only thing you can do there is take 2 minutes and pass 3 diamonds. Like, that's the only way to show that hand without a card showing double.
yeah. All right. Well, now Marty's here. The
Just
other
to be clear
table
to the
did
specs,
go
I'm
down
joking
one.
about that.
Is he going to make this?
Let's see. So,
I mean, the singleton
what's
9 of
your.
hearts is a big deal because that
Yeah,
gives the
so
player
what's.
an extra entry.
Well, how do you start the play? Do you play a heart to the queen, hoping it wins, especially after the double to lead a club up? Do you start clubs immediately? Like, kind of what's your strategy on this hand as declare?
I mean, I think heart to the queen, planning to lead a club up to the king. Now, it might.
I think so too, but
I mean, it might be the case that West's best defense is to duck when a club is led.
I think if you have 4, that's easier to find. Like knowing it's roughing out, makes it a little less attractive to duck that.
Yeah, so how is the play going to go? Heart, 9, queen, king. Heart. Okay. So
I
we
mean, is
win
it
the 8 of
possible he
hearts.
returns? Well, does West definitely return a heart, or is it going to say like, I mean, a
What
spade
is
looks weird,
that?
but like a diamond to try to attack declare's entries to his own hand and put him in the wrong hand might be attractive.
Okay, well, a spade would never have been on my radar.
No, and particularly he played a spade quickly, which I really don't like. That seems like if you're going to make a really big play like that, like take some time to work everything out before you do it. Although I guess like if Declare had, Declare like if, suppose Marty started with like something where he said ace doubleton of spades and get a rough. You want to do it quickly? Maybe that's what he's hoping. No, it's not possible. The Marty would have had jack fourth of hearts. Never mind. Yeah, I don't like playing a spade in tempo there. Yeah, West I think is not distinguishing himself on this hand in any way between the bidding and the play.
Yeah, now I think Declare is a huge favorite to make this.
Yeah, so again, like, does he know? He knows that nine of hearts is a true card, right? So he knows the hearts are 3-1. East would never play the nine there. You never know; it might be useful. So, like, if you play a heart to the ace and a club, let's say West ducks it, you win, you rough a club, you cross to the ace of spades, probably. Again, because you know what's going on in the spade suit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Wow, he even crosses to the ace of hearts. That doesn't. He probably crossed the jack of hearts to the ace or 10 of hearts to the ace.
Yeah, it's fine though. I think yeah, on a club lead, if West wins, the hand is over immediately, and if he ducks it, I think Marty will not have a problem using the ace of spades as an entry. That's kind of marked.
Right.
Yeah, so that's that.
Yeah, this is
What a result!
Big result for Team USA once again. I mean, they've had a lot of big results this set. Again, board a match. Yeah. We're not ahead by all that many boards, but it's a 36 imp lead, and it's going to get much, much bigger.
Really, not hopeless for the Brits at this point, and obviously this is one that they knew was going to be one of their toughest matches. But you still hate to get blitzed against anyone. I mean, whatever. It's not a blitz yet, but if it ended now, I think it would be. I think even on the WBF scale, this is probably close to a blitz number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 49 imps. I wonder if it's 50. It might be 50. We'll have to see at the end of the set.
Oh, I thought I was thinking that it might be 40, but also that's probably shorter matches in a 16-board match. It's probably probably really needs to just be an absolute slaughter. Yeah, I think the ACBL twist scale with fractional victory points, 40 is a blitz, but that maxes out at 8 board matches. So, but yeah, just once again we've had 4 pushes and 1 imp swing out of 12 boards, and yet it's a 50 imp match. Just all the big hands are going north-south way.
Yeah. Okay, question. Is Martel opening in third seat? He does.
So is that a multi, or is that a 2-suited bid? I think it's straight up multi.
It seems like multi to me. Westover calls 2-0 with 18.
Normal. Yeah, so I think this is, by the way, I think a really good method to play in this particular partnership, because it lets Marty open any hand he wants, but also like they don't have to play uncomfortably wide ranges of preempts.
Yeah.
Like it's not possible without cheating to play that your preempts can be anywhere from Queen Jack 10 fifth up to King Queen Jack 6th.
That's a good point.
Yeah. No, it's true. Like I think a lot of pairs that like to play very aggressive preempts kind of cater to it by playing two ranges of multi so that they can still bid their constructive hands effectively, but also bid their destructive hands in the way they want to.
Right. So 3 diamonds transferred hearts, and East bids 3 now. What is West gonna do? I think you correct to 4 hearts.
I think so, yeah. Like, he knows sure, like he can duck a couple of spades, to shut out South suit, but his hand really just looks like it's gonna be better for suit play.
Oh boy. Well, we are gonna see another swing going the way of the US. And I mean,
so
it is very possible that 4 hearts goes down.
yeah, and they lose at least one club, at least one heart, and a spade. And I mean, I guess it's a little hard to tap East out, but this is not going to go super well. Like, Queen of Spades lead. Probably you duck that, win another spade, draw a couple of trumps, and play the Queen of Diamonds.
Well, North is on lead, and I mean, if North gives South a club rough at trick 1, Declare may well just cash the Ace King of Hearts.
Right. So that would be, two hearts. The King of Clubs is still going to score, and a spade for down 1.
Yeah, now, I mean, it's not automatic that Fleischer is going to find a club from King 6th. I think he's probably not thinking about it, but it's not that unreasonable to try and give partner a rough.
Yeah, so I think some of the time the South had a rough, he might have doubled Leitner, although, you don't want to do that with so little defense on the side.
Yeah. So Fleischer leads a spade. Normal.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Wes is certainly going to think that's high from a doubleton, even in the north-south preemptive methods, and not low from King third.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important to duck trick 1.
Yeah, I think he will, I think, for the wrong reason.
I mean, I can understand you being worried about a club coming through, but I think if a club comes through, you just fly ace and go Ace King of Hearts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think,
he takes the ace, and now goes Ace King of Hearts.
One good thing, sort of, about a club coming through is it tells you the club position.
Sure.
Like you're not thrilled to learn the King of Clubs is offside, but you're gonna 100% know it.
Yeah.
I mean, now he might have some optimism. Like both, it feels like the minus 2 kings are often going to be split here. I mean, I guess it would give South a bit of a strong hand in high cards, but not if he only has 5 spades. Like, some of the time he can play the clubs for no losers here.
Yeah, now the defense can always come out on top from this position because Declare didn't duck trick 1. South can get in with the Heart Queen, cross to his partner in spades, and get a club throw. Or get a club rough.
Yeah, again, like, that might be a little tough for North to find, right? Like, if Marty leads a spade honor, Fleischer might let it hold, and if he leads a low one, Marty's going to be a little bit in the dark as to whether it's safe to play a club there.
No.
It'd be really embarrassing if clubs were... Well, I guess maybe Martel has to have a club void because otherwise he might just lead one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that coupled with he's going to lead back the 3 of spades. And...
Actually, you think that's a 1,000,000% Stu preference?
It just has to be, right? Like he could have led back the Queen of Spades. He could lead back the Jack of Spades. He has both of those cards. So the 3 of Spades is just a standout. Like even if Declare plays the 4 on this trick, I'm shocked the 3 of Spades isn't already on the table. But But like the three of spades just seems stand out to me to be like, please partner, I command you to play a club.
I guess that's true. Like Marty's gonna probably think about it for a while because it is very much all or nothing to play a club there, but eventually he'll remember that Chip Martell has won, 27 world championships and put one on the table. I'm not sure how many he's won, but I believe Chip was the youngest World Open pairs winner until the Rimstedts won.
Mm.
And he's won, quite a few Open team championships. Yeah, Martell and Stansby won the World Open pairs in 1982.
Wow.
And I think, at the time, Chip was, probably in his early mid 20s because it wasn't until pretty recently that he became Hall of Fame eligible. Yeah, Martell he was, I think, 29 at the time. He was born in 53, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, so 4 Bermudables, a World Open pairs, a Rosenblum, and a World Senior teams. And he also has a runner-up in both the Bermuda and Rosenblum. So he's actually never won this event. He's never even been in the final of this event. So, now's his big chance.
Yeah, and I hate re-emphasizing this, but a lot of the countries have some of their top pairs playing in the mixed or the seniors, and so I think it's a lot easier to win this event than, say, the Bermuda Bowl was last year, where basically every country was sending all of their top players into the open event. There's the 3 of spades. Great play by West, the 4 of spades. But, all right, as you say, Marty might take a minute to think about what's going on here.
Yeah, so to your last point, I only took a very quick look at the rosters, but one thing that struck me, I was saying earlier about, poorer countries maybe not being able to send teams. One thing that struck me is Japan, which is obviously a wealthy country, sent teams for everything but the Open, and I was wondering if they had some strategic decisions to put their top players into mixed and or seniors. I think Japan's the kind of country that can field a couple of strong pairs, but not a full world-class team at the Open level.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. That if you're trying to win one of these events, obviously the Open is going to be the hardest one to win. So,
right. I think I would love to play the Open in this as a great life experience. If I moved to a country where I would somehow one of the top 6 players, but I would know that I would be just filling out the movement. If I really wanted to win a medal, that wouldn't be the way to do it.
Right.
Yeah,
Big
so,
moment
predicted,
from Marty Fleischer.
Oh no!
No, he plays back a spade. So now Declare can get home by pulling the last trump because South has no entry to the long spades.
Yeah, and Marty, not that it really mattered, but the 10 of clubs pitch, means that Declare doesn't have to worry about a long club loser.
Yep, fair.
So this will mitigate the damage for the Brits, but they're still going to lose, a dozen imps? Or 10 imps, I think, for 480. Maybe that's even as much as 11. I think it's 10, though.
It's 10.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to cover 1100s.
Yeah.
Still, at least at this table, they'll feel like they've, helped to slow the north-south momentum. Of course, when they come back, it's plus 620, we did it, guys. It was 11, sorry.
Yeah.
Lose 10.
And now Marty's going to be kicking himself. Chip pitches on this trick, and he's just
This comparison, you brought back 4 minus double-digit swings. You're like, don't worry, we've got one good one coming in. So run this and take the diamond finesse, close his eyes, and that'll be that.
Yeah. So Chip, of course, should come down to a singleton diamond and the singleton queen of spades. Okay, he doesn't. Um,
Just gashing his clubs to make sure they score before he takes his finesse, just in case he miscounted something.
yep. Four hearts making. Crisis avoided, but it's still 10 imps for the US
Yeah.
on that board. Now I think we are
Yeah.
safely in blitz territory if they hold the lead.
It's not your day when you bring in a result that wins 10 against probably every other table in the field except the one you're comparing with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as you said, the defense is not easy, but I like what Chip did. Marty did spend some time thinking it through, and didn't end up coming up with the right play. I mean, the three of spades is such an alarm bell, though.
I
declare-
suspect this pause could be a little bit of a post-mortem, although I think that'd be out of character for at least the North-South pair and the East-West pair have nothing to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think the big point on the three of spades is once you recognize that Declare might have started with ace-king small, the three of spades could have just blown into dummy's stiff nine. So it really is like a huge risk to play the three of spades back as opposed to an honor, that it should give a massive alarm bell to North. But
So meanwhile, they bid this hand very quickly while we weren't looking.
yeah, and also very much to the wrong level, right? Four spades is just gin.
I think again this is, kind of a soft result for East West where, if you let's suppose someone didn't give you your hand, they just said you open a spade, your partner bids three spades mixed, and you have a six trump, do you bid four spades? The answer would always be yes. Like I think East here overthought it with his flat hand and only having 14 count, including a short queen. It's like you just close your eyes and bid a game when you have 10 trumps.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like,
Particularly, the mixed raise, like West was flat, which I think, right? Wasn't he 5-4-2-2?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so like sometimes West has a singleton and, and now you really have nothing to worry about. Sometimes he has the king of diamonds, you can set the trick. Like, it's just overthinking it to pass that.
Right, like ace sixth opposite king fourth is just such a, massive fit where you're missing three high card points in this. I understand the East has the jack of spades, which makes it a little better, but you're missing so many high card points in the suit, and yet you have no losers. So,
I mean, a6 opposite 4 little is almost better, right? Like, sure, you lose a trump trick, but that means that everything partner has is going to support your minor on, your short honors here.
right?
Yeah, you can't like make yourself crazy trying to figure out exactly what partner has. Partner has a fourth trump and some high cards. You bet a game. So
The club,
finally
diamond
seeing
showing
the North-South
hearts.
transfer methods. Yep.
Yeah, three hearts by
So-
South. He has extras.
Yeah, he's absolute top of his range. But again, I think particularly playing transfers, North would respond fairly light here. 4 hearts is a bit much. I think 4 hearts is like your 5-4-2-2-20 counts if they didn't open 2 no trump. This is North South. This is a pretty good slam, right? Since you have this 9 card heart fit, all you need is the Queen of Hearts not scoring.
It's probably slightly percentage to get there. But again, it's not, like the expected number of imps you win by bidding slam. It has to be somewhere on the order of like 1 to 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in the round robin stage, maybe just don't worry about it. Like, if you're playing the knockout against a team you think you're an underdog against, you want to get to the slam 100% of the time.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like, there's the kind of spot where, like, when you can swing a lot of imps without swinging a lot of equity, it's really perfect for an underdog team.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I think has been characteristic of this match in particular, if we take a look back at a lot of these double digit swings, it's because the US team was bidding a slam at one table and the English team was not. Like board 3, they get to 6 clubs, the other table plays in 4 hearts. Board 5, they get to 6 spades, the other table plays in 4 spades. Board 9, they get to 6 clubs, other tables in 5 clubs. So every once in a while, all of those slam swings come up in your favor.
Yeah, right.
And this is what happens. But last hand, yeah, 3 diamond preempt from Fleischer, which I think is going to shut South up. Otherwise, I mean, maybe North-South could have decided to save in 5 hearts or something over 4 spades at these colors.
Yeah, and this is one where obviously North-South are forced to open 3 diamonds because 2 diamonds is multi. But I think even playing a weak 2 diamonds, Fleischer would open 3 because his hand is a little strong for his white 2 diamonds, even in second seat. Yeah, so how do we feel about this 4 spade overcall?
I mean, I don't hate it. It seems, it's probably a bit thin. 7-2-2-2.
I mean, I would be kind of tempted by 3 no trump, as sick as it looks. Like, one problem with 4 spades is if your partner doesn't have what you need, there's absolutely no chance you can make 4 spades. Like, imagine, Fleischer's just sitting there with queen 10 fourth of spades. No matter what dummy you buy, it's not going to make.
Right. Now, I will say, it's another huge result for the USA and the other room because it's not so obvious that 4 spades should be making on this hand. I think there's a decent chance to Claire. Well,
I mean, so what's your, you win this, play a club to sort of force an entry, take a spade finesse, now you lose in a dumb way when there's a club rough. Don't you just, bang down the ace king of spades and hope something good happens? I guess then what are you... Yeah, I guess then you always go down when you lose a spade trick.
Yeah, so it's... it's like... Can the 3 diamond preemptor have queen third of spades in front of us? I guess that's a pretty unlikely layout.
Yeah, sorry, I said Fleischer, but I meant Martel having queen 10 fourth of spades behind him. Yeah, I mean, again, this discussion is selling me on a 3 no trump bid instead of 4 spades for that reason. Here, here it's you have no options in the play-in. In 4 spades, of course, 3-0 will go down in a similarly... Well, I guess on a heart lead, you would probably have to find the winning play because you can't afford to lead a club to take a spade finesse even when you think it's going to work.
Right.
I mean, maybe the answer is just to overcall 3 spades and figure a partner can't act. Will feel a little heavy, but often won't have too many regrets.
Yeah, that's, it kind of feels like a 3.5 spade overcall, but preempts work sometimes. All right, ace of spades, king of spades. So all that's left is for Declara to guess the clubs, and there's no way to go wrong there. So USA is going to come up with a 65 imp victory, which I'm already going to pre-market. That is a VP shutout in one of the matches.
I would say to kind of go against what I was saying. I don't know whether it's Brad or Joe at the other room sitting east, but a really great player over a 2 diamond preempt bid 4 spades. So
yeah, one of the big things is if you're going down, you're going to go down a lot less in 4 spades than you will in 3 now, and
that's true.
Vulnerable under tricks do add up, but.
It is true, on a really bad day, 3-0 is minus 500.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I feel like when I bid four spades on a hand like that, I just know whatever dummy comes down is going to be bad for me. Like, if somehow we have a slam, it's a good hand. It's a good bid for getting to slam because partner's going to immediately know what's good and what isn't. Well, even then we have three. We have four key cards, so it's going to be hard for partner to make a move.
I think sometimes preamps just work, and you just have to pick something and hope that it works out.
Yeah, but like one good thing about bidding three spades is partner might have a hand that can bid four diamonds over that as a good spade raise, or over four spades, he would just kind of be trapped into passing.
Sure. Well, one imp goes the way of England, so
Really?
64 to 10, or 74 to 10, 64 imps. But I do believe that is a full-on blitz.
64, it's got to be. Yeah.
Let's pull up the standings, if I can find them once again.
Now I have a question for you.
Yeah?
Are these on tape delay?
No. These are live.
Little surprised. Even like a 15-minute delay would be a little better for security.
Yeah. Greg and I went over this earlier. This is nonsense to not have this delayed.
I don't necessarily expect the WBF to be giving full thought to these issues.
Okay, so USA's in first, out to the lead. Maybe kind of expected because they're supposed to win the group, but man, England has had a rough go of it. They're in last place, having earned 5.4 VPs out of 2 matches so far.
Man, who did they play the first set?
We saw them. They lost to Sweden in the first set. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, again, Sweden's expected to do well. I don't remember where England was situated. I thought they were like the 4 or 3 seed maybe in this group.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden, I think, was closer to 5 or 6 seed, but either way, England probably going to be able to make the comeback. They've played up against 2 of the strongest teams. They'll catch up by playing up against some of the weaker teams later.
Yeah, I think in this group, the top 3 currently are the strongest teams, and England at least has gotten 2 of them out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some good sleeper teams here. I think like Romania maybe is outperforming slightly, but is a very strong bridge country. Israel's always strong. Ireland, I don't know whether they have real medal chances, but that's a team I would have thought was a favorite to make it out of the round robin. Even, South Africa has some good players.
I think Ireland was probably the 8th seed, so they were like expected to be the last qualifier.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
New Zealand was obviously expected to make it out, somewhere in like the 5th or 6th position, I think. How many teams progress further? 8 from each group. So this is Group A that we're looking at, which we've just been watching: USA, Netherlands, Sweden, etc. And then Group B over here is Switzerland's group, just because they're the number 1 seed in their group. So they're up in first. Brazil's up in second. Maybe a little bit surprising. Denmark in third. France in fourth. Canada, Italy, India, Finland. Poland might be one of the teams that we would expect to do well, but they're sitting in 10th. Oh, Australia is also having a rough go of it. So, oh my god, and Norway.
Wait. Less surprising.
Norway is in 16th right now. It's still early.
It's disappointing.
But
and also, I would expect the Argentine team to be maybe one of the sleeper teams in Group 1. I think, obviously they're playing because it's convenient to their host country, but there's some strong players in Argentina.
Yeah. So they're currently in 9th. But good start for Team USA. I guess, not surprising, but who did they play in the first round? I don't remember. But being able to take out England like that is a big confidence boost for them, I'm sure. Okay, when does the
Yeah,
next
now
round start?
so as far as format, is it no playbacks until the final? Or is it, well,
Oh, I have no idea. That's a good question. Um, but yeah, I don't
yeah, I don't know how they
actually know.
see, like, presumably there's no playbacks in the round of 16. I wonder how far they take that. I guess maybe at some point you can't do it that way, but I assume no playbacks as long as possible is probably one of the goals of the organizers.
Hmm.
Well, maybe not actually, because you also want the seeding to, um, to come into play in setting the matches. I don't know. I'm sure whatever they do, it's at least moderately silly given who's organizing this thing.
That is how it's felt with the no delay, not playing on tablets.
Yeah. No tablets is a little less surprising, just given how big a tournament it is. Like, the USBF trials, there's just not that many teams. Like here, between the four events, there's probably 150 teams plus the transnational. Yeah, that's a lot of tablets.
Yeah, that's true, and they probably don't have the
You know,
budget
US
for all of this
Right, like US trials with a dozen teams, and they don't play them simultaneously, so you can reuse the tablets for the mix. It's a lot more practical.
for sure. Well, I've currently pulled up a match in the mix just because we have a bit of downtime. There's 30 minutes until the next set for the
Well,
Open.
yeah, I'll stick. If you want me, I'll stick around for the next one.
Sure. You can stick around on Discord, but I've just pulled up the Poland-Israel final board of the set. So Israel's up 41-0 in the match, but this last hand is... I mean, we might end up playing three clubs doubled.
This is. I'm not familiar with West, but North, East, and South are all people who would not be out of place on an open team in a lot of countries.
No, certainly not. And Zatorsky is sitting at the other table. This is just the mixed. So
Yeah. Yeah,
Here-
it's a pretty strong,
here
pretty
we
strong
go.
mixed table.
Is this passing out?
I think so.
I mean, that would be a very exciting... Yep, there it is. West is not happy.
No, but I think also West, West at least knows that they have a Misfit and all the tricks are cashing. They might get 500 when they only have a game, and I think when East passes, West knows that Slam is kind of remote, as it is here.
Sure.
I think if you're West, you're unhappy for a second, and then you look again, and you're like, oh, this is actually pretty good.
Alright, so Ace of Hearts. I wonder if the 3 is a count card at Trick 1, or if it's just attitude.
I mean, yeah. I think it has to be counts.
Jack of Hearts, we should see the 9 now. Yeah, nice play by Pacman. Strong suit preference for spades. So West will work out to cash the spade ace. Which looks like the right play, regardless of the layout of the missing spades. I mean, East isn't signaling for spades with a doubleton, so even if spades are 6-5-1-1, it's still safe to cash the ace here. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so a little bit of signaling mix-up there, but I don't think it really costs anything.
Yeah, definitely doesn't cost, given that South kind of had to play a spade himself anyway.
I also wonder if, West sort of knows that even if East is asking for a spade, East would do that on a lot of hands, and West knows that this is not one where a spade is ever necessary.
It could have mattered if DeClaire had the club or the diamond queen, but yes, I mean it's.
Oh, I see. Where then DeClaire can play 3 rounds of diamonds. That's true. Well,
All right. So Ace of Spades, Spade Ruff. I'm not sure why West is thinking this long about the Spade Ruff. It kind of seems clear. It,
Yeah, like besides being a trick, West knows that East is often going to need to shorten his trumps to avoid an end play later.
yeah, that's one of the big things about these situations. Like sometimes players will get caught up in this idea that, oh, we've started forcing them. Let's continue trying to tap Declare out, and this is actually counterproductive to the defense. You really want to shorten your partner so that South gets thrown in and has to lead clubs into your partner at the end of play.
Yeah, I think that's something like, tapping out Declare on a preempt double all pass auction or just an opening bid double all pass auction is really often a way to get burned in some dumb way at Trick 11.
Right, and I mean, sometimes you're just Declare's sitting on like ace fifth in their suit, and you're like, oh, this is good. I forced them once. I'm gonna force them again, and Declare's like, thank you. Okay, I scored 5 trump tricks. Now what?
Yeah, I mean that's a danger on a lot of hands where one problem with the forcing defense is if your side doesn't have winners, all you're doing is letting them score their low trumps. Like sometimes they just create entries for Declare that they wanted to rough with and couldn't have under their own power.
Mm-hmm.
So this is good enough. They're not going to be able to shut East out of one trump trick, but they're only going to get 100, which I think will be a great disappointment to both East and West.
Yeah. So as long as South does in fact lead a club, and if East plays low, he sticks in the 10 or floats the 7.
He doesn't even need to.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he can just rough a diamond, Like, so what does East do here? Let's say East plays a diamond.
Sure.
So, like, let's say he plays a club to the ace. No, maybe that's not quite good enough. If he plays a club to the ace, roughs a diamond, East will still have exit cards.
Yeah.
East will exit with the heart. Yeah, so he does need to run the 7 of clubs.
Mm-hmm. And Pac-Man will duck in tempo. Maybe even play the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, but I think it won't. It won't be a surprise to anyone at the table what the club position is. Like, did East really pass this with Queen Jack 4th of clubs?
Yeah, I mean, probably not, but...
Like, I don't think there's any way his club holding is any weaker than Queen Jack 4th. Like, it's definitely not Queen or Jack empty 4th for West as a stiff honor.
This is cute. He's getting right to the point immediately. This is kind of the strong way to go about defending or declaring. Force the opponents to guess immediately. And...
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be quite good enough, but actually, so hang on. So let's say runs to the 7, rough a spade. East can pitch a diamond. I was going to say diamond to the ace, rough another spade. Ace king diamond, rough another spade. Yeah, it's not quite enough to East.
Well, there's never any coup, right? Because even if you get to dummy with 3 cards left and East has Queen Jack 3rd and Declare has Ace King 10.
Split, yeah.
Yeah, East just splits. So...
Yeah.
This is always safe, and East knew that he was only getting it down 1 unless he can get Declare to misguess clubs. Oftentimes that means you want to put them to a guess immediately before they get any more info about the hand. So... And South's given it a think.
I mean, South, I think South really should not be deceived by this play. Like, yeah, it is a nice play from East, but come on. Yeah.
He does decide to play low, and that's going to be 1 down.
Yeah, for a push. I think both East-West pairs at East Table are going to be a little grumpy about their result, but everything was totally normal.
Look, he's going for the coup. Spade ruff, diamond over. Spade ruff, diamond over. I really hope Pac-Man doesn't ruff when Declara tries to cross in diamonds a second time. Okay. Down one. So that's the end of that match. Oh, it was a push. Three clubs doubled down one at both tables. Yeah. Nice. Italy versus China, a much lower scoring match there, 8-6.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, China's a strong bridge country, but I didn't recognize any of the players on their current roster.
Yeah, so let's see. I'm just going to take a quick peek at, I don't know, what I opened. Why is this suddenly... Oh, yeah. So I opened the cross table for A. This is where things stand. A little bit deceiving that it looks like the USA has just slaughtered two low-ranked opponents. And...
Yeah, right.
Like one of them's England, who's probably going to be higher up in the rankings. But that's just due to the nature of the way things have played out. If you lose big early, you're naturally going to be ranked low.
Yeah. I don't know much about Guadeloupe as a bridge country, but I think they always send teams to these things.
I think
Like
so.
this, I guess, is relatively convenient. But I feel like, it's possible some of those players come to the NABCs since they come to all the World Championships, but I'm not sure I've ever met any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese Taipei, of course, is Taiwan, but for international tournaments, since Taiwan is not recognized by most countries, they have to go under an assumed name.
Yeah. Well, Switzerland has defeated mainland China by a pretty big margin already. China probably one of the favorites to get out of the group.
I would think, yeah. I mean, that looks like a pretty strong group to me. Like Kuwait, obviously, is not a famously strong bridge country, but there's more than 8 teams in that group that have a chance to be in the top 8.
Yeah, that's certainly
Like
true.
India, Finland, I don't know much about, but Turkey, Poland, currently not in qualifying position, are both strong bridge countries. Austria is often a sleeper. China and Australia are strong. Norway at 16th is. Well, this morning, I'm sorry, I'm getting a call. Let me catch up with you in a bit.
Sure. All right, let's take a look at what's going on in the women's seniors mixed. So in the women's, Brazil, oh my god, this is a huge... They have 24 teams in their round robin. Is it a round robin? I actually don't know. But Brazil is up in first. They've almost blitzed back-to-back opponents. India and Spain. Sweden's in second. Italy, Australian women are doing pretty well. Poland, Norway, France, Germany, New Zealand. How's the US doing? 18th. Okay. We have some work to do. I forget who the US team is for the women's. What is this? This is seniors. I think we saw the US doing well in whatever match we just watched. Oh no. We saw them losing to Poland, it must have been. But they did beat France quite handily. So India up in first. Although no one is close to 40 after 2 in this event. Netherlands, Sweden, USA, Turkey, Scotland, Canada, New Zealand are the top 8 currently. Italy, Chile, Switzerland down towards the bottom. And finally the mixed. Oh man, there are a lot of teams in this too. 29? Is the penalty slow play? That's a good question. I would imagine yes, but I don't know. So there are quite a few slow play penalties in the mixed already. Germany, Norway, Denmark, Switzerland, Poland, Israel, New Zealand, and Australia. So it's actually just in the opens that New Zealand and Australia are not having such a great time as of yet. They'll probably turn it around. I think both of them are expected to qualify in their groups. But yeah, day one, I mean, it's just kind of like the standings shape up. I think it was... So in the Europeans, we had 3 matches a day as well when I covered that a few months back. And I remember Netherlands got off to a hot start. And then I think Poland was in the lead for a little bit. But I believe by like day 3, the end of day 3, the standings had mostly like taken form. Like, you know, Switzerland, Italy, and I forget who else. Norway were up in the top 3, and they remained in the top 3 for the rest of the event. So first couple of days, we'll probably see teams fluctuating a bit, but then after day 3, which is going to be pretty close to like the halfway point, we should see the standings shaping up to where we'll have a better view of the top 8. 15 minutes to go until the next round starts. USA down in 14th in the mixed.
Yeah, like, you know, one thing about these long round robins is there's always some surprises, you know, whether it's like USA scoring a blitz against England or like Guadeloupe or Kuwait will beat some superior team at some point. But in the end, they tend to be pretty formful.
Yeah. You know,
like,
the
you
more
know,
matches you
probably
play, the more likely it is you're going to end up in the place that you belong.
Yeah, like there'll be some randomness both in the plus and minus column for any given team, but in the end, probably the 8 qualifiers will be the 8 teams that played best.
Yeah.
You know, maybe like the, you know, 9 through 11 group, there will be a couple teams that feel like they got, you know, unjustly relegated, but most of the time these things work as they're supposed to. Yeah, so who have we got for the next set?
Wait. Hold on. I thought I was being very clever and clicking on round 4 to see who was starting, to see if I could see the matchups for tomorrow in the first round. And I thought I did. Except somehow the USA has 48 VPs.
Oh, maybe they just factor, you know, somehow for, you know, like check round 5, see if the US has 65 VPs or 64 VPs.
No, they're still at 48. Wait, do we have a bye in round 3? Is that what's going on? We do! Oh!
Oh, you know what? I bet it does. I bet they've... Oh, I was going to say, like, they obviously haven't added everyone's 12 M's because, you know, the English would have 17.
Right. Yeah. So they add the buys with the round that they get them, and because the US has a bye in round 3, the US after 2 rounds has 48 VPs on a 20 top. That's a great headline. Okay, so
like,
marquee
I also
matches.
wonder, like, you know, I guess like you want to award some number for a bye provisionally just so the standings look right, but I wonder why it's 12 and not 10.
Yeah, I don't know. 12 feels like a weird number.
I mean, 0 would be fine, except then it would be a little hard to sort of figure out where you are if you had your bye first and some other team had their bye last.
Right, but like 10 would just be normal because then you could compare to like a 10 average on however many. Yeah, why 12? Oh my god, Switzerland. Okay, this makes sense, right? The 1 seeds get the bye in the same round, but Switzerland is also over 40 VPs.
I wonder, we don't know what the view graph tables are going to be, right? It's not every table?
It's not. I think they have 3 open tables for the next set, and it looks like the marquee matchups are Sweden against Netherlands, who are currently the 2 and 3 ranked in Group A. There's also Norway against Italy in Group B, which sounds fun. There's Denmark against France in Group B. I don't know who they're choosing. Well, I think I sent you that link to the website. Let me see if I can find it again. Al Hollander posted a thing.
Oh, like, even have they already decided what the VGraph tables are going to be, at least day by day?
Yeah, so Al Hollander sent a thing. Let me see if I can...
Yeah, I think you texted it to me.
I did.
I didn't click through it. Oh, you said this is interesting if it updates, and I didn't see if it updated.
Oh, found it. Okay. So this has matchups for... Okay, so let's see. Round 3 today. We have... 2 open and 2 mixed. Why would they show 2 open and 2 mixed? That seems like a insane amount to show.
And this doesn't seem to be working on mobile because I can't kind of click through to the different things.
So it's Netherlands, Sweden, and Italy, Norway are our matchups. Chat, here we go. You know what it's time for? It's time for a poll.
Oh, I see. So I saw BBO1. I was thinking that was the first segment, but it's the first table.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Now I see how to read this. Cool. The old politest grudge match in history. 2 Scandinavian teams playing each other.
Oh my god, that's so true. Wait, we have to watch that one. That's okay. Chat can still vote. There we go. I will put up a vote in YouTube chat as well. Or who was it? Italy, Norway?
Yeah. So who's on the Norwegian team? Can we pull up? Actually, I'm curious who's on the Italian team too. Can we pull up those rosters?
Oh my god. Yes, we totally can. Don't worry, I got you. This is so gonna happen.
Sorry, I guess I could do it myself, but I'd much rather outsource it.
Okay, hold on. Hold. Let's see. Italy. Found them first. So Italy is Donati, DeFranco, Mano, Precario, Cementa, Versace. So that looks like their A team.
And I think those may not be in... Those are in alphabetical, not partnership order, obviously. I think DeFranco and Mano play together. Cementa, Versace, obviously, are a partnership.
Right.
It's, a strong team, obviously.
Netherlands is Bob Driver, Bart Nab, Very Kiljan, Baron.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Norway.
Joris van Lankveld, and Rico van Prugen.
So let's see. So I'm not sure who the partnerships are on this team. Like, those are all very strong players. I think every one of those players has multiple World Championship appearances, but I actually don't know how they line up.
I felt like I knew this a few months ago, but now I don't remember. So, yeah, I'm not sure.
And the Norway team is playing Italy, who,
Yep. Okay, they were right below the Netherlands. Good. I didn't have a lot of clicking to do. Martin Anderson, Christian Bakke, Boya Broglen, Thomas Charlson, Espen Eriksson, and Tor Erik Hoftaniska.
So Anderson and Charlson, I feel like, are not people I've seen at this level before. The other 4 certainly all have plenty of top-level experience.
I've definitely done commentary for Anderson and Charlson. So I've seen them playing in some top-level event, but I don't know.
Europeans?
Yeah, it could have been that. Well, it
Or maybe Norwegian trials if you covered that. I think you might have.
maybe. You can't vote in the poll shift. You would vote for Italy, Norway. Gotcha.
All right, well, I was not going to vote, so I'll cast a vote on you. I'll cast a proxy vote for your shift.
Okay. Done. Oh, good. BBO Plus is live. Thanks, BBO. I appreciate
Rigged
that.
election.
How are we doing? Italy, Norway, Italy, Norway. I mean, we have already seen Sweden play earlier today. We haven't seen Netherlands, but we'll be able to check all of those teams out at a later point.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume that they're aiming for kind of a combination of having the most interesting matches, but also making sure that every team gets a little bit of VGraph exposure.
I have absolutely no faith that they care about every team getting VGraph exposure. I expect that they really just do want to show the matches with the top teams.
Yeah, maybe so. Like, I feel like if you want to show the top teams playing, like some of the time it can be against Kuwait and Guadeloupe.
Yeah.
Although maybe like if you're sitting there with 2 victory points after 2 matches, you don't necessarily want the world to see what you're up to.
TF Richards misses the Love Bridge interface. Yeah, I mean,
Oh my god,
tablets could be
I
better.
do not. There's some good things about it, but I found navigating their site incredibly irritating.
Okay. It seems that Italy-Norway has been the decided match, so we're going to head over there.
The people have spoken, the bastards.
Which Norwegian pair do you want to watch?
Let's see. I haven't pulled up the old bridge base yet.
I don't know who's sitting. Did anyone see how U.S. seniors did against Poland? I think U.S. seniors scored 8 out of 20 VPs. So it was a small loss.
So who's the sponsor of the U.S. senior team?
I mean, I definitely did commentary for these trials.
Yeah, I mean, as did I. Like, I was right there with you. Oh.
I don't know. Could probably pull
I'm
it
just
up.
going to keep a tab open of the, I'm just going to keep a tab open with the World Bridge games here so I can answer these questions without irritating you more than I have to.
Just an FYI chat.
Let's see.
We are one chat view bot away from a bingo, which is probably the most surprising square that hasn't been filled yet on the board. We have had no view
USA
bots today.
seniors. That's the mixed team, so yeah.
You know what?
Nice if they had a free stop row.
I'm
It's Milner.
Ah, Milner. Gotcha. I'm going to mark down Brady bot Laughing Fit. I think that probably happened at some point today. Looking around for some view bots, Eric. So we're now a beer or a chat view bot away from a bingo. Brink Driver is a good pair to watch if Helgamo isn't playing. Well, good news for you. Helgamo isn't playing.
Yeah, Helgamo possibly is not allowed to go to Argentina. So, well, he had to take some time off from U.S. tournaments, but eventually was able to get in, I think. So he was convicted of tax fraud in Norway for not reporting all of his income when he played for Monaco. And a lot of countries have rules against people with felony convictions entering. So, like, I think, if Australia ever hosted one of these, there'd be no chance he could go. Helness probably too. I think they both got caught.
Hmm.
So I think, yeah, in fact, at the last tournament, if you remember in Toronto, Helgamo can now come to the U.S. They've somehow managed to get him some kind of exemption, but he wasn't able to go to Toronto. Kind of at the last minute, they tried a bunch of ways to get him a visa, and none of them panned out.
Wow. Oh, is
So we're
that
like
why
gonna have to play
Chris
with.
was playing with?
Yeah, it's why he played with some other Norwegian.
Ah, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, he told me that he found out just like less than a week before the tournament. I think up until the end they had some hope that they'd be able to get him into the country, but they weren't able to.
Hmm. Just run of the mill bridge problems.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, like not quite what those laws were intended to prevent. Like, obviously, they don't want like murderers and drug traffickers, but a felony is a felony.
Sure.
I don't think Helga was a murderer or drug trafficker.
Not as far as we know. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I think he might have also gotten in trouble in Norway for like weed or something like that at one point, but you know, that's not
Well,
obviously a huge deal these days.
no, I mean like he failed like a drug test because he was taking
That's right.
steroids.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was amusing because one of my professors pointed it out to me. Like, I mean, this was during the time when I was like in grad school, so I wasn't doing any bridge stuff, and one of my professors was like, yeah, did you find out that Helgamo got like arrested for like steroid use or something? And I remember my comment at the time was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, there was also, you may remember, I think I've shared the link in chat before. Disa failed a drug test at a WBF event, and Stephen Colbert covered the case for The Daily Show, including interviewing her. And if it's still online on Comedy Central, it's very funny.
All right, here we go. Bake and Brogland, Donati Precario. Let's stay at this table. I like these guys. North opens a
Cool.
spade. Okay, so Brogland has a game force, and I think for them that's just a natural two clubs, but I could be wrong about this. He does bid two clubs. You know what I'm not going to be wrong about? I'm not going to forget to pull up convention cards.
Yeah, curious. So if the Italians, I think most of their pairs play kind of, methods that are familiar looking to US bridge players, but Precision does have something we're following there.
Yes, yep, that is my contribution. You're doing great. Keep going.
So let's see. So South,
What?
kind of making a very standard American type looking auction. Show your 2/1, show your spade support. North will pattern out here. And probably South will make some kind of encouraging noise. Like, now his partner short is 2/1 suit, which isn't great, but fortunately his 2/1 suit is terrible.
Wait. D- Donati Precario's system is called Donati Precario Typos Removed.
I mean, that seems like a big improvement over their previous system of Donati Precario with typos. Precario.
That's true. That's true. Okay. I have convention cards. They are tiny and unreadable, but they exist.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect both of these pairs to be like reasonably good about that, if only because they've been playing for so long that that they filed a bunch of these, and if they had any issues earlier, they've had time to sort them out. Like,
All
I
right.
think both north, south, and east, west pairs here are, regulars on the world stage.
Yeah, so four spades. This
Yeah,
opening lead is
south.
going to make things pretty easy for Declare.
Yeah, and I wondered, like, I don't know what your plan is. Like, you could try a sneaky four of hearts trick too.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty reasonable to me. Um, we're not roughing all three hearts in the dummy, so sure, we can take the heart finesse by leading the queen, but
Right,
then
like if it wins, like, what have you necessarily gained at that point?
exactly.
I guess, yeah, draw two rounds of trumps and play low heart is fine too, since the defense gave you a bunch of diamond tricks at trick one.
Yeah, he just needs to be a
I
little
think,
bit careful that nothing goes wrong. He does take the safety play against 4-1 spades.
well, I think he even knows. I mean, I guess it's possible the diamonds aren't coming in, but for that opening lead of, well, now it doesn't matter. But for that opening lead with low diamond playing third, fifth, it's either three or five, and three I think is just more likely.
Yeah, I mean, it would be real bad if there was a diamond rough outstanding, but
And
um,
if it went to spades and a doubled and queen and a diamond came through, you'd be pretty unhappy with your line of play.
sure. But this is going to work out just fine. Declare ends up losing a
Yeah.
spade and the king of hearts, down or 11 tricks. On to the next 18 count for Donati. So they can open two
Yes,
diamonds here.
I was wondering if they had something like that, as many pairs do. Yeah.
Yeah, for them it's not a multi, it's just 18 to 19 balanced. Oh,
I
wait.
think that.
Sorry. It is 18 to 19 balanced, no 5 card major.
Oh, that's an interesting wrinkle.
So yeah, East opens a spade.
So obviously he'll rebid two spades, and that's not for two no trump. Oh, I guess that was no bad. Gazilli. But then if you rebid two no trump, that's a little awkward for West. Yeah, so here Westall, presumably the two diamonds is 8+, because I think he would not make an encouraging noise. He wouldn't shade a 9 count there with a void in partner suit.
No. No. I mean, it's not a great 8 count, but still, when East can be bidding Gazilli with hands like this, you just kind of have to game force with West.
And my impression is most pairs that play this method, this is something where they're extremely rigid about their requirements. Like on both sides, like you're not allowed to upgrade an 8 count and you're also not allowed to downgrade an 8 count.
Sure.
I think West probably is just going to have to raise this, as ugly and uncomfortable as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 no. So West gets to declare this. Now, I mean, North has to find an opening lead. I guess the 10 of hearts or heart looks normal.
Yeah, like, if you had a fifth diamond, I think that would be a standout. King Jack 9 fourth is pretty unattractive.
Yeah, and I do wonder what's known about the East-West spade length. Ooh, Bakke just instantly gets off to the diamond lead. Now, this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier, because not only does it pick up some extra diamond tricks for him, but it gives him an entry to immediately try the club hook. Although, maybe you want to keep the clubs as an entry to the long heart, so maybe Declare doesn't take the club hook.
Let's just count Declare's tricks, right? So this gives him 3 clubs and 2 diamonds is 5, and 4 hearts is 9. So he can always just unblock the hearts and play ace of the club off dummy and guarantee a plus score. Is he at any risk if he now runs the queen of clubs and let's say South ducks with the king, or they can just like, well, it
Wait,
doesn't matter who ducks with the king, they can shut you out.
there's only two club tricks because the defense can duck the second round.
Oh right.
There's no entry to the west hand. So it looks like Declare can score an extra diamond trick though, right?
Yeah, I was gonna, you can just play back a diamond at some point. He knows that position.
But the ace of spades is offside.
Yeah, the 9-8 are slow enough stoppers that even if the spade position is horrible, they'll be able to take care of it.
Wait a second. Well, Declare can't afford to lose a diamond, a club, and three spades. So it's not possible to play a diamond, North splits, you win, you knock out the diamond king, let's say North exits a heart, you now duck a club. North wins, and then they cash three spades. So that line of play doesn't work. But what Declare can do is... Hold on.
How about Ace King of Hearts and a low club? I mean, if North ducks it, which is pretty hard to find, Declare can cash the hearts and then lead the Jack of Clubs back.
Right? Yeah. No. That's what I'm thinking. Because if North doesn't duck the King of Clubs, then Declare actually does score an extra club trick.
I think it's very hard for North to duck the King of Clubs there. Like, what if partner's clubs are Jack third and Declare just misguessed it?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, Precario is going with the plan. I mean, it's... I think part of the issue is that even if you go diamond towards the ace-10, planning to just try and score three diamonds, 2 clubs, and 4 hearts, even if the ace of spades is onside, the defense is going to have enough time to set up spade tricks. So I think Precario realized that this really was the only chance to make it. And he's right. Club to the queen. North doesn't find the duck. And that's going to be 3-no bid made. Well done. Leon says trick one.
That's an impossible play for. That's basically an impossible play for North to make.
Yeah. Leon, why are you sitting out again? Don't you have matches to play? Go play your match. I saw that the U.S. is playing Netherlands, I think, in the 13th round. Might have been the 11th round, but it's somewhat late. We'll try and cover that match if it is on VuGraph. We'll see if we can get... not Netherlands, New Zealand. New Zealand. I knew what I meant. I was just... But yeah, we'll try and get some more New Zealand matches in when they're on.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of their bridge.
I mean, they can easily tick off the square for preempt with 2 fewer cards.
Yeah, what I didn't understand what that meant.
Oh, like you open 2 diamonds with a 4-card suit.
Oh, I see.
which you might think would never come up, but
well, it never comes up in the U.S. because it's illegal.
Yes.
Yeah, the old Marty Bergen rule. And I guess the most common way for that to come up is opening 4 on a 6-card suit, but that's not super uncommon.
Yeah.
I mean, less for me because I play with Franco, and he does it basically any time he has a 6-card suit.
What are your 2-level preamps?
So he is a very aggressive preemptor. So he often opens two with five, but he likes to open four, even in first and second seat, wide ranging. So like 6-4 and a 17 count. I've seen him do it. I mean, obviously in third seed, he would do that 100% of the time, but I've seen him do it on like hands of that type in early position.
Yeah.
Usually with hearts. Like I think with spades, he's willing to open one and, bid it later. With hearts, he likes to just get there.
Well, huge result
Yeah.
for Italy
Yeah.
here, bringing home 3 no Trump. I mean, it may well be duplicated in the other room. These are two of the top teams playing, but yeah, very nicely played by Precario there. Oh, Leon, I'm well aware that Wibbly is the one to watch out for if if we're looking for insane preempts. Um, he's just in a class of his own. Ooh, this looks like fun. We have 6-5 in the majors from West. West getting rewarded with a nice hand after a nice play.
Yeah, so what do it's funny, like goes Bass, a spade, an Ocean overcall, Bass pass to West. Like, what number of hearts do you want to bid with that hand?
It is a good question. I assume there's no reason to double a no trump, but
That's a pretty good way to go minus 280 for no reason.
yeah. So a spade, a no trump.
Yeah. The player turns up with ace king jack fifth of diamonds and or five diamond tricks and the ace king of spades, and there you are. Wow, so very conservative pass by North. I mean, South is a passed hand, and maybe they open aggressively enough that he knows there's no game. But I feel like I'd still be a little nervous about never taking a call on the North hand.
Yeah, you get a little bit of protection by being not vulnerable if you choose to overcall a no trump. I mean, the hand is really not worth an one no trump bid, right? It's 15, but it's like
Right.
4 triple 3. You don't have a secondary spade card. Like, you have no source of tricks. I mean, it's just disgusting. So I'm
Also,
not convinced I would overcall a no trump, but I can definitely see you having a little bit of safety because you're not vulnerable. Partner's not going to overbid. The opponents, even if they do double you, aren't going to collect as large of a penalty.
yeah, I mean, here, of course, when it goes all pass, that makes North's position much better. He knows now he's really missed nothing.
Yeah.
I guess it's true, like, South reopens with a double, which probably is his most likely action when you have four spades. You can bid two no trump, and maybe you're like very, very slightly heavy in high cards since you have 15, but it kind of gets the shape and strength approximately correct. As you say, one no trump isn't that attractive to play when you make that overcall.
So in one spade, I don't think West is going to have too much difficulty. I mean, the defense can score quite a few trump tricks, but that might be about it. There's no real way for them to successfully tap declare a large number of times. So declare can just pull a couple of rounds of trumps, 3 rounds, and then start running the hearts. Looking like
Yeah, of course.
maybe 9 tricks.
I'm kind of curious about the East West methods where East chose not to bid a no trump over a spade. Like a East West playing precision, where I mean that would be an awfully strong hand for West then as a precision one spade bid.
No, they're not
It's
playing
like
precision.
I mean that's kind of a weird pass by East, isn't it?
I don't know. I think these types of hands with like a small singleton and opener's major and you being like borderline but no aces and kings, it's like fine to pass, right? There's a lot going for responding light, but the colors feel wrong. Like if you bid a no trump, you just know that your partner's going to bid 2 no next and you're going to hate your life. So
possible, but I feel like I'd be much happier about that pass if I had a small doubleton spade and the same kind of high cards. Like the singleton spade could work out very poorly for passing there.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't get into any more trouble, right? Like, sure, there are
No,
obviously
but you never
hands
improve the
where,
contract, right?
like there are definitely hands here where, your partner's 5-5 in the majors and you're just cold for four hearts. But, like, I don't know, this hand, for example.
I don't know. I mean, the reason to bid is because some decent percentage of the time you get to a better contract than one spade. Like, sure, sometimes you get to a worse contract than one spade. Here you get to some large number of hearts, which is much, much better than one spade.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true that on this specific hand, we would much rather be in a heart contract. I think four hearts has almost no issues whatsoever, given the spade split. Ace doubleton of spades in south makes it very easy to pick up the suit for just one loser.
Yeah, sometimes your partner has a 4-2-2-5 or a 5-2-2-4 12 count or something like that too.
All right, 140. There we go. So maybe a chance for Norway to pick up some imps, but I wouldn't be that upset about Precario's result on that one.
Yeah, I think that's why I think virtually all American players respond on these cards. But as you say, like your upside is not great and your downside's pretty substantial.
Leon likes pass with the East cards. You do bid like you're 100. I mean, I wouldn't pass, but that's because my kind of understanding of bidding is that it's not so much about describing your own hand, it's about controlling the flow of the auction. I think that's a good way to put it. And by passing, you give up any ability to control the flow of the auction. By bidding on lighter hands, you kind of retain the ability to, decide that you want to be conservative later or decide that you want to be aggressive later. So the opponents have to kind of be a little bit more careful about coming in against you. Whereas if it really was north-south hand on this one, by passing a spade, you make it so much easier for them to come back in.
Also just kind of, more simply like, it's true, it's not going to happen often, but, like we could have a diamond slam, right? I mean, imagine partner over there with ace fifth, I don't know, ace king third, ace king fifth void, right? Like, again, like none of these hands are super likely, but, they're costly when they come up and your upside is getting to play one spade when one spade is exactly right, or getting to defend when you'd rather defend than be on offense. I don't know. I think it's not automatically bad to pass, but
well, it's not getting to play one spade, right? It's like when you pass, now your partner understands that you don't have stuff, so they're going to be less aggressive about competing later in the auction. Like sometimes if you were to bid a no trump,
later.
Well, sometimes if you were to bid a no trump, South also makes a takeout double as a passed hand, and now your partner thinks you have a huge hand, and like you get way too high, and then you get doubled, and so by bidding a no trump over spade, you actually cost your side 14 imps or something.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, on that auction, I think West is not going to go super crazy with any hand because he's going to know, South. There would be a past hand takeout double, which is a pretty narrow box.
Sure. All right. Hand in front of us. East opens a spade. West does not pass. Bids a no trump. 2 diamond overcall from North as the passed hand. So North decided not to either open or preempt in diamonds, which I think I like both of those decisions. I mean, I would be happy to open a diamond if my system allowed me to do so, but if it doesn't, then I don't think you want to preempt on the hand. It's just too far away from what your partner would expect.
Well,
So
and they're only preempt is going to be three, right? They're two diamonds artificial.
I would assume so. I can just take a quick look. Yeah, two diamonds is a multi.
Yeah, so notice here, East did not bid two hearts over two diamonds because he treated his hand as a light lead directing opening and not as a, 5-4 in the major constructive opening, but they were able to get to their heart fit anyway.
Yeah, so north-south were able to compete to three diamonds. I mean, south has a huge hand and might have felt like a little bit pressured on this auction. I mean, maybe two spades should be this type of hand for south, but he knows his partner's a passed hand, so probably doesn't expect game to make all that often.
We have a slight love total tricks disparity here, where each side has a 9-card fit, but it looks to me like three diamonds makes and three hearts. Or sorry, one of them makes and one of them goes down a trick. I think three hearts is down in this makes. Yeah. Yeah.
So let's
Wait, is this making an over trick? No, yes, just making. It allows two clubs, a diamond, and the ace of hearts.
Yeah, that's true.
And three diamonds is going to be down a trick, two spades, a heart, a diamond, and a club, even with the 10 of clubs on side.
I'm sorry, I'm being slow. I mean, like, yes, I completely agree with you on your analysis of how many tricks are being taken. And law of total tricks is expected to be 18 tricks on the hand, and there's only 17 is what's going on. Woo! Italy does pick up 10. So check that out. Other table, I don't know who's playing for Norway, but they had a bit of an artificial auction getting to 3 no trump from the strong hand. South does find a heart lead at trick 1. And this, it might seem a little bit innocuous. Is that the word? Sure, I'm going to go with it. The heart lead, but because of the diamond lead at the other table, Declare knew that playing on diamonds was not going to be an effective method. And at this table, I imagine Declare didn't know that playing on diamonds was going to be ineffective. So he unblocks 2 hearts. Oh, he does lead a club to the queen.
He did play.
North took the king. Oh, but he hasn't scored a second diamond trick. Switches to a spade. Wow, yeah, and then beautiful defense from the Italian South over there. Switches to a singleton diamond to set up the defense's 5th trick.
Yeah, I gotta say, sort of before he landed, I said a diamond didn't feel attractive, and I think this layout, it can't be a huge surprise, right? Like, if someone has diamond length, it's probably on your right. King Jack 9 4th. It can strike gold, but when it doesn't, it's a very vulnerable holding. You have some side stuff that Declare is probably going to be leading to at some point in the hand. Like a diamond doesn't feel like, even when it's productive for your side, probably isn't necessary trick 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't really argue with Bake's decision making on a lot of these hands, but my experience usually tells me that like 4-3-3, it's often right to lead a 3-card suit against these 3 no trump contracts at imps at the very least. At match points, I can definitely see an argument for a diamond. Like, if a diamond is the only lead to hold it to 400, then you better lead it at trick 1. But at imps, you're not beating the contract by cashing 5 diamond tricks when you have 4 of them. So
yeah, that's for sure. I think the classic is like Ace Jack 9 4th versus Ace Jack 9 5th. Like, basically everyone would always lead from 5 and never from 4. King Jack 9's a little more ambiguous.
Sure, yeah.
So, meanwhile, let's see if Brogland just bids 4 diamonds here, decides to do something slower.
I mean, it's amusing that we look at the difference between board 19 and this one, where I mean, similar type of hand, right? And board 19 was favorable, where Bakke decided to pass, given that his opponent had opened a spade in front of him. Granted, on that hand, his partner was a passed hand, but very similar type feel to the hand. 4-3-3 minimum in terms of high cards. Here, unfavorable, he opens a no trump. Which, I mean,
it's obviously
you gotta do.
different.
But it just,
Right.
goes to show the distinction between, like, overcalls versus openings and your partner being a passed or unpassed hand.
Yeah, obviously this is a very different situation because this is one where first seed vulnerable. You just look at your hand and look at your convention card, and if the number of points matches on both, you make the bid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's really no judgment allowed in this position.
Whoa! That is a bid. Look at Precario here. He ate his Wheaties this morning. 4 spades. Pass, 4 no. Broglin's not having any of it either.
I mean, 4 spades is sort of right in that 4 hearts is going to make, and obviously white red. You can afford to lose an awful lot of tricks before you lose any imps.
Yeah, 4 hearts is always a transfer, and it worked out here. So Broglin says, no thank you, and I think he might have bit off a bit more than he can chew. King of Diamonds being offside means that the defense just has 3 top tricks.
Yeah, we'll notice the King of Diamonds being offside. Doesn't that mean that 4 hearts was going to be going down and it was a phantom? A spade and spade and diamond, and I guess only
Just one
can they get a
club.
second club? Yeah, only one club, I guess. Disappointing. Yeah, but 4 spades was going to be 300, so it's a nice decision by Precario.
Yeah, that does sound right to me. I mean, it looks like 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a club. As long as you can get to the west hand, you might lose a spade too.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Maybe not, because the defense, after cashing out, is going to have to give you an entry with that king of clubs.
I was going to say, or you might possibly get an entry and not lose a club trick at the same time.
Yeah.
I guess now, without the 10 of clubs, that's not possible. If he didn't, maybe there's some possibility of that.
Do I think North-South are in a forcing pass here? Interesting question. I mean, I assume that they should be, right? East-West showed no signs of wanting to bid 4 spades to make, so bidding 4 spades is clearly a sacrifice, giving us a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah, it does look a little. It does look like someone was a little inconsistent. Oh, sorry, never mind. North-South declaring it. You think that North-South might have been in a force over 4 spades? I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in forcing passes unless it's extremely obvious. South Shore was basically bidding to make, but they weren't necessarily bidding on high cards. Once North couldn't double, I don't know. Sometimes it's double make, sometimes it's just, 50 and our 4 hearts was precarious.
I mean, I guess it's true that 4 diamonds is forcing.
Yeah, also, North is shown, a fairly narrowly defined hand. He passes just to say my hand is no more interesting than it was a round ago. And South can do whatever he wants with that information.
Okay.
Including pass, I think.
So, I assume East is going to win this and cash the ace of spades, but is there any chance he wins this and just fires back a diamond? No, right? No hope?
I think that would be a little weird.
Is he ever going to win this and play back a low spade? Oh man, this is actually a really intense moment because
Yeah, that's possible.
I think it's very possible that Donati is disillusioned by his partner's 4-spade bid and might expect him to have the spade king. Now, he can read into North's... Okay, he does cash the spade ace, so this is really great defense from him. Declare has 2 discards for clubs, but the king of clubs is still going to stand up. So 1 down.
Yeah, it's true, because when West has the king of spades, then he doesn't have that club to cash, so you really need that club rough.
Yeah. Okay, well, Norway has fought back. 11 imps for them on board 19. So West opened a spade. North did overcall a no trump there. East didn't take action over no trump, of course. But West, as you had asked, now we have an answer to your question. How many hearts would you bid in the balancing seed over a no trump? Looks like 3 is the right answer. And that got a confident bump to 4 from East. And that contract came home with 11 tricks, in fact.
Yeah, 3 I think would have been my choice as well. It's not ideal, but 2 is just ridiculous with a hand with that much playing strength.
Yeah, it's a 3-loser hand, so... Okay, well, both teams have gotten a little bite in the match, and we're currently sitting with Norway up by 1. But a couple of big boards coming up. I mean, there's no guarantee on board 20 that North-South are going to be able to get to 3 diamonds. And then obviously 5 hearts going down 1 feels like a huge win for Italy here. This hand, West gets to open a no trump. East has an automatic 3 no trump bid. And here we do have an age-old question. Are we leading from that diamond suit or the heart suit?
Yeah, we'll see whether he feels burned by his diamond lead on the previous one and decides not to lead something, where you want the lead to come to you. Nope, insta 6 of diamonds. Attitude, presumably, so he'll make quick work of this.
Yeah, and the 6 is probably the right card to play, because if Declare has like Queen 9 third and dummy, he's not going to stick in the 9 at trick 1. He's going to play the Queen, presumably. So...
I mean, as opposed to the Jack or 10, yeah.
Yeah, so by leading low, you can pick off like a Queen Doubleton in Declare's hand, for example, if your partner has King Doubleton. Dummy has 9/8 fourth.
Yeah, so now the only question remaining is whether they, whether they have any way to block the suit, but obviously they don't.
No, it's a nice
Jack
play.
of Diamonds is a nice play.
Yeah, the Jack of Diamonds is a great play, but one that I would say is fairly routine for players at this caliber.
Yeah. Thoughtful. It prevents any possible dumb accident.
Well done, because if North leads a heart instead, Declare may well pick up the club suit, and that would be 6 clubs, 3 hearts, and 3 spades for the first 12 tricks.
Yeah, and obviously there's a little randomness in which way you play the clubs on a totally blind lead, but, some of the time you get them right.
Yeah, and I mean, also, Declare, I think, can just cash 3 rounds of hearts before deciding what to do, and then find out hearts are 5-2. Then you pick up the clubs.
Good point.
Club opening bid, 13 count. West overcalls a heart, not a diamond. Double by North showing 4 or 5 spades.
A little aggressive there.
Yeah, I think
I guess
that
not
if
a
it's
lot
spade,
aggressive, but like, yeah, it's like five count with two queens and a jack. But yeah, sure, just make some bid.
so 3 clubs by East is that. I guess it's their Jacoby 2 now, right?
Yeah, I think we're used to seeing people playing 2-0 there as all your four card raises, but obviously for them it isn't. You know, most Americans will play this as a mixed raise. I think. Obviously, no accident here since West goes straight to game with that hand.
Yeah, I'm looking at their card because it says they play mixed raises. Like mixed raises in these spots.
Yeah, she was asking whether the short club changes it. Maybe, but I feel like for most people it wouldn't. You still have to like define something as a cubit, and it might as well be the opponent's suit.
Okay, club to the jack and ace, so club lead picked it up for Declare, but Declare was going to get this guess correctly anyway. Hearts, there's a loser, but Declare can't really go wrong on the second round. And the Queen of Diamonds is on side. No diamond ruff is coming. Looks like Declare is in good shape.
Yeah, and it feels like a normal-ish result, but obviously for East-West, you're pretty happy about being on this side of normal.
Yeah, so how bad is 4 spades doing? There's a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds, and 1 or 2 clubs. It's probably not great. I imagine Brogland is going to shoot back a spade here. I mean, he doesn't know about the diamond suit in West's hand, but he probably wants to... Oh, he just plays back a club. So what you do is Declare. I mean, you could like cash the ace of hearts and then cross to lead a heart up.
Yeah, like I was gonna say that seemed kind of attractive given that the defense has cleared most of the rest of the problems with this hand up for you.
Yeah, so that is what he decides to do. Ace of hearts. Like, you can afford to lose a diamond and a heart. Why are we cashing the ace of spades?
I mean, as opposed to crossing to a diamond, you mean?
What is he doing? This is like one of the only ways I could have imagined going down.
Wow, what difference does it make? Oh, I see, because now
Like,
he...
like let's say South had the king jack of
open.
hearts. Right? South goes jack
Oh,
of
that
hearts,
thing also.
king of hearts, forces you in a black suit, and now you're trapped in hand and you have to go ace king of diamonds.
Right, well, yeah, also, like, yeah, now, if he overtakes the heart to play a diamond, now he can't rough that spade anymore. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, he just knocks out the diamond. You don't need the diamond finesse at this point.
What was this line of play? He, like, used up all of his brain cells on 3 no trump, which, to be fair, earned him 10 imps. So, fine, I get it. But, like, what are you doing, bro? That was ridiculous.
I think he might have had some kind of blind spot. Like, I think he was like, oh, if I play a diamond, I expose myself to a rough, not realizing that playing a trump, if diamonds are 4-1, it doesn't matter. They can never take a rough.
Yeah, Schmiebel, actually, I am keeping a tally of points. So I'm currently up to approximately 442,069 of them, I believe. So Yeah, that's just my own personal tally of how many points I have. But yes, every time I call out a player's move before they make it, I get a point.
So I'll make my prediction here. I guess North is too strong for no Trump, but I was thinking that if you open a no Trump, East would ignore his high card count and definitely show both majors.
So what you're saying is you think East is going to bid Michaels if North opens. What's their opening bid with this heart?
I think he will, but I don't think this is. I think it's clear to do it over no Trump than over suit opening bid.
Hmm.
Yeah, and he doesn't here.
I mean, another alternative if you think the hand just isn't good enough for Michael's bid, but you want to get into the auction, is to bid a spade with East hand. But he chooses neither.
I like that sometimes on hands like this. I feel like when this hand is so weak, then when you act, you want to keep as many things open as possible, like, opening a spade, overcalling a spade, like, sort of has all the downside of bidding when you have nothing whatsoever, and none of the upside of finding your best fit.
Hmm.
Like, I would like that more kind of on a only slightly sub-minimum hand where, you're less regretful about missing the hearts.
Well, North-South have kind of quietly walked into 3-0 on this one. Low spade lead is not going to help out the defense's cause much at all.
Now, and probably kind of fall into making a million tricks because they'll win this, they'll cross to probably the king of spades, catch the club, take the club finesse, and may just decide to bang down the ace king of diamonds to avoid something happening late in the play. I guess that maybe there's no reason to do that since they can't attack hearts effectively. Diamond finesse is sort of safe. That's off 3 spades and 4 clubs and 2 diamonds.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable to me. I was just looking at possibilities of winning the opening lead with the 10 and going ace king of clubs club.
I mean, that's not great, right? Because now you might only have 8 tricks.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you might only have 8 tricks if the queen of clubs is offside anyway. So
no, that's true. But when it is, it just is. But you'd really hate to only have 8 tricks when the queen of clubs was onside.
Well, I mean, it's not like you have 0 play for a 9th trick. Right?
No, but
I mean, yeah. On the layouts where clubs are 3-2 and West has no more spades, then West has to break one of the red suits for you. So I think it's pretty likely on 3-2 clubs that if you go king of clubs club, you're just going to be provided a 9th trick immediately.
Yeah, that's true.
But we'll see what Declare does, because I mean, it's a little awkward crossing in spades. So I do think, okay, he does cross in spades, but
yeah, it's true. Like, because when you do that, you might lose out on these like red suit possibilities we're talking about.
Okay, he does cross in diamonds, but again,
yeah, that seems much better.
We are giving up the whole diamond suit by doing this. I do like low club to the jack. Now, even if this loses, the 10 of clubs will represent an entry.
Right, and when it goes like this, now you just cross the king of spades and take the club finesse, and your 9th is guaranteed.
Right.
In fact, your 10th probably will come in, because now his options are restricted, and he'll probably have to catch the ace of diamonds.
Yeah. Well,
this is kind of cute. So now Declare can, quote unquote, take the diamond finesse safely.
Yeah, I mean, he might, right? There's no reason not to. So I think it's somewhat likely that he... Oh, never mind. He says no thank you. Although at this point...
If you like trying for some kind of weird end play, yeah.
What? This is so scary.
It's still basically safe, right?
Yes.
He pitches a diamond on the seven of spades, and they can't stop him from taking a red suit trick at trick 13.
Right. I mean, he pitches a diamond from both hands. But, like, if that was going to be the plan, if you were always pitching the jack of diamonds here, well, I mean,
I think you might as well have tried. Yeah.
Yeah, like just cash the ace. Excuse me. Wait, 10 tricks? Vugraph operator must have lost the play. Okay. I think he did cash out the diamonds. All right, 2 passes to South. South has a 15 count. He gets to open a heart. So we'll see a heart, a spade. I don't think at these colors East is going to come in with 2 diamonds. I feel like at many colors I might be tempted with King, Queen, 10, 5th as a passed hand, but it just feels a bit much here.
I mean, with half your high cards being in the opponent's suits and only 5 cards suiting your red-white, I don't know, not for me.
Yeah, so North-South playing Gazilli means South can freely jump shift with this hand, the 15 count, 3 clubs. And okay, well, while I contemplate North's incredible problem here, board 21, 5 hearts going down was worth 12 imps. Because the other table, West did not find a 4 spade balance over 4 hearts. North-South were just allowed to play in 4 hearts, and they made it comfortably.
Yeah, so West earned his side of swing for sure there.
Okay, so what we do is North over 3 clubs. I am not that familiar with Gazilli, so I don't know if 3 spades or 3 diamonds is what you do with this hand, but it's one of those, I'm sure. But, I mean, could North be considering 4 clubs?
I mean, could he be considering passing since South's hand is intermediate? Yeah.
Ooh, good point.
Right, I think
it feels
like South is at
might
the absolute top of his range.
Yeah, okay. That is a fair point. Yeah, South is at the top of his range, so even though game might look somewhat attractive on this hand.
Yeah, like it's only a white one. You know, partner doesn't have to be anywhere near as good as he is.
Wait a second. This counts as played slam and a part score, right? Ooh, oh my god, it's so close. If East had the King 8 doubleton of hearts, they would be cold for 6 clubs.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, if either major suit was splitting, slam would be easy. Can you still do it without? Let's see. I mean, the problem is if you can't set up the hearts because of the split, right? Like you would need the 8, I guess, or yeah, or as you say, the 8 in East, and you can't set up the spades because you just don't have enough entries to do it. Like you've only got 1 entry after playing King of Spades, Ace of Spades in a rough.
Okay, well, Declare is in 3 clubs, so I guess we don't need to worry about that.
Well, also a good point.
And in 3 clubs, there's just going to be nothing to the play. Ace of Hearts, Heart Rough. Doesn't even matter if the king falls.
And John Worf also pointing out that with 2 aces, you know, even if he's a little concerned about overall values, it's a bit of a scary pass by North.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, like, you know, I get it that the singleton heart isn't great, and you only have 3 clubs, but partner's at least 5-5. I could imagine partner being 6-5 with even longer clubs than hearts. And in that case, it feels like 5 clubs may well be the spot on these hands.
I wonder if he could be, or if this shows exactly 5-5. I think some Gazilli players, this would be exactly 5-5 and not 5-5 plus. I think the other thing is like depending on how aggressively North South open. Well, I guess that's true because this is like probably fairly narrowly defined, but the suit quality is exceptional.
Yeah. All right. So 11 tricks. They do miss the club game. So another potential swing for Italy, although it is a little bit tricky to get there.
Yeah.
But we'll see in about 25 minutes when they do play this board in the other room.
Yeah, and certainly these kinds of methods are popular in Italy where they were invented, and apparently popular throughout Europe. The American player has been a little slower to adopt this kind of treatment.
That's true. All right, there's the
We
ace
saw
of
that from
diamonds.
Fleischer. We saw in the last set, Fleischer Martel played that three clubs as completely artificial to show various kinds of major suit hands.
Right.
I mean, that was over a spade and no trump, but I imagine they do something similar after a heart or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can still have hands that are like hearts and clubs or hearts and hearts or hearts and no trump and stick in
Hearts,
all of those.
hearts and clubs, you don't need that three clubs to be artificial.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's one of the types of hands that would go through that. All right.
Yeah.
26. One heart
Yeah,
by
those
west,
options
take
are-
out double by north. Good start. This is not the type of hand you want to ever call a no trump.
No.
Two diamonds, good heart raise. South is happy he's
I would
off the hook,
probably-
I assume.
I would probably pass, like, if I played with someone who wanted to bid three clubs, knowing we had a fit, I'd be like, okay, fine.
I mean, you can always balance three clubs later. Like, if it really is a part score hand that you're trying to compete for, it'll go pass, two hearts, pass, pass. And then you're like,
Yeah, now you would.
okay, three clubs. Please don't hurt me.
Right. Yeah, no, it's true. That's like a really comfortable auction, and you don't mind having given the opponents a little extra room there because they can't do anything productive with it.
Yeah. But four hearts by West, I mean, it's a big bid. He has an 11 count, but he is 6-4. His partner showed a good hand.
Mhm.
The duplication in clubs is not what Declare wanted to see.
No, like four little spades is a really good holding there because very often you're going to catch a roughing value there. The takeout double most of the time accounts for four of the other spades, so that makes the odds the partner has a double 10 at most pretty high.
Yeah, so King of Spades lead is going to spell downfall for the defense. I mean,
Well, it's not like you had anything.
Not just because Declare can now rough a couple of spades, but like on the fourth round of spades, South is not going to over rough. So Declare is going to know exactly how to handle the trump suit.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good point.
I mean, okay, like, I guess it's possible that a really clever South could, like, with King, Queen, third, not over rough. Figuring that if they did over rough, Declare would then, like, somehow get back to dummy and take a heart finesse, but I think Declare is going to cross to hand in clubs twice.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you catch the ace of hearts first in case you catch a stiff honor.
Well, if anyone has a stiff honor, it's going to be North on this auction.
I guess. Yeah, I guess then you don't want it to go over off by South third round of hearts. I mean, is there any argument for just playing a diamond here?
Well, we need to see what North does first, because...
Yeah. And, like, suppose North... And North probably isn't going to play a trump.
I
I
mean,
suppose he just plays a club.
North may go ace of diamonds diamond, hoping to give his partner ruff, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, knowing that he's got a guaranteed trump trick.
That does seem somewhat reasonable, and that honestly opens the door for Declare to go wrong. Because now that all the diamonds are set up, Declare doesn't need the spade pitches, or the spade ruffs. Although, well, anyway, let's see what North does. I think ace of diamonds diamond is pretty likely.
First things first.
Yeah, okay. North decides to play a spade. So Declare gets a spade ruff.
Well, now he can just cross to the ace of hearts and rough his last spade.
Yes. Although, again, if South has king, queen, third of hearts, then crossing to the ace of hearts would spell defeat.
Yeah, but he knows South has a high diamond because North would have led one at one of his various turns.
That is a little less clear to me, given that North started with king, queen, jack, fourth of king, queen, jack, 10, by the way, of spades. Like, that is,
Maybe.
you know, if there's ever a time to not lead ace from ace king, king, queen, jack, 10, fourth is probably a pretty good argument.
Well, it's true, but he might have led one at his second time to, kind of find the simple beat of partner having a diamond draw.
Sure, yeah. All right, well, there we have it. Declare does cross to the heart ace, and now it's just a simple matter of getting back to hand to pull trumps, club to the queen, heart, making 4. Well done. Good bid, nicely played.
Yeah.
Board 22, we have a push. North also led a diamond, although in that room, North elected to lead the jack of diamonds from that ace, jack, 10, fifth.
Sorry about that.
And either way, they cashed out 5 diamonds. South 5422, 9 count. Not really in their arsenal to open this one. I suppose they could open multi.
The 2 diamonds, maybe?
Yeah,
or
it feels a little bit weird.
They're not playing the 2 diamonds for a weekend with both majors. They're just playing straight up multi.
Yeah, it's just 0 to 7, a 6-card major, could be 5, non-vulnerable.
So they play 2 ranges of preamps,
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah, 2 of a major, also preemptive. Alright, 2 passes around to a no trump. South is now very happy that he elected to pass rather than preempting his partner. 2 clubs Stamen. South was going to go through Smolin, but doesn't have to anymore. Can just bid 4 hearts. I imagine we lead spades as east. I don't really like leading from queen jack fourth, but I mean 4 small is unattractive, ace jack fourth is much worse, and a singleton heart seems like death on this hand. It is a black suit.
I kind of like a club lead because queen jack fourth into the strong hand on your right is pretty unattractive. Like, it can so often blow out 3 or 4 spade tricks.
Yeah. Very much could. But Donati goes with the queen of spades. That's another point for me. So Precario can't be feeling too great about the defense. He's seeing the king doubleton of clubs sitting to the right of his queen jack fifth. So wherever the ace of clubs is, this is bad news.
Yeah, right?
Like, the king of spades is on his left, I mean, it's just... everything's going poorly. There are 5 hearts that came down in dummy. He's not thrilled about that either. So... it does look like Declare is going to struggle to make over tricks. Given the way the play has gone, because the there's
So
just
he's
not
pitched a
enough.
diamond. That's gonna make his life a little easier.
Oh, well, it's not just that. East also pitched a spade, so that really is going to be. And East took the first round of diamonds, which I guess it's kind of hard to duck there, but declare would
Yeah, but down north.
potentially short
Yeah.
entries.
I mean, yeah, but now with he's having pitched a diamond, he's got three entries in Ace of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds, and a Spade Rough, and only needs two of them to set up and run the diamond. So he's very comfortable.
Yeah, although the spades also just rough out here, so this this defense didn't go all that well for East West, but it was just an overtrick, if even that. So 11 tricks here.
So kind of a normal result for North South, but you know, always nice when you don't even have to do any work to get there.
Certainly. I don't know what Declare's thinking about here.
I suspect he's not thinking. I think. Oh, I was gonna say like I thought he might have just like made a claim and the operator hadn't put it in because they were confirming the results or something.
Yeah, it could be. So plus 450, we got five boards to play on day one. So West will pass, North has a 17 count. And is this in their no trump range? They are 15 to 17ers. So very much.
Always, or do they vary by color?
I don't think so at all. Their card just says 15 to 17. I don't think North passed. All right, one no. So Brogland, I suspect, is just gonna. God, we just have double-digit swing after double-digit swing in this match. Board 23. So this is the hand where North-South did a little bit of bidding, but then East-West found four hearts in the 5-4 fit. Ace-Queen-10 fourth, opposite 5 small. The other table got to 3-0.
I mean, sort of a reasonable auction.
Yeah, South opened a club at the table we're watching. Precario overcalled a heart 5-5 in the red suits. Over there, whoever's sitting west for the Norwegians overcalled a diamond because their diamonds were so much better. And this is a bid that can work out if it's the opponent's hand, right? You really want your partner to lead
Right.
diamonds and not hearts against a spade contract. But when it's your hand, you miss out on the heart fit. East didn't even bother checking for a 4-4 heart fit, just blasted 3 no trump.
I mean, at that point, there was just no way to find a 4-4 heart fit, right?
I mean,
Like, suppose he bids two no trump. West wasn't bidding three hearts.
well, it depends what bids mean, right? Like, you could bid 1 heart forcing on East's hand.
I mean, I guess, but that would still normally show five.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I think everyone's wrong if you're bidding 1 heart with 5 here. How else do you find the 4-4 fits? What are you supposed to do if East has this hand, right? Don't you want to find a 4-4 heart fit?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think 3-0 maybe was a little much anyway. Your hand partner does just have the light side of his one level overcall, really can't support a game bid. Like, you really like a diamond owner for that call, not three little.
Oh yeah, interesting
Wow.
question. So North deciding not to quote-unquote super accept with this hand. He did have 4 hearts and a maximum in terms of high cards. He was 4-3-3. And
Yeah.
I mean, queens are really bad cards. Like, the Queen of Clubs is not necessarily a good card. The Queen of Hearts is not necessarily a good card. So, I kind of get it that North didn't want to overstate his values. And it works out fine. South decided to continue on despite having only a balanced flat 8 count. So, North-South do get to game. And despite the club duplication, the hearts were friendly. So, plus 620. Nice result for Norway here. Probably getting duplicated, but...
And I think, like you, I thought that that if North didn't super accept, South was going to drop it, but he did really well to bid on.
Mm-hmm. So spade by North. South has another game force, 2 clubs, 2 spades by North. We don't really know if that shows an extra spade or not. South will, regardless, show his spade support, 3 spades.
And if you're North, do you make some kind of encouraging noise here with a possibly unshown 6th trump and a side ace and a singleton? Like, I think if 2 spades only show 5, that you have to do something as North.
I don't think it matters. You have, again, like you just have all of these controls, right? So if your partner has a source of tricks, then slam might be on. Your hand is very slam suitable, and he goes on with a 4-club cubid. Which
do you wonder whether they had an artificial 3-0 available, as like a non-serious kind of bid?
Yeah, it's a good question. Now, Brogland, he probably understands that sometimes his partner's cubitting this with a singleton, and even if his partner has the ace, his hand is not slam suitable. He does have a 15 count. We can count up all the high card points, but there's a lot of jacks. So he is happy to just sign off in 4 spades.
Yeah.
And, I mean, depending on the play and defense, this is just going to be 10 or 11 tricks, it looks like. Declare can always ruff the heart loser and set up a club pitch, or a diamond pitch on the clubs. But it's all a question of whether or not the defense has set up diamond tricks of their own and can cash them. Declare is always able to duck 1 round of diamonds. Brad thinks 3-0 would have been serious here. It does depend as to whether or not they're playing a serious versus non-serious 3-0 trump. In their... I'm trying to look in their Q-bidding, or not Q-bidding, I'm trying to look in their...
It looks like that to me too, just because the North hand looks like a non-serious slam try. I feel like showing that as, even with ace, king, 6 of spades, showing that as the serious side of things is a little much.
Oh, certainly, right? Because for this pair, they're not playing precision, so North could have had like a 20-some count for this auction.
Yeah, and like that's what non-serious is. Like, the full name of the convention is non-serious slam try. It's got slam try right in there.
Right. Well, this diamond lead, I think, is going to work out great for the defense, because this will ensure they get their 3 tricks. Declare just can't afford to duck trick 1. This lead could be a singleton. I mean, okay, look, East spent a long time thinking, so Declare has the authorized information. This is not a singleton, and West does not. But there's no way that Declare is going to risk going down in this contract. Yeah, so he takes
and notice that with East holding the queen of clubs to go with the ace, there's no chance that Declare makes 5 by stealing a club trick.
Right. Serious and non-serious might not be something that appears in convention cards, Eric says. I think it usually does. But I never know where to look on these WBF cards. I've seen it in the high-level bidding section.
Yeah, haven't really looked that closely at the current version of the ACBL card. There was a time that they had a section that was just like slam bidding, in addition to the key card box. I don't know if there still is.
So, plus 620. Declare doesn't even bother continuing to play the hand out. Board 30. 3 boards to go. We have had an awful lot of 4-heart contracts, haven't we?
We have. I don't think this is going to be another one.
Probably not. It looks like North-South's hand. The 4 spades appears to make. So 3 passes
Yeah, I
go around
think,
to North, who opens a spade.
Yeah, even if somehow you manage to strip out the red suits and do everything you can't, and play the defense out of a second club trick. So this is a little interesting. I wonder if 2-0 is a mixed raise, with 2 clubs, like kind of like a jury limit raise, and 3 spades is a straight up preempt.
Hmm.
And in 4-seed, it would be a little weird. Like, this would be a weird auction play 3 spades preemptive when both East and West have had a bunch of chances to bid and didn't.
Sure.
But I can't imagine they're playing 2-0 as a limit raise.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's... The hand is kind of good, but I do understand it's only a 9 count. So it probably depends on where your past hand goes up to. Because if South would have opened, like, the same hand with 2 jacks, this hand is kind of a maximum past hand.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, Eric, I saw the same thing when I checked the convention cards. So my suspicion is that North-South don't have a serious versus non-serious distinction. That would be my guess. But oh yeah, they also have like these enormous notes. So thanks, Florian. Is that an F? It says 3. 3 Lorian. Is this like a Back to the Future reference? It could be. I actually don't see the 3 no Trump bid in their extra notes. But I didn't look too hard. All right. How are we doing in 4 spades? Hard opening lead. E. Lorian. Gotcha. Diamond Rough. It looks like we are going to strip out the hand. It's good technical play. I mean, there might be like an ace doubleton in one of the hands.
Yeah, and some of the time it certainly is going to gain you a trick. Here just isn't one of them.
I mean, although, like, if there is an ace doubleton in one of the hands, you could just, like, pick it up the normal way. You don't need to end play them when your hand becomes high. But, yes.
No, but the advantage is you pick it up when you misguess it also. Like, if you blow into the ace doubleton or something, Or, like, by the way, there could be a jack doubleton and they can't, they forget to unblock it. Who knows? Good technique is its own reward, right?
That's true. It could be Jack 10 doubleton. This is the good technique that we're playing for.
And again, like, you could pick it up by playing low to the queen and the low to the king, but
yeah, okay. Like, I'm this is very silly. I mean, to be fair, like, he wanted to get a count on the hand and try and figure out who to play for the ace doubleton. Like, okay, it's all good. I'm just if we didn't have
technique and
if we didn't have the Brady bot overcomplicates things square marked, that would have been it. All right.
There's no reason not to do it. I think is the real reason to do it.
Yeah. I mean, also especially because, as Marty Cantor says, we're 6 boards ahead of the other table.
Yeah.
So we'll head over there once this table finishes.
And do you wonder who the offenders over there are?
So no Trump, 4 hearts, Texas. I think kind of automatic with that East hand. If you transfer an invite, you should get cut from your national team.
Yeah, like obviously it's a hand you're very happy to play four spades, but not one that you're happy to transfer and raise as a light slam try.
No, I mean transfer an invite. Like
Oh,
transfer in
it's obviously
three
it
level.
rolls. Well, that's crazy. Come on.
I mean, it's an 8 count, Craig. It's an 8 count.
You know what? If your partner has like Queen Doubleton of spades and things don't work out for you, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think anything other than Texas is a little abnormal. Like, not a lot abnormal, but at least a little abnormal.
Okay, Declare has a couple of opportunities here. The Ace of Hearts could be in the pocket, and if not, he might be able to pick up the club suit. So I suspect we're going to see a diamond exit. Eventually Declare getting over to the east hand to lead a club up. I am not sure the thought process.
I mean, I think he's hoping to combine his chances, right, and lead a heart toward the king. And if that works, then he doesn't have to find the club.
Right. Yep.
And I guess he could have exited a diamond there to accomplish the same thing, and not overtake a spade, but it's not like he needs that extra spade.
Yeah. All right. Heart to the king. That was unsuccessful. Jack.
Yeah, I think actually, like, I think I prefer diamond there just because it makes it a little harder for the defense, right? They have to figure out that the only thing to do is to tap dummy with another diamond, and, like, probably they should do it, but it's a little bit harder than this defense.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you know that North has the Ace of Hearts, the diamond exit actually guarantees the contract. Because you exit a diamond, North wins, and North plays another diamond. But now you pitch your heart loser, and North is end played in hearts and clubs. So,
Right.
It all just kind of depends on what guesses you want to go with. And on this hand, looks like Declare had a pretty good read. Broglin did something clever. He pitched a club early, but the club pitch sometimes gives away a bit of information because Declare is like, well, you wouldn't pitch from 3 small. So...
Right, and sometimes that club pitch looks like an idle fifth,
Yeah.
which also makes it easier to guess.
Right. We've reached the time of the day where the light is shining directly onto my face from this, like, window that can't be covered. It's okay. It'll go away soon. Last board of this table. 1 diamond by West. Spade overcall by North. We have seen some light one of a major overcalls today.
Yeah.
So how is East going to handle it? East decides he wants to go after penalty. Because you kind of want to be consistent and make your plan early on these hands.
Mm-hmm.
So East has decided that he wants to let his partner reopen double and then he's going to penalize them. East is not going to, like, let his partner reopen double and then bid 3-0. Right? If he wanted to do that...
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not...
Hmm?
I am not 100% convinced that's true.
Okay. Well, looks like
think,
we don't get to find out because South bid a no Trump. Brogland is just like, cool, I got a 9 count, what of it? And
Yeah, obviously now he's gonna hit this.
yeah.
I think like it's possible that he was gonna wait for a double to bid 3 no Trump just in case West did something unexpected, like bid 3 clubs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not that that's super likely, but there's no urgency to bid 3 no Trump, I don't think. I guess the urgency, it goes all past, but some of those you haven't missed a game when you only have a 12 count and singleton partner suit.
Sure. Oh my. I think this is going to fetch 3 no Trump. Because it looks to me as if West didn't have a penalty double available.
I was wondering about that, and that, I think West should have a penalty double available because he's limited his hand and his partner is showing a penalty double. To me, at that point, both sides doubles should be penalty always.
Well, look, I'm calling it like I see it. West would have doubled
Oh,
for penalty if he had one.
I am not disagreeing with any of that. I just think as a matter of bridge logic, once East says I had a trap pass of one spade and I'm doubling everything I can, there's no reason for West to have a takeout double. West should also be doubling anything he can.
They're playing in two hearts. I really wanted to make a square for Super Moisian, but I forgot. And this would have been the perfect one.
Well, Super Morzine is a 4-2, right? This is just an accident.
I think Super Moisian is 6. That's how I would term it.
To me, Super Morzine is specifically 4-2.
Okay, fair enough.
Because, 5-1, whatever, you get a ace king queen jack fifth, and, it's just a normal spot to play opposite a small singleton. The 4-2's the one where it's it's either really amazing or really horrible.
Man, so Precario leads the King of Diamonds. I feel like...
I like it.
So, I feel like all the time when your partner, makes a penalty double of your left-hand opponent's suit, you should just lead that suit. It's always what your partner wants. And this King of Diamonds lead is helping declare out quite a bit. Although, it's not like he can pull trumps and run the diamonds, so maybe the point's moot. But Greg asks, is it Giga Moisian 3-3? See, I would have called a Super Moisian 3-3 as well. I just think 6 trumps to me is a Moisian. But I understand where you're coming from.
3-3, unless you're in a Victor Malo book, is always an accident, too.
Here we go. It's time to start pulling trumps. The opponents are threatening a really big cross ruff. Hey, we had a tame 5 imps coming through on board 20. 5 clubs went down? Guys... Not like
what?
this.
Was this just gold?
No, not like this.
Did he rough the third round of spades low or something?
Oh my god, I don't even want to look. I'm gonna look. Okay.
Even then, it feels like they've got a little, now trumps are reigning trumps are 2-2. It feels like that wouldn't even be good enough.
Yeah, okay. I could have guessed this before I looked, but he ran the Queen of Hearts.
Oh, I see. Oh, and now when he took a second heart finesse, it didn't help him because of that stupid 8. Unlucky. Meanwhile, has this fallen apart for Declare yet?
Not really. East is getting roughs with naturals. Granted, the 8 of Hearts will set up, but...
I was gonna they're naturals, but if he gets 2 roughs, then West has some extra naturals too.
Well, this isn't actually good for East-West. Declare now has the diamond suit set up, and
yeah, but high club, low club, diamond rough with the queen, it's not so bad either.
Alright, King of Clubs. So now what does Donati do? Ace of Clubs. And a club or spade?
This is... Club. Actually, yeah, so this is 500, I think. Which is not a great result for East-West if they're going to make 3 no trump.
That's what I'm saying! I thought that vulnerability might have convinced East to just, bid a game and not screw around, but yeah, it's probably not a huge...
Again, he had a 12 count. Sure, he's got a lot of spade stoppers, but those aren't really useful tricks.
Yeah.
If his partner's going to be opening light some of the time, you know what? Like maybe if you can make 600 and it's touch and go, and you've got a guaranteed 500. You take the guaranteed 500.
Sure. I think Declare works out to rough this with the 3 of hearts.
I mean, roughing middle is the same too, right? What difference does it make?
Sure.
If you rush middle, he just exits with a 3. And if you rush 3, he exits with the middle one. You know, those 2 cards are hitting the table of the next 2 tricks no matter what.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the way he could go wrong is to like pitch a diamond here, which I just don't think he's going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that. I don't think ever gains anything. At this point, I think he's got a pretty good picture of the hand, right? Like, he knows where the spades are. He knows spades are 5-2, because West always would have let a singleton spade.
Yeah.
You know, he knows West has 4 hearts from the auction. He knows the diamond distribution from, from having seen them played. So he's got a full count on both ends.
Yep. Okay, he plays back the 9 of hearts, so it just kind of doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, it's all the same. Nice playing, just in case he had somehow started with the 8/3.
Yeah. Down 3, as you said. So 500. That is then to play in this room. So these guys are done. Let's head over to the other table. 4 hearts in the west. Okay. We've had a bit of a different start. How did the tricks go?
Also a bit of a different lineup than we had expected, right? Did you say that previously Charleston had played with someone who wasn't Hoftaniska?
Yeah, Charleston and Anderson, I think, had played together before. Well, I have seen both of them play. I believe my statement was I had seen both of them play. So I guess I assumed that they were playing together. But yes, I have definitely seen both of these guys playing in high-level events.
Yeah, and I know these Norwegian players have gone through a bunch of different permutations with, kind of similar full-team rosters in different partnerships at various times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Roland has played with a bunch of different people on the current team, I believe. I think he played with Espen at some point. He might have played with Hoftaniska.
Gotcha. Declare definitely roughed that spade. Did not discard on it.
Yes, he did indeed play red 10. The operator got that part right.
Yeah. Gendolia says, pro tip, Charleston is pronounced like Carlson. I will remember that the next time I say Charleston.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the correction as well. I guess that's a reason, not to watch the Indian and Kuwaiti pairs.
Yeah, I'm trying to stick at tables that I understand how to pronounce their names, which is the US table, and that's it. And only barely. Someone from France is going to come tell me that Chip's last name is pronounced Marcel. So we saw North open a no trump. Is that what happened in the other room?
Yep. Yeah, top bid, 2 clubs. Thinking that he was going to bid Smolin, and North took him off the hook from that.
Yeah, so we'll probably see the same thing here.
Yeah, unless there's some range issue, this seems like a pretty common auction. Not expected to be duplicated at most tables.
Don't need the names, I can just say West. That's true. That is true.
What if there actually is a player named West?
Then hopefully their name is pronounced like the English way that we say West, as opposed to something else, like Weast.
Well, there's Yeah, well, there's Jack Ost from Chicago, who's OEST, but I think that's probably West in some other language.
Well, yeah, it's probably
Like, well, German, I think German is OST with an umlaut, but that usually transliterates to English as OEST.
Schmabel says German. So Uest
But I think but
is
do they spell it that way in Germany, or do they spell it O with an umlaut?
hmm. Ooh, okay, a little bit of a deviation here. West doubles two clubs. I don't think it's going to change the auction or result, but it will change the opening lead.
Yeah, well, it changes the auction a little bit, right? Because I think for a lot of pairs, now two hearts shows a stopper.
Yeah, but North South do still get to
No,
four hearts, and
yeah, it doesn't really affect anything, but it does put things into a slightly different space.
yeah, and obviously East is now going to clearly prefer a club lead to a spade. At least I think so. And given the club raise, I wouldn't be surprised if East led the 9. Okay, they lead the 5, but same idea. You're going to give an attitude signal when your partner already knows that you have length. So Declara has a little bit of a trickier time of things here because he doesn't know the King of Spades is both an entry and a trick. It might look attractive to try and set up the diamond suit. So like King of Clubs,
Yeah.
diamond to the king.
So it's interesting. So suppose it goes King of Clubs, Diamond to the King, and you're in the North Hand at Trick 3.
Yep.
Like if you play Heart over another Diamond, are you in any trouble here? I mean, you're going to lose a Heart trick now, but you've still got one to play with the Ace of Spades on side. It's probably all fine. Like I suspect that East West win an Imperial since they made the over trick at the other table, but losing four tricks does seem a little much.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because I think Declare expects that one of the aces at the very least will be on side, so once he figures out the ace of diamonds is off, he's not going to be worried about taking a spade finesse later.
And Schnell points out that in Spanish it's also West A.
Is there a French stream, by the way? Um,
Oh, that's a good question. I would think so, right? Since on Bridge Base and the French own that now.
there is. Yeah. Although, I don't know how long they've been streaming for. Uh, it looks like Luke is streaming. Although, they don't have as large of a group. Normally they have like thousands of viewers. Maybe they didn't advertise in the local papers.
It's also a little late over there at this point, right? It's almost 11 o'clock at night.
Johan says, can I explain why Americans love Trump? Are you talking in a bridge sense? Or are we talking in a ex-president sense?
I mean, we're remarkably stupid people. Have you seen any of our TV shows?
I'm not
I
going to carry on like a heated political discussion, but I don't mind if chat wants to get a bit rowdy about this. Just, try and keep your voices down. Apparently, BZL's neighbors are complaining.
Yeah, I mean, I have my own theories, but I'm going to keep them to myself for the moment.
Schmabel says definitely means bridge trumps. Why do people like playing in trumps? That's a good question. I mean, what's the Bob Hammond rule? Just bid 3 no trump on every board?
I mean, that's not really the Hammond rule, right? The Hammond rule is if you have a bunch of choices and one of them is three no trump, then bid three no trump. You know, the like it's a rule for when you're considering among alternatives, not a anytime three no trump looks possible, bid three no trump.
Okay, I think we figured out who the culprit is for being the slowest player in the event. That's wow, he just wins the club ace. What's that all about? What is he doing?
I think he's planning to play two rounds of trumps, and regardless of how they split play a diamonds, and then use the king of clubs as an entry for another diamond play.
Okay, okay. So
Like maybe he's going to draw a third round of trumps here, but I don't think so. Yeah, I think maybe that ace of hearts is an entry for a spade play late in the day if he needs it. Like I think burning one of his entries now looks like a mistake.
I think we play a third round of trumps now. Because assuming again that West has one of the missing aces, this guarantees the contract, right? He definitely didn't block the heart suit.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
right. But we can play a diamond to the king, and even if it holds, we play a club to the king and a diamond to the queen. And now, if the ace of diamonds is offside, East can win and force us, and diamonds, let's say, whatever. We rough, but now we know the ace of spades is onside. And, I mean, obviously, I don't think that East was ever ducking the king of diamonds, so... Diamond to the 9.
Not pitched one like at the other table. I think East-West are going to win an imp. Maybe not now. Never mind. It's still the same making 5. If he guesses the diamond, which I think he will.
Well, this is an interesting position because putting in the 10 of diamonds guarantees the contract.
Oh, right. That's, yeah.
So he does just take the safety play. I mean, you probably expect that West has the spade ace and you were prepared to play for it, but now you just don't have to.
Yeah, it's true. At Imps, the 10 of diamonds is a standout.
All right.
It's a win one to East-West. I sit on.
Yeah, so Norway then catches back up to within 16. Still 5 boards to go. And, I mean, we could be here until the start of play tomorrow at this pace.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everyone else is already deep into their Argentine mixed girls by now.
So what's the deal? Some of the events have like 4 sets that they play today. Like the mixed, I guess?
My guess would be that they decided... So the round robin has to end on the same date in every event. So if there were more teams in one of them, but not enough for a third group, or I guess even a third group would be kind of annoying for this, so they would either have to have 2 or 4 groups to come out with either top 8 or top 4. So if they split up so that you needed only 2 groups, but had so many the round robin was going to require, more than however many matches there are in the open, then you would play 4 a day with shorter matches.
Vikitsa says the mixed has 5 by 10. Oh yeah, they have like 30 teams in that thing. They have to get through a ton of boards.
So is there only one group in the mixed?
Yeah, there's only one group in the women's, seniors, and mixed.
I wonder if that's because of the entry size. It must be because of the entry size. Like, there must be some number where they split into 2 groups. Maybe 32 is the magic number.
Yeah, it could be. Mm-hmm.
Like, that would sort of accomplish the goal of never have... Well, I guess... Yeah, 30 with top 16. You saw some teams that are below average qualifying, but I guess you could play down from 30 to 8, but that would be a little weird.
Yeah. Okay, here's the decision, right? So South is transferred to Hearts, and North has super accepted. So North South are going to reach for Hearts at this table as well.
Yeah, so the other table, North's just been 2 hearts on that hand, huh?
Yeah.
That looks, I get it, you're 4 triple 3, but you do have a maximum. You do have 3 aces and the queen of trumps. Like, you know, I would not be totally comfortable declining to super accept on that hand, if only this partner's never going to be expecting that that hand is in your range.
Yeah, but I mean, like at the end of the day, this game isn't all that good on these two hands facing each other. So it's like close, right? You need singleton king or king doubleton of hearts in West's hand. And that's like, I don't know, probably barely below the threshold for a vulnerable game at imps, but it doesn't cost you a lot of imps one way or another in expectation.
Yeah, I guess it's true. And like when South does have a slam try, he'll make it at some point and North can cooperate. Like the class of hands where South only has a slam try opposite of super accept is awfully small.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I mind the decision from either player. It feels close, and on this one particular hand, it actually is pretty close, even though it's like slightly in favor of not super accepting. But here we are. Game was bid at both tables. Game makes. You earn your push board.
Yeah, and Brooklyn certainly did very well for his team by taking an extra push over that non-super accept. I think a lot of players would just check it out. Excuse me. Right, like, even red, I feel like that hand with only Jack fifth of trumps and most of the time, virtually all the time, partner doesn't have a fourth one. Playing with that as a trump seat in a game, isn't that appealing?
Yeah.
Your hand isn't great for 3 no trump again because your long suit isn't a super attractive source of tricks.
Brad has brought up the whole conversation about 3 diamonds versus 4 diamonds as a retransfer at this point, and they're also going into this like hardcore in the chat discussion. This is really funny to me that people are so hot-headed about this topic.
There was that hand, I think it was from the Vanderbilt in the spring, where Nickel did one of those, but like I think forgot what suit was being transferred into and played 4 spades in a slightly subpar trump fit.
Yeah. Was it a Super Moisian or a Giga Moisian?
I don't remember. I don't think they had as many as 6 trumps, but I could be wrong.
All right, 4 hearts making 4. The defense gets their 3 diamond tricks.
Let's see how Italian methods handle this north-south spade fit.
Yeah.
I mean, the very old-fashioned way to play is just a spade pass 3 no trump showing a flat 3-card game raise.
Yeah, it's not so bad with these King Doubleton, but I kind of understand wanting to maybe play in 4 spades if you can with the Doubleton. You get a ruff.
Yeah, if you have that tool available, you just make the bid and partner looks at his hand and decides what to do.
Sure.
Here, if you're south, if you have a choice of games available, you always want to offer it, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm really drawn towards the value of the doubleton, and like especially because it's such a strong doubleton, I know I can get the ruff. If it was like a small doubleton, I mean,
Sure.
okay, fine. If it was like king doubleton, I would feel a little bit more on board with like suggesting three no trump. Um,
Yeah, like, is a suggestion, um, not a drop dead bid, but yeah, it's true.
okay, so a spade, two clubs, two diamonds, two spades. Two diamonds looks like it's just waiting, which is really nice and convenient. I mean, presumably North could have bid two spades if they wanted to show extra spades, given that they have this two diamond gadget, but chose not to.
Well, I mean, I'm wondering though, given all these alerts, if this is how he showed a six spade.
It's possible.
I mean, it's possible this South two clubs was a two plus club, and all North has done is ask.
Yeah, I think that's a lot more likely.
Yeah.
So two spades probably showed a fit. Two no trump is some sort of asking bid. Three clubs probably shows balanced. Three diamonds might ask about like high card strength or controls or something, and four spades probably shows a minimum. So same sort of evaluation that happened in the other room where South, despite having, a 15 count, which is not really worth a slam try on its own, decides that all of these jacks are just not useful values and to treat this hand as a minimum. And Schmeeble, no one is believing that you don't get doubled on every hand in the first half of your matches. I think everyone understands that you just get doubled on every board. You're not fooling anyone.
Um, yeah, I feel like possibly the second half of the match as well, but I agree, definitely the first one. I feel like that's a good gambit though, right? Like go for 1700 on the first board, concede 15 imps in a long match, and then like get doubled and go plus 670 on six other hands.
That's true. We could call it we need a different country name because the Swiss Gambit would not really
Well,
be
no, it's
appropriate.
clear. Yeah, I feel like that's like maybe a little bit the Indian gambit. I feel like
That's
every time I get to play against Indian players, there's a lot of wildness.
That actually seems like an apt name for it. Um, we could call it the
Is
New
there an Indian?
Zealand Gambit.
Although there's an Indian gambit in chess already, right?
Hmm. The
I
Indian
think you would.
Gambit. The
Isn't there like a King's Indian?
Yeah, King's it, but it's
Well,
not a
yes.
gambit. Yeah,
Oh, it's just a line of play.
yeah, yeah. Gambit is specifically giving up material.
I see.
Well, Declare did try and steal a club trick and was unsuccessful. So now, with all of the Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 8, and 7 of spades, he's going to have to be real careful about roughing this with not the 2 of spades. All right, now we'll see a claim. Plus 620. We're picking up the pace. 3 boards to go. So another game contract here, North-South. This is the one where South was able to, as a passed hand, show what may have been a limit raise in the other room. They figured out the vibe of the session. I think they really did. They're getting into their groove now and just bidding 4 of a major on every hand.
Yeah, sorry, I need 1 second. I just got to send a client-related email here.
No problem. So North also opens a spade here. South does, in fact, bid 2 clubs Drury on this hand. So we get a bit of a different auction. How are our beer chances looking? by the way. Pretty unlikely.
Maybe if West had Queen Jack 10 9 8 of diamonds and something else, he could squeeze him out of it. I feel like that would be a little unlikely.
Yeah, there don't appear to be any beer chances, so we're really going to need to get a spam bot in chat if we're going to get bingo today. Or, you know what you all can do tomorrow? Dump suggestions for the bingo card in the Discord. Or better yet, I mean, if someone just does this for me and makes a bingo card, I'll just use it. Hopefully it's not all free spaces. I mean, if you make a bingo card that's just all free spaces, then you're getting a timeout. But if you make a legitimate bingo card that's easier to solve than today's, happy to use that one. Okay, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 spades, free timeout. I like where your head's at. You have the right attitude. King of Hearts lead. Declare probably going to take a pretty similar line of play. Wait, this is important. It could be a bingo square, although I guess we're pretty unlikely to.
Which bingo square are you hoping to hit?
Play duplicated at both tables.
Oh, that's a good one.
I feel like I haven't been keeping up necessarily. So we got the King of Hearts lead to the ace. Oh, technically a deviation, the 6 of hearts instead of the...
Yeah, does it have to truly be spots per spot, or does it just have to be, the same line?
This is a good question. What I was imagining was spot for spot when I created the card, but I could get talked into, same essential line of play. Queen of spades, Jack of spades, same. Ace of diamonds. Okay, so Declare in this room gave up a heart first before going ace of diamonds. So that's different.
Like spot for spot. I feel like, same concept is pretty common. Spot for spot, I think, is a better way to do it.
There might be a chance that it's happened previously, yeah, but it would not score us a bingo. We're really looking for a beer card or a view bot in chat. I'm surprised. Viewbots tended to come out in bigger force the more viewers I had. So.
Do you have passing out a board on the bingo card?
Passing out a board? I do not.
And do you wonder if we'll see any pass outs?
We did see one in one of the previous matches. It wasn't at the table that I was watching, but it was at the other table. Brad says pass outs never happen. I just contradicted you.
Well, they never happened to him.
That's true. Yeah, in the New Zealand matches, we'll never see a pass out. You were asleep at the time, so it didn't happen.
Yeah, obviously, you can't use that bingo card in the seniors.
What if we make spaces for 2 pass outs a match, 3 pass outs a match?
Yeah.
What's a spam bot? Well, you guys don't get to see any of them. It's just me and the mods that get to see. It's just a bunch of robotic people that come in and send phishing links. If you know what a phishing link is, it's you click on it and your computer gets infected with viruses. That's what a spam bot is.
Is that a bigger problem on Discord or on YouTube? Or not Discord, on Twitch or on YouTube?
I don't think I've ever had one on YouTube. So YouTube might block them on their own, whereas Twitch does not. So Twitch has a bigger problem of it. And if everyone remembers, I earned about like 500 to 600 followers on Twitch because of spam bots. They showed up. They started spamming my chat, like hundreds of them, and then I turned it on so that they could only chat if they followed the channel, and then I got hundreds of followers.
I love it.
That was amazing.
I mean, I guess you would expect it to be a bigger problem on Twitch since YouTube's a Google company. They're pretty smart about that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we had a slight difference here, kind of in an interesting way, unless there was an operator error.
We did?
Yeah, check out the auction.
Oh yeah, the South African Texas. It's great.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, do you think it was South African, or do you think that they're playing just like, some totally artificial structure?
I think it was South African. A lot of the European players, I mean, not a lot, not like 50% of them, but I've seen it on a number of cards.
Yeah. More than the none at all in the US?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like, I do remember having seen it in something I was doing with you, but I thought it was in the context of a weak no Trump pair, where it's much more common. Like, it's pretty unusual to combine that with a strong no Trump.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I've definitely played it with strong no Trumps, with other partners before. I don't recall if they were European, but I wouldn't say it's like dead. What's the rationale behind South African? I think it's just that you can side it both ways, but I could be wrong about that.
No, as far as I know, that's it, which is why it's more valuable when you're playing a weak no Trump, because that's the time that you really might want to side it from the not no Trump side. Most of the time, playing strong no Trump, it's a wash at best, and usually superior to play it from the from the no Trump hitter side.
Yeah, and also Brad makes the maybe even more interesting and relevant point, which is like you're not giving up a whole lot by playing it. You give up Gerber.
Right.
Period. And that's often not a bad thing.
Well, there's a little more than that, right? Because you also give up that, sometimes it gives the opponents a lead direct. Well, I guess that's a wash because they're both transfers. I think like you give them a lead director that they wouldn't otherwise have had. You give them maybe a little extra room they can overcall 4 hearts, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Well, everyone has decided to cross in spades at this point. Both declarers reached the exact same position and decided to cross with a spade to the ace rather than exiting a diamond. Which, I don't know, it feels unnatural to me, but maybe that's because I'm looking at all 4 hands. It just... You never really want to be in a situation where you're like, oh, this is great. I've pulled all the trumps. I have trumps in both hands. You kind of want to look for end plays, right? That's just the natural way of going about declaring hands, and yet declarer now pulls a trump from one hand, so there's no longer an end play.
Mm-hmm.
V8's best reason to play South African Texas is to stop an overcall over a 2-level transfer. Well, the point is you're either bidding 4 clubs as a transfer to hearts or 4 diamonds as a transfer to hearts. So both of them would stop the 2-level overcall. That's kind of the trade-off. Right. Okay, declarer is down to the club guess.
Yeah, right. You're always committing that hand to the 4-level via transfer. It's just a question of which bid you use to do it.
Right. Also, good morning, V8. How is Australia doing? Did they manage to pick themselves up off the floor?
Yeah, they got off to a bit of a rough start the first couple of segments.
Yeah, it has to be jet lag, right? That's the excuse for all the Pacific Islands.
I mean, they didn't have to cross the equator, but I guess that doesn't really help a lot.
Now,
Yeah, and I would assume that the teams with well-to-do sponsors got there, and even if they didn't have a time change, got there well in advance because you know, even if you're in the same time zone, travel's still a little tiring. But yeah, if you're an all amateur team, it might, and day jobs especially, it might not be practical to like get to Buenos Aires a week in advance.
yeah. Okay, time for Declare to guess the clubs.
Yep, that was easy.
It really was. Great job. I mean, I think he just played the odds of who has the club length.
Yeah.
One more board. Are we going to see 4 of a major again for the 7th board in a row? Who has Australia played first in the Open? I don't know. We'll take a look at the standings in just a minute once we finish this hand.
Quite a set here since board 26. 5 pushes and a 1-imp swing on an overtrick.
Yeah, we were getting so much action on the first few hands, and then
Yeah, I think
nothing.
this is an action deal at the other table. We'll see whether DeFranco wants to make it one here as well.
Yeah, and Norway got a pretty good result, I think, because 3 no-trump rates to make, I believe.
I mean, with the ace of diamonds on side, even though you can't lead a second one, I think, yeah, you've got time to play on spades, 3 clubs, a diamond, 4 hearts, and eventually a spade trick.
Yeah. So a diamond, North decides not to come in with a spade. So East-West are going to have a free run of it to get to 3 now. We'll see if East decides to invite or just game force.
Yeah, game forcing.
Yeah, it looks like a game force. So 2 diamonds, 2 reds, 3 now.
Red, assuming your partner is not going to open any less than 12 count. You're not super thrilled about putting down this hand in 3 no trump with the diamond misfit, but it's still mandatory, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes you play a game that's against the odds. What can you do?
Mm-hmm. Okay. 2 spades by East showing the 5th spade, I guess. 2 now, 3 now. North on lead. I mean, North might blow the 9th trick at trick 1. Low club.
I think if you're North, you just, I guess it's true. The spade isn't that attractive, yeah.
Okay, he goes with Jack of clubs, which works out a little bit better here. Technically, Declare can set up a 4th club trick, or a 4th club trick.
Right. Yeah, eventually finessing the 6.
I mean, maybe you do.
Yeah, maybe it's not that hard. North kind of has to have Jack 10-8 for this lead. I think Jack 10, 4, 3 or something, since you're missing the 8 and a bunch of low spots, the low one is a more attractive choice.
No, West goes after spades. I mean, I would be a little bit concerned the diamond ace might be offside. So, if we get diamond to the king, diamond back, we don't have the entries anymore to collect 4 club tricks. This seems like a huge blunder to me by Declare.
Yeah, because since the clubs are blocked in a somewhat annoying way, as are the hearts.
Right. Yeah, I really don't like this play.
Yeah, it's true. If you're going to play on clubs, you need to keep the hearts in East but you need the hearts entries to West to play the clubs. Yeah, so you're right. This is. I mean, it's going to work out okay in real life, obviously, with the spade on side.
The diamond, yeah.
The diamond on side, yeah. I meant the spade jack, but yeah, with the ace diamonds inside, also the defense can't do much.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like, you can look very silly by running the nine of clubs. I mean, it's not going to go 9, low, low, 10, but it could go 9, 10, ace.
Yeah, and then you finesse the six and look like an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
yeah, I mean, you're not dead yet either.
no. And it's not like this line of play necessarily has a bunch of things that are going wrong with it. Like, if the jack of spades is on side, I think you're probably in okay shape.
So now, back to what's going on here. Mono's surely thinking about what diamond to play. Like, do you think the jack is attractive enough to put on the table? I personally do.
Yeah, absolutely. You might give up over tricks or make Declare's life easier, but so what? Like, you lead the jack of diamonds and let Declare sweat with king fourth.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that it's taken him this long to get it on the table.
I'm not. It's like, I don't think he's trying to game the system or whatever, or like get inside his opponent's head, but like, if he did have like jack fifth or whatever, he might think for a while about playing the jack because that could block the suit. So, like, it could be right to just lead low and let your partner unblock the suit even though you give Declare an entry.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not obvious, like, that there are enough win cases for leading low to do it. Like, I think the jack has just so many more upside cases.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like, you're not going to insta-play the jack, but I think it shouldn't take this long to figure out that it's more likely to come out well than leading a low one.
He's probably just counting tricks.
Yeah. And, like, maybe he's thinking about, whether he can screw with Declare's entries in some useful way.
Yeah, like, a heart could mess with the entries, for sure.
Right.
So, I guess I wouldn't be, like, shocked if he played a heart, but the jack of diamonds does seem like a strong play.
I mean, it does, but let's see. So how many tricks can he count? So he can count 3 clubs and a couple of spades and a couple of hearts, and Declare did open a diamond, and he's looking at the ace, so he knows at least one trick there. Like, I mean, that obviously makes it a little less attractive, too, if Declare's got some light there if they're playing a 2+ club.
Okay, 6 of diamonds switch, so...
1 diamond, probably guaranteed a 4-card suit.
I mean, now that the jack of spades is known to be on side, Declare can play low on this trick, right? Or is that not true? Maybe that's not true.
I mean, he's still got the same problem, right? If he plays low and north wins, and now a heart comes through, he might never take a diamond trick. His entry position is pretty bad, and he can't play on clubs. Like, I think playing low is pretty dangerous here.
That's true. Yeah, man, this whole line of play is just terrible from West. What are they doing? Yeah. Get him out of here. Is this a bingo square? Yes, it is.
Benching someone for bridge incompetence.
Basically.
I do wonder... Is it... I mean, at this level, I think it's unlikely, but I wonder if it's possible that he just didn't spot the club as an extra possibility in time.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see this doubleton spade ups at queen 10 9 8 fifth, and you're just like, oh, that looks so juicy. And then you stop thinking about alternatives. It's like, if
Yeah.
if we switch the 7 and 6 of clubs, would this have been easier to see? Probably. But
Right.
the blockage in the club suit can cause issues. I think Declara just, like, honestly didn't appreciate the issue with, like, South winning the spade and playing a diamond. And, then after South won the spade and played a diamond, West was like, uh-oh, I might go down here.
I think this is less of a problem for European players, but also, there's this effect that we see time and again in American tournaments where most players who were setting these things are full-time pros who between major events play basically nothing but match points. Or at least a lot of match points. And like you get into match point declaring mode and aren't thinking like all I need is trick number 9 and it doesn't matter if it's in a weird way is here.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what was the plan when I said run the 9 of clubs? Hold on a second. Let's say the 9 of clubs gets covered. Now we lead a diamond, right, to set up our presumed 9th trick.
Right.
But let's say it goes diamond, low, king, ace, and North doesn't help us, and North instead plays a heart.
So you just cash 4 hearts, run the club, cash another club, and exit with the spade.
But the clubs are blocked. I can't run 4 hearts and then cash 2 clubs.
No. So North wins the ace of diamonds and returns a diamond.
No, North wins the ace of diamonds and plays a heart.
Yeah, it's fine. So we play 4 rounds of hearts.
Yep.
Run the 9 of clubs, covered, let's say. Club back to this, club back to the 7, which is winner.
No, the 8 of clubs is still out.
Oh, I see. Right now we're trapped in dummy and we can't exit a spade. Yeah, so maybe, as it turns out, playing a spade was better, and we just need, a lot of luck in the side suits.
So I run the 9 of clubs. I lead a diamond. They don't let me, so they play back a heart. I've lost a diamond and that's it. No. I'm putting my foot down. I am not wrong about this. We can exit spades ourselves. I can afford to lose 3 spade tricks. So either they have to threaten diamonds themselves, which gives me an extra hand entry, or I get to set up dummy spades. Ha. I feel good about myself. Okay, I'm glad that we have thoroughly analyzed this hand. Win 4. Way to go, Norway. You made the match a little bit closer. All right. That is the last board of the set for today. So you're coming back tomorrow morning? Is that what's going on, or do you know?
So assuming that I'm awake, which... I think I'm a favorite. I'm kind of acclimating back to New York time. I plan to join you.
Okay.
I cannot join for... We'll see. So what's the set? What's the schedule? It's 9 to approximately 11 or 11:30, 12:15 until something.
Yeah, so it's like 9 till 11, and then 12:15 or...
Oh, right, yeah, today we had a full hour break. Yeah, so my only restriction tomorrow is that I have a client call at 2 p.m. New York time. So if you have Kirk coming in for 12:15, terrific. If you don't, I can join you until I need to bail.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Great. See you then.
Yep, always.
Oh, I left. Okay, looks like they don't have the results in yet, which is a little bit unfortunate. There should be a running scores. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Running scores. So USA is up to 48-42. Had a bye this round. Sweden's up in second at 48. They've had a strong set today. I think they won all 3 sets, which is a nice start for them considering they already played against England. England, up against Spain, lost again. Uh-oh. I mean, it's still early, but man, you know, being already 15 VPs, more than 15 VPs out of 8th place, that's a pretty big deal. So they have a lot of work to do. New Zealand has picked up a little bit, but they still have some catching up to do, as does Germany. I think most of the other teams down here in this part of the standings are probably expected to be lower in the rankings. Israel had a big match against Ireland, it looks like. So that's in Group A. Group B, Switzerland also had their bye this round. So Brazil was in fact able to overtake them for first currently. You know, aside from Argentina, Brazil is pretty close neighbors. So you have to imagine that their travel was not too rough and they're probably well acclimated to the culture. Additionally, isn't Buenos Aires like northern Argentina? So that's like pretty close to Brazil. But Switzerland, France, Italy, Hungary, Poland, Finland, Turkey are all the top 8 currently. Norway, oof. They have had a rough going of it in the first few rounds. I mean, they didn't send their best squad, but Brogland and Bakke are one of the best partnerships in the entire event. Are you sure you're American? You seem to know things about geography. No, I've just played GeoGuessr a few times, and that has taught me everything I know about world geography, which is quite a lot, I understand. Let's quickly take a look at the women's, seniors, and mixed. So in the women's, V8 is correct. Australia is doing well, currently sitting in 9th. Sweden up in first. Italy, Germany, France, Poland, China, Netherlands, Brazil, followed closely by Australia. New Zealand is up there too. What is the difference between these flags? One of them has like red dots and the other has white dots. That's about it. There, does that prove I'm American enough? Oh my god. Dude. What are they doing? USA, come on, man! Or come on, woman! What are you doing? This is not a good showing. Seniors. USA up there in second. We have a pretty strong seniors team, I think. Hemant Lal, Reese Milner, Michael Rosenberg, Zia Mahmood, Bobby Levin, Eric Rodwell. That is quite a good senior team. India's doing well also. Brazil, Germany, Israel, Turkey, New Zealand up there, Scotland. Look at them. Netherlands, Argentina behind them. And then finally the mixed. Australian flag also has a big star bottom left. Great, great. Big star, some little blobs of white, and then New Zealand has blobs of red. Gotcha. Norway, Croatia, Germany, Israel, India, New Zealand, China, and Hong Kong are the top 8. I actually don't know how many qualify for these. Are we cutting down to round of 16 for everything? Let me see if this is going to help me out. Sunday, October 27th, so we still have another week to play after this. This is not a useful website. I'm gaining no information by looking at this as to what numbers they cut to, but maybe it's top 16 for all of the events. I think that would make sense. Go to top. Like this. Probably on the information page. schedule and format. Okay. National board match, blah, blah, blah. What is... National teams? Oh, this is national teams, right? So round of 16, that's for all national teams? Wait. Is the round of 16 only one day? Hold on. Because it says the quarterfinals are 2 days, the semifinals are 2 days, and the finals are 2 days. So the round of 16 is only 1 day? Well, that's rude. I feel like they should then qualify only 12 teams. Have 4 of them get byes, the top 4 teams get byes to the quarterfinals, and then have 8 of them play head-to-head matches, like a sudden death for just 1 day. Because a 1-day match and only 48 boards is quite... Oh, it's 60 boards. I just noticed, it's 60 boards. That's so weird! They're having them play 48 boards a day until suddenly 60 boards a day? Why would they do this? Man, today has just been very confusing all around. Format, no delay, people leading from Queen Jack 10 fourth and dummies shortness. I mean, who knows what they're going to cook up next. But, alright. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Unfortunately, we did not get a bingo today. I'm going to bring up the card once again. We're going to try our best to maybe get this up on screen tomorrow. But this is how we did today. So I noticed that a couple people posted in the Discord chat. I will take a look. Please feel free to add or suggest more bingo squares. And remember, if we do get a bingo, then I will be gifting a sub and a membership to my channels on Twitch and YouTube, so you have prizes to win. Okay, I'm signing off for the day. Thanks for tuning in, and plan to be back again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have some different commentators. Kurt's going to be joining us for the second segment. Craig will be here for the first, and I don't know. It should be fun. I'm hoping to do some single segment or single dummy kibitzing, but I didn't do any of that today. Maybe tomorrow we'll try and make that happen. All right. Take care, y'all.